Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV and your favorite show where we give you're given an opportunity to air what is on your heart. Well, today is a sad day for this great country, marking the departure of the third president of this great nation, Honorable Mike Kibaki, His Excellence. And so, as we mourn life well lived and service rendered for this great country, we invite your views and your condolences from around the world, even as we celebrate the life of one Mike Kibaki, the third president of this great nation. And of course, politics coming into play. It is now Kaloki and Igathe for Nairobi. It looks like Tim Wanyonyi has to go back to Westlands, and HAVI is crying that his return into the Westland seat will complicate things for HAVI. I don't know what you think about the same. Well, thank you so much, those of you that are joining us. Apologies for those of you that have missed our shows. It is tedious keeping up with this, but we pray that God will give us the grace and the ability to keep going, even as we get into ensuring that you don't miss out on the opportunity to share into what is happening in our country. I want to salute Solomon Baraza. Thank you so much. I'll thank you, Mickey. We appreciate you. Jared Joram Wangira, thank you so much. Let us get talking. Welcome from wherever you are around the world as we mourn the third president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, on his departure today as he was undergoing treatment. Well, I want everybody to air their views, share your condolences, and let us move as we continue looking at life and the heights and the lows of one Mwai Kibaki, and what lessons are we drawing into our lives, even as Kenyans. Thank you, those of you that are joining us. Appreciate Judith Richards. Thank you so much. It is awesome. It's great. Bwana Wangiro, namna gani?
Mzuri sana.
Karibu.
Unaona bendera hapo nyuma?
Pole kwa msiba.
Tunaomboleza marehemu Emilio Mwai wa Kibaki. And
Republic of Kenya.
The third president of the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
And perhaps I'll say two or three things about Mwai Kibaki, where I feel that perhaps he succeeded and where perhaps I feel that he failed as the third president of the Republic of Kenya. You know, by the time Mwai Kibaki became the president of the Republic of Kenya, that was in I think that was on the last day of was it on the last day of December 2002, if I can remember. Kenyans became some of the most hopeful people in the world. In fact, they were rated as the most hopeful people in the world. And you know, Kibaki transformed this nation. We saw him revive the economy. We saw him introduce free primary education. You know, the good road infrastructure we are enjoying in this country was started by Kibaki. The electricity connections we see in the villages today, it was started by Kibaki. I remember before Kibaki became president, my mother's home in the village didn't have electricity. And even the road that goes to my village in Port Victoria was a rough road, and today is tarmac road. So I want to credit the late President Mwai Kibaki for that. But being mortal and being human, President Kibaki also had his own set of failures. For example, he didn't succeed so much in fighting this dragon of tribalism. Under Kibaki, we saw the continuation of tribalism that we had seen under President Mzee Jomo Kenyatta and under President Daniel Arap Moi. And President Kibaki had promised Kenyans that when he becomes president, he was going to ensure that the Bomas draft would become the Kenyan constitution in 100 days. He didn't fulfill that promise, and you know how things went. We ended up with what was called the Kilifi draft, which led us into the bananas and the oranges referendum of 2005, and which later ended up into the contested elections of 2007. So, in terms of making Kenya a cohesive nation and a cohesive society, on that note, I think Mwai wa Kibaki failed. But in transforming Kenya as an economy, Mwai Kibaki, as the President of the Republic of Kenya, succeeded. I want to move now to my second point. My second point is what has transpired in Nairobi over the last 2 days. As we now speak, we all know that Paul Igathe will be the Azimio gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi, and he'll be flanked by this gentleman called Kaloki. And there's this talk in town today where people are now claiming that, Paul Igathe has given Sakaja a free pass for him to become the next governor of Nairobi, which I disagree. We need to look at the Igathe's candidacy critically, other than just being emotional. By looking at it critically, Raila Odinga was at a crossroad, because you cannot purport that Kikuyus are supporting you, a good number of them are supporting you for the president of the Republic of Kenya. Then the guy who will become governor of Nairobi is also coming from the same end of corner where you're coming from, which is Western Kenya. And you see that was the crossroad that Raila Odinga was in. So you had to choose how to play this game. As much as many people think that Tim Wanyonyi was sacrificed, Tim Wanyonyi was not sacrificed. This was about looking at the bigger picture. The bigger picture was, how do we secure the Raila Odinga's presidency? Because we can allow Tim Wanyonyi to become our gubernatorial candidate in Nairobi. But then, of what value will it add on Raila Odinga's presidential ticket? Now, there's this blackmail going around. What I've just told you, that now, we have given Sakaja a free pass for him to become governor of Nairobi. And, there are also pictures that have come up just this evening showing Sakaja and Tim Wanyonyi in some same place. I don't know where it was, but some restaurant or some hotel where they were together this evening. And Sakaja wrote in Kiluya that Huriarala. So I don't know what he meant by Huriarala. But I want to look at the Igathe. They got the Kaloki's gubernatorial ticket critically, and try to discount the propaganda that is going around, that now with Igathe as the Azimio candidate gubernatorial, as the Azimio gubernatorial candidate in Nairobi, we have given Sakaja a free pass. It's not true. Because with Igathe as the gubernatorial candidate for Azimio in Nairobi, most Kikuyus are now likely to vote for Igathe. If you look at it, then Luyas, a good number of Luyas, especially the diehards in ODM like myself, will definitely vote for Igathe. The Kisis, majority of Kisis in Nairobi, if you know them, are in Azimio, are likely also to vote for Igathe. Now Kamba, having one of their own as the deputy governor, the running mate for Igathe, are also likely to vote for Igathe. Then the Luos now don't have a candidate at the top there. The only candidate they have is the president, the presidential candidate with Raila Odinga. But in Nairobi, they don't have a top candidate there. So Luos, up to nearly 90% are likely to vote for Igathe. So I was looking at these numbers and trying to project them. So if these numbers remain the way they are, I don't see, Bernard, how Sakaja will beat Igathe come the 9th of August 2022. Let me just leave it at that, then I allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Oh, thank you Bwana Wangira kwa mchango wako, and I think let's ventilate on everything, even as we celebrate the life of the third president of the Republic of Kenya, Bwana Mourn Kibaki. The politics, of course, will come into play. The aspect of Nairobi and how Nairobi will be governed, I think, is something that we will ventilate on for a while before some of the residents of Nairobi come to terms with the changes. Because Wangira, if I would put something into what has transpired, is Igathe is a technocrat and is coming from the business world. He's not a politician per se. This Kaloki, I don't know him until I'm reading his name here. Is he from Nairobi? The politics of Nairobi are not for Jogoa Shamba. I think we are beginning to take on an assignment that was unnecessary, uncalled for, in terms of if we want to win the seat, we shouldn't take the hard road of getting a new candidate, branding the new candidate, selling him to the Nairobi, convincing Nairobians to accept him. It's a task that is uncalled for if we already have red-made candidates that have already been on the forefront. So hii homework tunajipatia, mimi naona haifai, lakini wacha tumsikilize Guru kwanza. Bwana Guru, namna gani?
Habari yenu?
Salama.
Yeah, Bernard.
Yes.
How are you?
Mimi iko mzima.
Wewe umetunyima ile nyumba ingine.
Sasa kuna there's communication breakdown. I am not in Nairobi. I am in Kimilili, and today I was doing street interviews. So
okay.
And also the aids. So I didn't have any communication. I'm learning from you that there was no show.
Unaona Rose hapo vile amekunini.
Tufanye kesho hiyo bali pa Pence Corner. Labda tufanye hiyo kwa sababu kama niko peke yangu siwezi run hii alafu run ingine italeta kizaza. Yes.
Rose sijui anataka kusema nini.
Okay.
Bernard. Sorry, wacha niitafie tu kidogo. Bernard, how are you? Bernard. Guru, unanisikia? Bernard.
Yes, nakusikia.
Okay. Nilikuwa nakuambia aje. Juu Mutembei alikuwa ametuambia, amesema utuwekee. Si unaweza kutuwekea alafu Guru atasimamia before Stone yakuje. Just requesting.
Shida ni kama nishaanza hii so itabidi nitoke kwa hii niweke hiyo kwanza ndio nirudi. Sasa nitoka hapa kutakuwaje? So subiri kwanza.
Wacha tu labda Mutembei atakuja basi, labda Mutembei atapata time. Okay, sawa tu. Okay.
Yes. Sababu angenipatia information ningeanza ile kwanza ndio ni sign out alafu nikuje kwa hii. But hold on, kama ikishindikana tutafanya hiyo show kesho saa ngapi? Saa 2, kwa sababu programu yangu kesho inaisha saa 8, so nitakuwa na muda mzuri wa kuanzisha hiyo by saa 2.
Okay, wacha niendelee basi. Sasa kitu kimoja ni kwamba huyu mzee ametuacha, mzee Mwai Kibaki alikuwa kiongozi wa kipekee Afrika na hata ulimwengu mzima, kwa sababu nadhani baada ya miaka 24 ya kuteseka na mambo mingi ya uchumi, ya kudhulumiwa na kuwa tu katika hali ya hatihati, nadhani watu walipumua wakati huyu mzee alichukua, na watu wakaanza kuwa na uwezo wa kujitafutia na nchi ikaanza kuinuka, na akaweza pia kufanya watu walipie ile wanafanya. Kitu moja namkumbuka nayo sana ni kulikuwa na watu wa particularly hii jamii ya Asia ambao hawakuwa wanalipa kodi. So alipokuja akaweka mikakati ya kuokota pesa, wengi wao ni walitoka kwa nchi hii, wakaenda wengine Namibia, wengine wakaenda South Africa. Sijui kama huko walienda kulipa ama hawalipi, lakini wengi walienda. Sasa kitu kimoja kilitokea baadaye ni kwamba wale walikuwa wamezaliwa hapo mbeleni kitambo, kama sisi tuliona kidogo ya Moi kutoka aingia akiwa kijana, ni kwamba Nairobi, ungeingia Nairobi wakati huo hujawahi kuwa Kenya, mtu alikuwa kama anaona kama amefika New Delhi, India, kwa sababu kila duka unaingia CBD ilikuwa imejazana na Wahindi. Si kusema kwamba mimi ni ama racist, no, ni kwamba hawakuwa wanafanya biashara ambayo ilikuwa inafaidi nchi, kwa sababu hawakuwa wanalipa kodi, lakini hata wao labda si kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka, ni kwa sababu ile serikali ilikuwa ya ufisadi. Kwa hivyo wao walikuwa wanapeana pesa kwa briefcase, halafu wanakaa bila kulipa. Kitu kimoja ambayo pia hiyo ni kusikia ni kwamba alipoingia kuna wale walijaribu kuenda kumpelekea pesa namna hiyo, na aliwaambia yeye pale yuko State House, hata yeye anangojea Wakenya wamlipie bills, kwa hivyo waende wao walipe wa serikali, atapata hiyo pesa na njia ingine. So alidiscourage hiyo maneno, ilikuwako wakati ya Moi, ambayo ilikuwa ni kuenda kuokota pesa na briefcase, halafu unaambia mtu asilipe pesa kwa serikali. Pia kitu kimoja ni kwamba wale wanajua sana ni kwamba vijana, alifungua njia ya vijana, hasa hii biashara ya bodaboda. Nadhani aliweka policies, na moja yao ni kutoa tu ushuru, halafu pikipiki ikawa ni kitu ambayo vijana wengi wangeweza kununua na wakapata ajira. Alafu kitu ingine hatuwezi sahau ni masomo. Wakati wetu tulikuwa tunalipa pesa tuition nini kutoka primary, na kuna watu walikuwa wanalemewa kabisa, wanakaa nyumbani. Kwa hivyo the 24 years ya hiyo mzee alikuwa hapo mbeleni, ni watu wengi sana hawakuenda shule, sio kwa sababu hawangetaka, ni kwa sababu hawangelipa, na hakuna mikakati serikali ilikuwa nayo ya kusaidia hawa. Kwa hivyo mzee alipoingia akaona hapana, wacha nisaidie as many as possible, ndio akasema kila mtu aingie kwa shule, yule mtoto amefikisha wakati yake ya umri. Wacha nigusie kidogo mambo ya Nairobi. Nairobi nadhani hii maneno imekwisha leo, na wale wanapiga propaganda kama ile nimesikia Wangira anasema hapo, watu wanapiga propaganda, hii haitasaidia, sababu hata ukiangalia saa hii ni ODM ndio wamepata zile viti nyingi, kwa sababu watapata women rep, wanapata senator na speaker wa assembly ya Nairobi. Hizo watapatiwa kulingana na ile mkataba wameweka. Kwa hivyo Wiper imepata ile deputy wa governor, na Jubilee wamepata hiyo governor. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia, sidhani watu isipokuwa wale walikuwa tu wanapiga propaganda. Yule alikuwa apigie Sakanja atampigia tu, lakini sione yule ataruka upande huo kwa hiyo maneno. Kwa hivyo nadhani mambo ilienda mzuri na imeangalia realities ya siasa yetu. Unajua kwamba Ngati ametoka hata yeye. Kwa hivyo unafikiri mtu ana ushawishi kama huyo hatasaidia. Kwa hivyo watu kama Kamanda na wengineo wakiwa hapo, hata wale wakuu atakuwa reluctant na kuwa kwamba Igathe si mwanasiasa sana, atasaidiwa na wale wazee wenye siasa, na atapenya huko kote, na hizo kura watasakanya na itajaa kwa chondo. Kwa hivyo mimi kwangu the thing is that is sealed. Hao watu wamekuwa mentioned leo watachukua hizo viti asubuhi asubuhi ya saa 2. Nadhani wacha nisimamia hapo kwa sasa. Taongea wakati mwingine. Asante.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Guru kwa maoni yako. Tunashukuru kwa hiyo summary nzuri, tukiendelea kusherehekea maisha ya rais wa 3 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya Bwana Mwai Kibaki, na tukichangia hapa na pale kuhusu siasa zetu na vile mambo yanaenda. Naulizwa Bungoma, ground ni vipi? Huku ground iko sawa. Nimefanya street interviews, nitapeperusha baadaye, labda kesho ama hiyo kesho kutwa. Lakini huko kuna Kenya Kwanza iko it's on the ground. We have people for Lusaka, and then Wangamati, then there is the pull and push between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. So in fact the street debate today almost we had exchange of fits between opposing parties. So nime line up bunge la mwananchi on Sunday. On this side we'll cover all of it. So tegea hapo tutakupatia vile picha ilivyo hapa Bungoma. Niko sehemu inaitwa Kimilili. So Kimilili inasemekana ni mahali pa kuzaliwa pa Lusaka. Kwa hivyo hawataki Wangamati, and then wanataka Lusaka, licha ya kuwa Lusaka naye anaya kwake. But we thank God for everything. Welcome Penny, Jared, Omar, Sylvester, Ruben. We appreciate you. Just before Penny comes in, let's listen from Mama Rose. Mama Rose, vipi? Pole, relax. Mic yako bado iko. Hapo sawa. Sorry, imekataa. Pole, bado.
Patia mtu.
Okay. Tuende kwa Penny, huyu mama akitengeneza gadget yake. Penny vipi?
Mzuri, long time.
Welcome back. Umekuja on the third day.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, okay.
Mm,
I can see the topic for today. Of course, we are mourning the demise of our lovely former president, Mr. Kibaki. And I think the times and life of Kibaki can be traced back to the moment when he was during the Kenyatta era, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. I can't really pinpoint a lot on that, but probably I'll move to the era when he was the deputy president, the vice president to Moi. He was he was a very temperate person. Yeah, he was able to manage his emotions. He was able to balance his work life, and we never saw him in any kind of confrontation with the President Moi. So I think there is something we can learn from that. That when you're an assistant, it calls for some self-control, because there are times you will find your senior or your boss doing things that are contrary to your opinion or contrary to your beliefs, but you play cool about them. So I think for that we have a lot to learn from him. And then also his character, he was not someone who was always talking a lot of words, despite the fact that he was very comical and he was full of humor. He never used very strong language, but despite this, he worked more than he talked. So I think our leaders have a lot to learn from that, and especially the ones who are fond of polarizing the nation. Your works will not be seen in how much you can talk. We have seen a lot of leaders who are promising heaven, but when we come to the times of elections, they keep giving promises upon promises. But President Kibaki did not give so much promises, but he really worked and achieved a lot, something that the whole world could see that he actually worked. And our whatever is it, the GDP, the growth of the GDP is something that we could boast about in the whole of the East African region. Our currency was one of the strongest in Africa. I remember even at that time, I think the Kenyan shilling was even way stronger than the Ghanaian cedis, which is contrary at this point. So we have a lot to learn from Kibaki, that despite the fact that he was not talking a lot, but he was always busy working. And then his consistency, his discipline, this is someone who believed in hard work. He was an entrepreneur before he came into politics. And once he came into politics, I think he did not so much concentrate on his building his empires, but he was a servant leader. So I think that is also something that our leaders need to emulate. This culture of being greedy. Once you're on top, you want to be the one to win all the tenders. You want to be the one supplying all the electricity poles. You want to be the one employing your children and their relatives in all top positions. I think we have a lot to learn from President Kibaki, that he did not use the opportunity as a president to build his empire. Yeah. So when you're chosen as a leader, your first duty is to serve the natives. Your first duty is to serve people and not to serve your business appetites. So there's a lot that we could say, but for the sake of this, my fellow panelists, I think I'll leave that at that. About Polycarp Igathe being in the race for governorship for Nairobi, for me, I think it's a plus, because a lot of the times you find that politicians have not been very well able to manage Nairobi as a county, because there is a lot. as it is said that politics is a dirty game. So when you combine politics and work, you find that there's a lot of politicking and there's less of work. So for me, I think someone like Polycarp Igathe is a professional, and is also an administrator. So for me, I think it's a big plus for Nairobi and the country as a whole. And I will use the analogy of a football team in trying to, understand both sides of the political divide. It is not important who holds what position, but as long as a team you believe that you have men and women of integrity who are able to serve, and they meet the minimum requirements, in terms of academics and their character, then it's not so important who goes for what position. I think that should cease, because that is what is causing a lot of wrangles, even in terms of who wants to be the DP. I don't think that is important. The most important thing is for these people to ensure
Penny seems to have technical hitch. Paul, I think you need to sort that and then get back. Thank you very much. Naomba tuende kwa nani huyu? Jared, vipi?
Hey, Bernard, how are you doing? You can hear me?
I'm well. Penny, you seem to have a technical hitch. I don't know. If it's sorted, you can conclude before Jared comes in.
I was saying is that it's not so important who holds what position, but first and foremost, the team must first concentrate on making the team to win. It doesn't matter who takes what position. Why would you be so selfish to an extent that you want to be the one to hold a certain position, and you don't look at the consequences? So I will call upon the Azimio team, especially with regards to this DP issue and a lot of the other things that have come up at this time, that they should first put their interests. They should first shelve their interests and work out strategies that will ensure a win. Like, for instance, a lot of people are arguing that if Kalonzo is given the DP position and then Ruto is left with the entire of central Kenya, he will carry the day. So I think that is not necessarily I'm just using it as an example. So I think these people should be very sober-minded. They need to be very sober and look at the implications of the choices that they're going to make as we approach the elections. For Team Wanyonyi, just like I've said, that it's not important what position, it's not about self-interest, but it's about servant leadership. So if going back to Westlands is what can enable Azimio to strategize and to ensure that they're gonna garner a lot of votes in Nairobi, then so be it. I don't see anything wrong with it, because it's not about Team Wanyonyi getting what he wants, but it's also about agreeing to a strategy that is going to give the entire team a win. Yeah. So the Azimio people should be very, very sober-minded and mindful. Don't go for yourself that at my age I need to be a DP, at my age I need to be this and this, I should be a governor, but rather think of the implications. Yeah. So
Asante Penny.
Yeah.
Let's reserve the rest for the next one. Asante. Nani huyu? Jared, namna gani?
Yeah, Paul, thanks, panelists, Mr. Wangera, Penny, Omal, and the rest. I would not say that what happened today with the former president. I will not say we're mourning. In fact, we should be celebrating. Some of us, we might try to have even half of those. We may not get those years and what he has been able to accomplish through his life. He has gone all the way to where any man would want to get to, and he has accomplished at every stage he has been. So we should celebrate with the former president what he has already done. His legacy continue to live on. You see everybody clapping in, saying it's the best president they might have had, but that is not here, not there. But we can celebrate for what God has been able to give him all this life. The only thing I noticed when Baba went to live in our home, I don't know if we noticed that the KDF saluted to Baba, which is to tell a lot of things that even the KDF are, are aware of what is happening. Just a second, Bernard, I need to take this call. Maybe if somebody can take off.
Jared and overreading. It's okay. Bwana Omar, vipi? Wale watu mko nyuma ya curtain, tuko karibu kufagia, tafadhali. You don't have to stay behind the curtain. The screen is dark. You are causing problems. Bwana Omar.
Niambie Bernard. Habari yako?
Niko salama, namna gani?
Niko vizuri. Umetoka karibu, tumetoka kidogo kula. Karibu.
Uko kwa saumu.
Bernard.
Okay, Bernard, if I can finish, it's okay. The other one I started, you can continue.
Omar, wewe maliza kula, wacha Jared amalize kuongea.
Nimeshamaliza, nilikuwa naoga mkono. Sasa
I have two ready people who are next to each other. Simkubaliane katikati yenu consensus.
Okay, nimepitisha mkono nikasema ngoje kidogo. So Omar, if you don't mind, you can come after I finish.
Maoni yangu ilikuwa
okay, go
maoni
ahead.
yangu ilikuwa
Fanya hivi Omar, subiri kwanza, subiri Jared amaliza, alikuwa shaanza. Alafu utakuja.
Sawa basi. Sawa basi.
Okay, so as I was saying, Bernard, that was just a sidebar, just saying that, when KDF salutes to you, is that a realization which has come that, hey, this is our next boss. They don't just salute to anybody. But now, going to what is happening in Nairobi, we have to look deeper into Nairobi, what is happening there with these arrangements. One, we should not only look at it's unfortunate that we look where these people come from, but we should also have some faith in His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. When he saw that Nairobi was going on a long way, he brought the body. And I believe that back on his mind with Baba, they don't want to lose what Nairobi has gained. Those of you who have been there will acknowledge that Nairobi has made some steps with Badi. And he has realized that unless we deal with Nairobi as a business entity, without bringing the politics into it, we can continue what already Bati and this NMS will leave or hand over. So to me, I think for these next 5 years, from their perspective, this was not the peak of a normal governor as a politician, but this is the continuation of NMS so that we can realize the plan of making sure that the capital city gains on all the status, remains on the status of what a city should be, a capital city of not only in Kenya, but of East Africa. And I believe from that point, Igathe would be the man to do that. Also, if it was for politics, yes, I agree that Wanyonyi could have been the man to do that. But also look at it this way. When it comes to the governorship, already we have Sakaja. We can put Sakaja, Kiprotich, or wherever it is, but many believe that Sakaja is a Luya. So if you have two Luyas, probably they will split. And then Sakaja also has met some friends from the Mount Kenya and all that. So I think the calculation might be that if we put straight away a person from Central Kenya versus a person from the Luya, if the Luya as a prop majorly goes to Sakaja, but we have the Kikuyu also realize to go to their man, plus all of these other, the Kamba is coming in, there is a Luo, there is the other one, we will still retain that seat, rather than having it split down and then maybe. So there are so much which goes beyond that. The only thing I might lead into this, you know, sometimes when you look at the bigger picture, you let some small fights, you let some small fights, you leave them to win. This giving a deputy governorship to the Kamba is not a good sign for Kalonzo. In my estimation, it's not a good sign to Kalonzo. He might be celebrating today, but this is a sign to show that, hey, we already taken care of the Kambas as far as Nairobi is concerned. This shows that the running mate might be running away from Kalonzo. That's why they let him to win today, so that tomorrow, when it comes another one, you don't suffer twice. And also, look at how they shift out the two women. There was a serious candidate, a woman from Nairobi, having not said anything about or even a consideration for her to be even a running mate. We also see that they might have already come down to between Martha Karua and this the woman left from Murang'a, Sabina Chege. Don't be counting Sabina Chege out. Never count Sabina Chege out. She might be the cool cat who will come and say, hey, nobody's going to complain about. That's what I'm leading from what I see. When it comes to Tim, I honestly agree with Tim. And this is what has also been bothering me about Kalonzo Musyoka. If you want the leadership of the country, Wanyonyi knows what he wants. He wants to be a governor of Nairobi. Don't be a running mate. There is no good experience of being a running mate to take over. In fact, you come from outside. So Wanyonyi said, I don't want to go to be the behest of another man, success or failure. Let me go back to be a member of parliament, continue what I'm doing, then I will come to fight another day. I think that was a wise thing to do, because I have not seen much success of a debut taking over. I keep asking myself, there are so many counties which have done very well, Makueni, Kakamega, even Machakos. But do you see any running mate trying to take over so that you could expect the running mate to be the forefront so that they can continue with the development? But it doesn't work that way. So even Kalonzo, seeing what is happening even to William Ruto today, I would be the last person who want to be Raila's running mate. In fact, I would be trying to be out. I would be saying I want to be a powerful cabinet minister. Then I will come back. Or he could be a speaker. Then he can come for another day. But that is up to him. That's my take on what is happening on those three things, Bernard. So HAVI can continue crying. He knows that his goose is cooked already. He's going home. He's not going to compete with Wanyonyi. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Jared, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Naomba tumsikilize Omar.
Bernard.
Yes sir.
Habari yako?
Niko salama nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Watu jambo? Wangangana na Ramadhani. Sina machache ya kuongea, na kwanza nitaanza kushukuru Mwenyezi Mungu, tumefunga vizuri na tunaenda mwisho kumaliza. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu sana. Sasa nikianza katika politics ya kabla sijaanza siasa, acha tumpatie pole sana family ya Kibaki, na Kibaki ametoa hii nchi mbali. Tunamkumbuka Kibaki sana kwa economy, tunamkumbuka Kibaki sana. Maisha wakati wa Kibaki ilikuwa ni maisha ilikuwa ni rahisi sana, na huyu mzee tutamkumbuka. Kutoa hii nchi ilikuwa kwa mkononi ya Nyayo, nchi ilikuwa imeharibika sana, na kubadilisha hii nchi pali alifikisha. Kibaki amefanya mambo nyingi sana, na tunapatia familia yake pole, na sisi Waislamu pia tunawapatia family pole sana katika hii mwezi wa Ramadhani. Ile kitu naweza kuzungumza katika siasa ya leo, governor, mambo ya Nairobi tumesha lock. Kama kuna siasa huku na huku, wengine wanasema kura ya Waluya hatutapatia Azimio, wamesaliti Wanyonyi, yani mambo nyingi sana, lakini ni mambo ya aina misingi, kwa sababu ukiangalia mambo aina misingi, kwa sababu huyu Sakaja wanasema ni Mluya, wengine wanasema ni Mkalenji. Kabila mbili hizi kaongoza Nairobi yani pamoja, mmoja lazima step down. Kama Wanyonyi alikuwa amekampeni sana, lakini vile wenyewe wamepanga, tulikuwa tunataka hivyo, kwa sababu wote wangesimama ingeleta shida Nairobi. Hii Kenya kwanza ingechukua viti nyingi sana, tungetaka kusimama kila mtu. Sasa mambo ya Nairobi tumemaliza. Ile nilikuwa nasema pia tumemweka Kalonzo pia katika ajisikie yuko Azimio. Naona deputy governor Wakamba pia si wachache Nairobi, Wakamba ni wengi sana Nairobi. Mtu asidhani Wakamba ni kidogo, Wakamba ni wengi Nairobi. Hiyo tumeshukuru kwa hiyo plan wamepanga. hiyo sio mbaya, wacha tuone vile itakuwa. Na kitu ingine kuhusu deputies, kabla tujaenda upande wa deputies, naona mzee wakati amesha lock Nairobi leo ameenda US I think, nimemuona akisafiri. Tunamuombea safari njema. Nasikia Wakenya wanamgojea huko wengi. Na tukienda upande ya deputies, upande mbili, Kenya kuisha na hii Azimio. Mimi upande ya Azimio nimesema mara nyingi sana. I think mnaweza kukubaliana na mimi, kama wale watakubaliana na mimi, kila mtu na maoni yake. Mimi nina wasiwasi katika upande ya Azimio, upande ya deputy president. Nilisema hii kitu kitambo kuhusu deputy president, lazima wafocus sana, kwa sababu kama Kenya kwanza ni wana support, yani support, nguvu zao zote ziko central. Mimi sioni haja Azimio kutoa deputy central. Bado wanasema Martha Karua, hata kama Martha Karua kuna ile influence ya wanawake, lakini mimi sioni ni muujiza gani itatokezea, kwa sababu hii nilizungumza kuanzia kitambo. Sioni kama Raila anaweza kupata kura kutoka Mount Kenya, kwa sababu Mount Kenya already imeshachukuliwa na DP vile ameongea, amekampeni hiyo miaka yote huko, hiyo Mount Kenya imeenda hivyo. Sioni Raila kuchukua, kama DP atachukua deputy central, sioni Azimio ikichukua deputy central tena, yani tuseme deputy inachukuliwa sehemu moja. Hiyo hata mimi nimepiga hiyo hesabu, nikapiga hesabu ya Martha Karua. Okay, Martha Karua anaweza kuleta influence katika wanawake, lakini ukiangalia between Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka anaweza kuleta kura za Wakamba, si Wakamba peke yake Ukambani, Kenya mzima Wakamba, ama Wakamba si Kenya peke yake, wako nchi tofauti. Nchi tofauti, Kalonzo anaweza kuleta kura ya Wakamba block 2,000,000, hata zaidi ya 2,000,000. Lakini Martha Karua, tukisema hii kiti tupatie Martha Karua, na already Kenya kwanza iko na influence Mount Kenya. Kidogo nilikuwa nimejaribu kuuliza mama kadhaa, kuna wanawake kadhaa wa Kikuyu, nikauliza mnaonaje Raila akichukua Martha Karua kutoka Mount Kenya akuwe deputy yake? Ile kitu wanawake waliniambia watapigia Martha Karua. Hiyo ndio mambo waliniambia. Sasa mimi nikaona na hiyo kitu nilizungumza kitambo, tukikosa kupatia Kalonzo Musyoka tutalose kura ya Wakamba nyingi sana, na Wakamba si kidogo, Wakamba ni wengi. Tusidharau kura ya Wakamba. Hiyo ndio at least tukimpatia, kama Ruto atatoa central, wacha Azimio itoe Ukambani deputy, at least hiyo kura ikuwe ni block. Kwa sababu kama tutatoa sote tunatoa central na tunaacha Ukambani, kwa sababu already central imeshachukuliwa na Kenya kwanza. Kafai, maoni yangu mimi mwenyewe, na nilizungumza kwanza kitambo, hii deputy kama mnaweza kwa hii inaweza kuongea na Bernard, kama unaweza kufikisha mbele hii maoni. Nimepiga hizo hisabu kuanzia kitambo, nilikuwa nimeanza kupiga hizo hisabu. Tukifanya mistake, kura ya Wakamba tutakosa, na hiyo kura ya Wakamba milioni 2 si kidogo, ni nyingi sana. Sioni kama tuko na nguvu sana kusema deputy iende Central, Kenya Kwanza ichukue Central, tena sisi tuchukue Central, aingii kwa akili. Afadhali kiti iende Ukambani. Hiyo tu Bernard.
Okay, Bwana Omar. Tukichukua Central, nao wachukue Central, tunagawa kura ya Central. Kura ya Central ikigawa, tuko na balance.
Na uko sure Bernard, tutachukua ile percent inatakikana kweli? Hello.
Ni kama Bernard ameshika kidogo. Omar.
Unajua
kuna ile kitu wanasema mtu akupatia 100% shareholding ya kioski ya ile iko naitwanga aje N Street in Nairobi there, na kuwa na 1% shareholding of Safaricom. That's so the 2 million votes you are talking about in Ukambani, already we have a good share. Tumewapatia, kama ni wale wako Nairobi, tumewapatia a running mate in Nairobi. So that is a vote you already got. There are people who are already supporting. But the big basket is in Mount Kenya. Whether you get 10%, or actually I was calculating almost 10 or something percent, it might surpass what you're getting from. Now we're not looking at 2 million. We're looking, without picking Kalonzo Musyoka, how many votes can we lose? Will we lose around 1 million or 500? Okay, if you get 5% or 10% from Mount Kenya, will it pass that 500? That's how you look at it. Because it's not like you don't have anything from Ukambani. You already have something from Ukambani. And there is something which people are forgetting. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has not gone round Mount Kenya. Things will change. When he would say, we have Nairobi, okay? We have the deputy president, okay? What do you want, okay? So that, don't forget about that. So I still believe that, in fact, also another aspect, when you pick a woman, and people will not look Martha Karua as a Kikuyu. They will see a woman running mate, deputy president, first, before they even look at what is the tribe. And that will go along all these other places to be able to get some votes, the women votes. There will be a reason for a woman saying, for once, can we vote for one of ourselves? Because this is not many years back. Now you see women agitating for the 2/3 gender. And any small step you make towards making that a reality, they will go along to them, because there are more women who have come out to try to synthesize other women that we need to be in leadership. So I think if you want to fail, is when you wanna appoint.
Okay, my mom alikuwa anataka kusema kitu, imekatika kwa mwenzangu.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Mama Rose, go ahead.
Mimi na okay. Nilikuwa nasema aje, nimjibu huyu kwanza. Unasema ati Mount Kenya wasichukue running mate from Mount Kenya. Mnanisikia kwanza? Hello?
Yeah, tunasikia.
Okay.
Yeah,
sasa ikiwa hawezi kuchukua running mate from Mount Kenya, interest yetu ya watu wa Mount Kenya, mimi as Kikuyu, itakuwa nini kwa Azimio? Because haiwezi kuwa ati interest ya Wakikuyu ati ni Polycarp Igathe peke yake, haiwezekani. Sasa wacha nikwambie, asipochukua running mate kutoka Afrika, mini Central, Azimio atakuwa ameruzi kabisa. Wacha nikwambie, unaweza kuona kura za Kalonzo, lakini pia usione ati ni Kalonzo tu. Kuna watu wengine huko wako na kura, kuna Ngiro wako huko wako na kura, kuna Kivutha na kuna wengine. Siku hizi Kalonzo hana hizo kura nyingi vile kama zamani. So all together na lazima achukue mtu kutoka Central, na either Martha Karua ama Sabina Wanjiru Chege. Hata Munya ako na kura anyway, lazima achukue mtu kutoka Central. Kwa hiyo kiti ya nani, naye hata kama Uda watachukua Auman, ina depend anachukua Auman mgani, sababu kuna mtu mwingine anaweza kuchukua huyo Uda na watu hata wasimpigie, na tena watu wasiseme ati sahi ati hakuna kura kwa ground. Watu wamechange, si siku ile zamani kulikuwa ati ni Uda 100%. Si hata mliona nomination ilikuwa namna gani? Sasa kumechange. Kwa hivyo hatuwezi kusema ati hakuta kuchukuliwa mtu wa Central. Tunataka hizo za Central zichanganywe na zile zitapatikana Ukambani na zile zitatoka Kisii na kwingine, then Raila atakuwa na 60% ama 70% more or less. Lakini hatuwezi kusema ati tume accept defeat already ati sababu ati mwingine achukue. Wacha huo mwingine achukue. Wacha hata Ruto achukue huo Central. Ndio hizo kura za Central wacha tuzigawanye, tusimpatie zote. Akichukua hata ndio vizuri. Achukue huko na mwingine achukue huko. Hizo kura zote milioni 5 zigawanyike. Ndio ule achukue yake na sisi tupate yetu pia. Sababu Wakikuyu pia wamegawanyika. Kuna wale wa upande ule na kuna wale wa mlengo mwingine. Hata kwake Nandi kuna wale wa mlengo ya nini? Sio watu wa Nandi wote wanampenda, hapana. Kuna wale wako upande wa Azimio. Sasa mimi ningesema tuchanganye. Waweke nani Polycarp Igathe wa kwanza amefanya kitu kizuri. Isipokuwa mimi huyu Mkamba ameletwa na Kalonzo, huyo mimi ni mara yangu ya kwanza kumsikia leo. Mimi msijawahi kumsikia, huyo anaitwa Kata sijui nani. Lakini ingekuwa ni timu Wanyonyi na Polycarp Igathe, ingekuwa usubuhi na mapema. Lakini sasa sijui Wanyonyi walimwambia namna gani, maybe atapatiwa kiti kubwa kwa bunge ama ni nini, lakini hawezi enda tu hivyo bure. Kuna ile kitu alipewa na ile agreement aliweka, sababu angewacha tu hivyo. Lakini ingekuwa ni Polycarp Igathe na timu Wanyonyi, hiyo ingeingia tu mara moja usubuhi. Lakini sasa naye Kalonzo unaona aliingia juzi na pia anataka kuwa ndani, hataki kuachwa. Na yeye kila saa ni spoiler. Sasa ona Mombasa amepatiwa huo Sonko wake. Na huo Sonko usubuhi na mapema atakuwa hata namba 10 huko. Hata chaguliwa na mtu Mombasa. Kwa hiyo kiti ya Mombasa Azimio hiyo wametupa. Labda mtu mwingine tu aingie tu huko apigane na Sonko, lakini hiyo ya Mombasa hiyo imeenda hivyo. Ama mnaona namna gani? Hiyo haitaingia. Hiyo imeenda hivyo. Hiyo imeenda na Uda. Sababu Sonko sasa kulingana na kesi zake za corruption na nini, hiyo sioni ikichukuliwa na Azimio, never. Lakini hii ya Nairobi, wacheni tusekie hii ya Nairobi, na the president. That is the most important thing. Ya Nairobi na the president. Hiyo ni most important thing. Sasa zingine tutakuwa tukichagia baadaye. Ati nini madam?
Yeah, that's how I was saying. Unaona sasa team Azimio, this infighting of I want to be this, I want to be this. You know, at the same time you want to be this, are you thinking of the implications? Unataka kuwa deputy president and then you want to leave Ruto with the whole of Central, and you know Ruto is not a joker. He's a very vibrant politician. That one you have to give him a thumbs up where he deserves. So ukimwachia hizi kura zote ati tumeshapata ya Ukambani, it is for us to tell Kalonzo, can you be sober minded? You know, it is not about you, it is about Kenya. Unaona? Ebu kaa hapa, tutafute kura ya Central, and then after that, let's talk about that later. But if we have this
Exactly.
ego,
Kalonzo
no, if we have this
Kalonzo
ego, I want to be,
hata ni kama Kalonzo ametumwa huko alete kuchanganisha,
in fact,
kuharibu.
since before Kalonzo joined Azimio, before Kalonzo joined Azimio, Raila was leading in the poll. After he has joined, is when now they are going down, because they are spending a lot of time solving problems, what belongs to who. And I think Azimio team, if they don't wake up, I think they are a fodder for Ruto. Then Ruto take presidency if they are jokers, because the length of time that they are taking to solve their DP issues and who takes what position, it is more about individualism. Mi nita benefit nini? Umejua mtu hataki kuangalia mi nikichukua hii VP o DP, Central itaenda na mtu mmoja. Central ni 5 million votes. Yeah. I think Kenyans, we need to sober up.
Lakini wacha nikwambie, na sisi tuko na mtu smart pale chess player. Hata hiyo Mombasa lazima tutaweka Jubilee. Hatuwezi kuachia Sonko peke yake, sababu Sonko atatolewa. Lazima mtu wa Jubilee akuwe pale ndio achukue hiyo kiti. Otherwise tukiachia Sonko tumeachia Ruto. Na Ruto is no joke. We have to play our cards.
They are spoilers. They are spoilers. They are spoilers when wamekuja hapa.
Sonko amekuja ametumwa na Ruto. Sonko na Kalonzo ni watu wa Ruto. Msiwachukue kama ni watu wenyu. Wale ni watu wako kama spies. I'm telling you, na then mtanikumbuka. Kule Sonko Mombasa tusimwachie, lazima awekeo mdume mwingine, asiwekeo wa UDA wa ODM, lakini awekeo wa Jubilee. Sababu yes amesimama na chama ya Kalonzo. Yes.
How many campaigns has Kalonzo attended? He has not attended any campaign. It's all been about him, and now the Azimio are trailing behind Ruto because of Kalonzo, and they are still bado wanambembeleza, you know.
Yeah.
We have Bindu, we have Mutua, and we have Kibwana. You want to tell me these three governors are so silly? They are still combining whatever votes in Ukambani. So the more Azimio team continue massaging Kalonzo's ego with the idea of VP, DP, I think the earlier they release him, the better. But the longer
ebu niwaulize, kwa nini Sonko hakwenda kusimama Ukambani? Angeenda Ukambani, alirudi Mombasa kufanya nini? Angeenda Ukambani. Sasa ameenda kushika tu kule ndio ashikie Ruto. Ndio hata akianguka ajue ni mtu wake ameenda. No. Lazima Jubilee waweke mtu wake kule. Sonko angeenda kusimama Ukambani, apewe hiyo tiketi ya Ukambani huko, at least akaongea na Wakamba wao huko. Wangemchagua. Sasa Mombasa ameenda Mombasa, anakaa Mombasa, nani anamjua Mombasa? Hapo ni kadi zimechezwa na Ruto. People have to be very smart. Otherwise tukicheza watu Azimio wasipojipanga vizuri, Ruto wako katika mchezo huu wetu ndani, hakuna panya ameweka huku ndani na muangalilia. We have to be very smart. We have to be very very smart. Otherwise hiyo haiwezekani. Tumwambie kitu Simon kabla ama Wakesa.
Mama unateta nini?
Sasa
hata time yangu iko imefika, ni mtu ameniambia hapo niongee, sasa ndio time yangu imefika.
Nimewasikia.
Ndio anasema aje? Wekesa.
Ngoja kidogo. Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana.
Poa.
Mzuri.
Ndio mami.
Naona blackout imerusha Bernard out, so nimekama.
Okay.
But even as you contribute, it's good to have the whole information. In Mombasa, the Azimio candidate is Abdul Muswad. Abdul Muswad Nasir. Abdul Samad Nasir. Sonko has just gone there with the last minute with Kalonzo, but the Azimio candidate is Abdul Masad. And unajua tu Mombasa iko na wenyewe, so you don't just go there and then scoop for the name Sonko is big in Nairobi. I don't think it's big in Mombasa.
Yeah.
So it's kupatie sleepless night sana. and Mombasa is sorted. So,
but this is what I've been saying. Angeenda akasimame kwa Ukambani.
Okay. Anyway, according to the constitution, you have a right. You know, he stayed in Mombasa and he has a right to choose where
But if
he thinks he can make it. And
if he truly believes in their coalition, why is he is going to contribute to the dividing of the votes between the ODM candidate and him and Wiper? So is he working for the interest of the coalition, or he's been sent there to spoil? Yeah, much as he has the rights, why is he going there to present his candidature?
I think
Because sasa wale Wakamba wako huko wa nini? Yeah.
No, I think you guys, you need to know there's something that happened between when we had our KICC meeting. The first thing is that was the first council meeting. The second meeting, the meeting appointed the following dockets. There will be a disciplinary committee. There will be a coalition, whatever dispute board. There will be a coalition that will manage about even candidates. We haven't reached there where they settle na wanasema Mombasa, we want this. And that's where they are going. Initially, who is that?
Wakeza.
Yes.
This is Jared.
Yeah.
I can answer that. In fact, that is the stupid way of how Kalonzo negotiates. I don't think he's serious in Mombasa. He was just bringing this Sonko to Mombasa so that in negotiating for Nairobi deputy governor, he would say, ODM, you have Mombasa. Now you cannot have again in Nairobi. That is just a way of negotiating. But I don't think Kalonzo has got a big problem, which I hope that we did not have to pick him. But that is the negotiating. He's doing that intentionally so that if you remember,
I think you guys also need to see.
Also, there is a time he said, what did he say?
I'm saying you guys also need to see. There are changing times. When you see these guys have a meeting, even when you see the last meeting, the tone of Kalonzo had changed. I think these things came when they have not had meetings and people are having fears and what is my stake? What do I tell my people? But as they are negotiating, who knew that they will broker a deal in Nairobi? They have brokered it. Let them negotiate. And we should not see everybody trying to look for space as a spoiler. And then why did we go for them? We went for these people and they are also looking for political space. So when they come in, you don't expect that they come and don't contest. But when they come in, if we got that truth, even when you go to Western, there were issues with the DAP and ODM. So it's only that they haven't magnified the way, because Kalonzo is a national figure, you see them. But if you go on the ground, there are those power plays. When you go to Homa Bay, there was a problem with Siaya, UDM and ODM, that share seat. So let's say this, Papa created so many parties, but now they have created a management body to handle all those disputes. At the end of the day, they will have to agree and move as one team, because we can't be giving birth to children and be whipping them or we expect them not to speak. So let them find space, and democracy demands that there is space. Even in the parties where people are not talking, the people are going independent. What if Songo never joined Wiper but went independent in Mombasa? You will still have a problem there. So for me, let them, everybody who has shown interest, let them be there. But at the end of the day, we want them to agree and give us a way forward. We are happy that they are having meetings. So these meetings should now bear fruit. Initially, there were those squabbles and there were no meetings. So we were worried what is going on. But right now they are coming out in meetings with solutions. And even the running mate issue, which was a big problem, after the meetings, it's taking shape, and we are happy for the development.
Afrika ya
Okay.
Nairobi.
Nini?
Wekesa,
Yes.
hebu
Yes.
nikuuliza, kwani show
Who
yetu
was to
imeanza
speak
ama
first?
show yetu
Si ndio
imeanza leo?
nauliza, who was to start here?
Ilikuwa nani? Mutembei alikuwa amesema ati yako mahali amechelewa, tuanziwe na Bernard. Bernard naye akasema hakuna mtu akumshikilia. Mimi naona watu wako hapa wametoroka. Kwani imeanza?
No, show as long as it's live imeanza. There is no imeanza. So
ilikuwa ijaanza.
no, iko live. Iko live. I've been watching
iko live.
Yes.
Ya Kikuyu?
Oh, I don't know if there is another show. I didn't know.
Yeah, kuna kuwaga ya Friday.
Let me check for you, but who was to start here? I got all of you here.
Mtembei ndiye anaanzaga anatuachia alafu anaenda.
Anasema hapa who was supposed to speak?
Mimi ndio nilikuwa nikiongea. Mimi ndio nilikuwa naongea juu nilikuwa nimejibu swali.
Okay, so you can finish your part for that.
Imeanza?
You have 1 or 2 clips. I'm checking for you. You just continue.
Okay. Sasa umesikia Penina, is it Penina ama ni Penny?
Yeah, Penny.
So kama Nairobi ule mtu amefanya hiyo mastermind ya watu kuelewana Nairobi, huyo ni Master Chase. Hiyo ya Nairobi nilikuwa naona kama hawataelewana kabisa. Sababu timu Wanyonyi walikuwa wangumu, everybody was hard. Lakini at the end wameongea na wameelewana. So to me at least I'm happy. Lakini huyu kata tumeletewa hapo, mimi sijui kama ni right hand wa Sonko ama ni nani, mimi simjui, sijai hata kumsikia milele. But I hope si mtu wa Sonko. But anyway, wacha tuseme imekuwa vizuri leo. Anyway, wacha nipatie familia ya Kibaki pole and the whole entire country. We have lost a hero. We loved him, but God loved him more. Alitupatia watoto masomo ya bure. We remember him for that, especially the parents. Sababu kuna mtu ambaye angesoma kama sio Kibaki. Lakini sasa watu wamesoma because of that. May he shine on his way. Hatuwezi sema kitu kingine. Just that for now. Aya, Smith. Bye.
What will you remember Kibaki for?
I'll remember Kibaki for the school free school fees ya watoto. Si ndiye alileta hiyo school nini? Na economy yake ile ilikuwa 2020 to 2013. And I also remember he was the vice president for 10 years during Moi's time. Lakini sana sana hii wakati alileta masomo ya bure ya shule as a primaries. Oh, that one was wonderful. Kila mtu atamkumbuka kwa hiyo. Sababu life has been tough, lakini tangu sasa alipeana hiyo, maisha ikakuwa at least nyororo kidogo. So, tutamkumbuka pia na economy. Na tena nitamkumbuka ile siku. Sasa ile alikuwa anatetea bibi yake anasema I have only one wife. Na my dear wife Lucy na hana mwingine. So, Kibaki was a good guy. Na pia hata Mungu amembariki. 90 years is no joke anyway. Mtu hawezi ishi milele. So may he shine on his way. Tulimpenda lakini Mungu akampenda zaidi. That's enough for now.
Okay, thank you. Smith, you are the second person in this studio, the order of coming.
I came long.
Okay.
I came long ago, but since 1 hour, I haven't said a word. Allow me first to pass my condolences. allow me to pass my condolences to myself, to the family of Mourn Kibaki and Kenya at large. Why I'm saying this is because we have really lost a great person, and we celebrate the life of Kibaki. And may he shine on his way, just as Mama has said earlier. And may God bless us with such kind of leaders as time goes by. One surprising thing, according to how I've had the discussion, is that the future, the young people we are motivating today will have a great problem to deal with. The problem again we are recreating. One of the problems that we are recreating is that we are putting more emphasis on the tribal lineups rather than focusing and ensuring that we put more emphasis on politics of ideologies. You see, when you talk of underestimating, or rather putting more blames on Kalonzo Musyoka, yes, he's a partner. You get into marriage with somebody, and it's like, what? Am I really going to survive in this marriage? This guy is here to make my life harder. Yet when you agreed to be in marriage or to become partners, it was to make things better. So I think it's high time that Azimio, you guys, you need to wake up and work out your plans properly, because I think one characteristic of the Azimio, according to the ODM, how it has been, they want things to go according to how they want it to be. And I think you should now listen to Kalonzo also. Give him a hearing. Just don't judge everything he's doing. You need him. Kalonzo is now a national leader. So don't judge it just based on what the community is coming from. When Kalonzo, remember that Kalonzo has been deputizing Raila all along. So when you say, and also remember that Kalonzo was there with the Mourn Kibaki. So you can't underestimate Kalonzo Musyoka. And just to say that for Sonko to go to Mombasa, it's an advantage, added advantage to Kenya Kwanza, I may say so, which I appreciate on our side, because as for me, I'm supporting Kenya Kwanza. In 2017, I supported Raila Odinga because of the ideologies I believed in. And right now, I'm supporting Kenya Kwanza because of the ideologies. And something that many people are getting to forget, that in 2013, it was Uhuru Kenyatta versus Raila Odinga, and not Ruto versus Raila Odinga. So this time around, it's Ruto versus Raila Odinga, and the political dynamics are changing. For Nairobi, we also have the hustler narrative. Remember that you remember that if in Nairobi you strongly believe that you have your cartels to take over, allow me to call them cartels according to how the layman will take it, because they believe that Sonko was not that corrupt but was being fought by the system, which they believe Uhuru is part of. So if the game goes that way, and I want to say that the constitution was not wrongly placed when we gave the position of governorship to be political. So let us not rule out that governor should be somebody who is elected and become a governor through a political process. And becoming a political process, it simply means that somebody must be able to be a team player. And you can see how, maybe I can say how Dr. Kidero used to play it. Though again, he has gone back to Homa Bay County, is playing it nicely there. So let us appreciate the political process. Let us not just be people who doubt any other person else, and kindly let us shy away from politics zile zenye we want to now to encourage people to debate based on the community. Let us try harder to appreciate that we make politics be something that unites us. And when we shy away from discussing it based on the community or analyzing that where this person came from, then we may end up having a nicer country than we can ever imagine. Thank
Okay,
you.
Smith, I would wish to interrupt you. You have said that we should focus more on leadership, politics of ideology. And one thing you're failing to understand is that both me and you, we come from places, we come from regions. And in politics, if our regions are not given a representation, and the reason why we even fought for the 2010 constitution was for devolution. What is devolution? To have equitable resources distributed so that you are not having other regions being left behind. So for us to come here and lie to ourselves that we will not look at the politics of regions and communities, I think it's hypocrisy of the highest degree. Yeah, we all come from places and we want these places to be equally represented in the national cake. So, and that is why we cannot keep having leadership coming from one region all the time. We cannot keep having, the whole 50% of the government going to one community under the guise of ideology. So I wonder what ideology you are talking about when you say that.
I want to ask you something, Penny. Now look at a situation like where I come from. I do come from Homa Bay County. The situation under which we are now going through, we have Dr. Kidero, and we also have Right Honorable Gladys Wanga. So Gladys Wanga is running for the gubernatorial position using the ODM ticket under the Azimio. And here we have got Dr. Kidero going for the same position, but as an independent candidate. Now, when we weigh, when you look at this, we are all coming from the same county, but we try to analyze for the sake of peace and to see that others don't inua, tunasemanga usiinue shoka kwa mwenzako just because of political difference. You realize that Homa Bay County, even the referral hospital, in fact, you can shy off even to say to somebody else when you are in other places to say that you come from Homa Bay County. In fact, it's sad to mention Homa Bay County when you are seated next to people coming from Siaya. So you realize that if you keep on saying that you play politics of regions, let us now focus on politics of county instead of now mentioning tribes. Because when you mention tribes, somebody you may say that comes from Luo or from Nyanza, but these guys are really suffering. Now look at the same scenario. The Kikuks have been having the president from their region, and Uhuru Kenyatta have been the president for the last 10 years. But now look at it. When we have a fuel shortage, it is everywhere in the country. It's just about the brain. If you have somebody dumb is dumb. And I want to say that I'm not really a proud person to support Uhuru Kenyatta, though I know that Nyanza voted by not voting for Uhuru Kenyatta. And for people to just sit around and keep on tolerating and say that President Uhuru Kenyatta is the best leader, the president we have ever had. As a young person, I'll not be proud in the future to say that I can proudly say that we once had a President Uhuru Kenyatta to be our president, because during his tenure, it's when now we are realizing that we had the best president who was Moi Kibaki. Were it not for the failures of President Uhuru Kenyatta, we couldn't have even realized how Kibaki was great. So let us appreciate that at this time that we have made a mistake, and not allow that to take over again.
Smith, you have
Yes.
been asked a very direct question. You are beating around the bush.
I'm trying to tell you.
No, you have to answer it straight. The Constitution recognizes all tribes. In fact, if the government is formed without inclusivity, it is unconstitutional. So the Constitution recognizes that Kenya has different tribes, and they must be part of the governance of this country. The Constitution also recognizes that we have different gender, and that's why that rule came in. You cannot just say let people elect whoever, whether you are a lady or a man. When the Constitution comes out clearly and states those facts, it knows there is a background behind it. I normally say when you travel on a road that has bumps, then every bump has a history. Most of those places have had even accidents, or that's why they put them there to regulate the speed. So when you see a constitution is expressed on issues of inclusivity, you don't just play in a gallery and say that let's not talk about right. We need actually to say that let each and every person be represented. And we need, at some point, we took affirmative action to have that happen. So we must see to it that is happening in every election cycle. Are we having an inclusive government? For example, we don't expect you to be elected as a president, and then even if you say that we are appointing ministers on meritocracy, and you just have people of merit from one region, it doesn't make sense. Even if they merit all of them, after merit, the other thing that is looked is regional balance. And we do that not only in politics, we do that even at school when you are allocating students, high schools and whatever, because we have to reflect the outlook of our nation. So that is the question that Penny had asked you, and you were to answer straight and say, if we are always having one leaders coming from one area, then there's a problem. Either the ground is not leveled, or there are issues that are tilting this. And how do we handle that? When you see Kenyans are fighting, we want Timo Wanyonyi to be governor in Nairobi, and others are saying we want Richard Ngatia, and others are saying Polycarp Igathe. Those guys are not fighting on merit. They are having a problem with inclusivity, and that is what Kenyans don't want to discuss. Inclusivity is very... the reason why we struggle with inclusivity, because mimi nikikuwa in power, I want to eat. Tunafikiria it's our time to eat, and the rest are watching us. But if we had no issues to do with unfairness in the society, nobody will want to know where the Smith come from, where Penny does. But as long as issues of inclusivity are not addressed, people will want to know.
Allow me to ask you.
Yes.
Allow me to ask you a question. How many communities do we have in Kenya?
45.
How many communities do we have within Homa Bay County? How many communities do we have within Homa Bay County or Nyanza?
No, let's talk on macro, because I don't focus on the counties. Kindly, let's talk on macro.
Okay. How many communities?
Everybody understands when you come to national. When you go micro, it will be we will only allow people from Homa Bay to discuss, because I'm
trying to drive a certain point so that you can understand something about tribe, that the tribes, when we start talking about the communities being included, we'll not have that inclusivity. We'll only have 5 communities Now, where do we take the rest of the 40 communities? Now, where do we take the rest of the 40 communities? I've heard of
Okay, Wekesa, before Smith
Excuse me,
maybe
can I
proceed.
have an input?
Yes.
Okay. I think Smith is trying to drive the discussion to a certain corner that really doesn't make sense, or it doesn't bring out the importance of this discussion, because it is not about communities. It is about Kenya as a whole. All right? That is the starting point. Is if there is leadership, is Kenya as a whole, does it feel included? That is the thing. Because when we look at today, over 60 years ago, it's only, Kenya has only produced presidents from 2 communities. That is a fact, or from 2 regions, so to say. And when you look at the 2 regions, the tangent of development has always followed where those presidents have come from. For example, you are talking about Homa Bay Referral Hospital being a shanty as it is. But of course, there is no way it would have been better than what it is before devolution. Because the region where you have come from has always been in the opposition ever since Kenya started as a state, as a country. Okay, but on the other hand, when you go to Central, you have Thika level 5. It's a hospital you cannot compare to your Homa Bay. Just 3 kilometers from Thika level 5, you have Kiambu. I think it's a level 4, still also it's a level 4 hospital. Just around there, Muranga, Gatundu, you have another level 5 hospital around there. You get the point. So what we are saying is that when you have the architecture of our politics is that when you have a leader coming from a certain region, then development follows that region, okay? So if, for example, you shift leadership also to go to, because that is the reality of our situation. If you shift today leadership to go to Luo Nyanza or Kisi Nyanza or Western, if good roads are constructed towards where that leader comes from, other sections of the country also benefit by extension. For example, if a president comes from Busia and this president feels like this is the time now to open up Western Kenya to business, Luo Nyanza will also still benefit, because there's no way a president will carry the roads from Nairobi and then drop them to Busia without passing through Kisumu or Sega or Ugunja or whatever. So the thing is, what we are saying is we want to correct leadership, because Kenya was ready for a revolution in the way of doing our politics, whereby, and we hope that that revolution will come with Raila. We hope so, because he has always stood for that never again that Kenya will become a country that is governed on the basis of tribes, of where you come from. Because I tested the leadership of Raila under Nosomukate government, and when you look at his government, it was across Kenya. His leadership, his government, you could trace it in Kisii, you could trace it in Coast, you could trace it in Nyanza, you could trace it in Coast, all sections of Kenya during that time. But today we are having two, a president and a deputy, and the government, the nature of that government, your guess is as good as mine. So you want to tell me that you want to teach an old dog some new tricks to all of a sudden start learning to be a Kenyan when he has been a Kalenjin throughout his life? Thank you.
Honorable Mugeni,
Yes.
I believe that one of the reasons why we have the county governments was to see that we have the resources brought down to the counties, so that wherever you are, you will have to develop those roads you want. You will get to have the hospitals you desire. So all that will matter is for you within the county governments that you come from, you do those developments you desire to have. The most important thing is having the resources. And a president belongs to a community before he becomes a president. But once he's sworn in, I've never seen a president, Uhuru Kenyatta, being a president of the Kikuyu. He is a president, is a Kenyan president, because he now belongs to the state. Now,
yeah, Smith, you are talking things as they are supposed to be, but not as they are. Have you ever seen, even when they come to campaign, wanakuambia, make sure around him mnatupigia kura mkue kwa serikali. You have heard them and I can play those clips there. Now, last time hamukua kwa serikali sababu mulikataa kutupigia kura. And actually what it means is that if you don't form government, you have a challenge of getting those development. We have seen even list of ministers, some come from one region. And to be specific, Uhuruto government had a majority of ministers coming from regions. And that is a problem. So until we reach that place where it doesn't matter where you come from, then it becomes an issue. And that's why the Constitution gives us that reflection that we need to consciously make an inclusive government.
And let me, Mr. Wekesa, let me just remind, because he asked me directly, let me also remind him.
Yeah,
let me also remind him that
briefly, we as you remind him, we have also Mwalimu as a question or comment, and then Sam.
Okay.
And we should be done with that so that we give others chance now to progress.
Okay. I go ahead and remind
you.
Yeah, go on briefly.
Okay, Smith. I want to tell you what you have said. It's the ideal situation that there is counties, but we also have to put in mind that the counties at the moment, as currently it's in the Constitution, it's only 15% of the national budget. We will have 85% remaining in Nairobi. And to give you clear examples, I just got I got here a clip from Honorable Ngujiri of Nyeri, and he listed the numbers of the roads that the Uhuru government has done in Nyeri. A list of about 7 roads, some 60 kilometers, some 120 kilometers within 10 years. And I also want to tell you that there is a county called Busia, which has never received any single meter of tarmac within Uhuru's administration from the national government. A whole county, and here we are talking about another county which has received kilometers and kilometers of tarmac. Okay?
Thank you.
I rest it there.
Thank you. Mwalim, you had a question then, Sam? Mwalim? I'm hang the network. Sam, then Mama Ross. You had a question.
Thank you, Wekesa, and the panelist. Mr. Mogeni, I call you Mr. Mogeni, Mr. Mogeni, because anyway, there's one thing we have to understand ourselves as Kenyans. We have come a long way, more than 50 years as a democratic country from the beginning. They think of tribal basis or a basis, basic. We should put aside. For example, let me take for example, my kids, should I call them Luyas? Should I call them Luos? Should I call them Kalenjin? It makes no sense. They are Kenyans in general. Coming from a specific place doesn't mean that you belong to that tribe of that place. No, you are Kenyan regardless wherever, whichever corner you come from. Forget about that one. We come now to the leadership. I've been hearing every time people were talking, Kalenjin, Kikuyus, have been leaders, have been president. The presidency doesn't make you as a tribe or as a person who comes from that place happier. You have to have, listen to me, you have to have your own ability to think yourself to the person, to the basic person that is from the beginning, before we used to call councillors. You have to have a person from your own, that place, the where you belong, where you live, the person who has ability of leadership, integrity, moral principles, in order that person can lead you or can try to persuade the rest of the people who they are going to meet, whatever they are going to meet in the parliament or whatever they are going to meet in the county parliament, to convince them, my region, my place, I need this and this because we are lagging behind because of this and this. That's the basic thing. If we are not going to do that, we'll be crying the rest of our life. Oh, why the president come from that place? Well, it depends with the leadership, the way somebody present him or herself to the entire nation. It's us and as a nations, because as I say nations, because we are from different nations, different ethnicities. That's why I call it nations. It's us as a nation to see and hear the ability of those who want to present themselves to be the leaders, in order for us to find an eligible somebody who can try to push us or to push everything for everybody. As a president, you don't belong to certain nation. You belong to the whole nation or the whole country. You are not going to be a president of a tribe or a region. No, you are going to be the president of the whole nation. So with that one, when the, for example, just some few minutes, because I'm sorry to, let me give me 45 seconds. When I see the way the Kikuyus are complaining, I've been complaining for the last 6 months, how they call it, this in Europe, the Igathe Gachagua, whatever, that who never do this, never. I mean, if and when, I say even when, those who are elected from that specific place don't want to say their problem, the problem of the people are facing, how can the president know the problem which is facing those places? He can't, because it will never be everywhere. So when you are elected, you are the eyes of those people. You have been given a mandate by the people who elected you, say, we need this one, we need this one. So you have to be their eyes. I'm sorry, whatever is happening in, what do you call it, Busia, as Mogeni said. We have been in Busia the second longest Attorney General, the person who he has been, I can say, one of the powerful one of the powerful personalities in the government. He can convince, he could have convinced Attorney General, the Emeritus Attorney General, what do you call it, Wako. He could have convinced the president, not now, during Moi time, during Kibaki time, as per now when we are talking, is the senator, somebody who oversee the counties, how the counties are being revenue are being distributed. I mean, come on, gentlemen, let us not have this myopic mentality that, no. It's the person who we elect. These are the people who are supposed to, because we.
So let me ask you, Sam, how does the Attorney General relate to construction of roads? Is there a budget for that?
Because, no, there's one.
Is he focused on what happens in the constituency?
Let me
if we have elected leaders on the ground, and you want someone like Attorney General who is always in the court, or who is focusing on the law issues, to focus on construction of roads.
Wekesa, don't forget one thing. During the Moi time and during the Kibaki time, during the Moi time and the Kibaki time, we didn't have such a constitution which is in open, whereby people can argue.
Were there MPs? Are there members of parliament?
Can I explain, sir? Sorry.
No, I'm provoking you to explain as you answer our questions.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to explain it. During the Moi time and during the Kibaki time, before the second time, these people who are the ministers and ministers and those who are the inner circle of the government, they had that ability to convince the presidency that my people need this, they think my people need the things. Gentlemen, as per now, we are a little bit during our constitution is because of the devolution, everybody's open. You can go and argue in the parliament. But before that, during the Moi time, these people could have convinced. Come on, gentlemen. Now, as per now, the attorney, what do you call it, attorney general emeritus, what do you call it? I'm sorry for Busia, when the
It's called Amos Wako. Amos Wako.
Amos Wako, sir. Sorry,
Yes.
sir. Amos Wako. I mean, as per now, he doesn't have that powers, but he can convince the Senate.
So on the one hand, you guys are arguing that president does not belong to a tribe or as a region. On the other hand, you guys are arguing that leaders of the region need to convince him. Do you know roads have classes. There are those, they are classified, those who belong to national government, whatever. So even those roads that needs to be done by national government, should they wait for someone from the ground to convince them, an MCA, an MP, or a minister, to convince the government that it needs to be done?
Yes.
Now,
I can say yes.
Maybe
for example, when we had the Kibaki government, when they came up with the blueprint of Vision 2030, it was not focusing on a region, it's focusing on a whole Kenya and what needs to be done in each and every particular region. And that is how developments need to be done. Don't tell us that one leader will come and convince the president, come and do a road here, then like that. We need to have a holistic a plan, a national plan.
Yes.
Because even in Nairobi, if everybody decides to put up a structure, there will not be organizations. There should be a city engineer who plans how the city needs to look like so that things coordinate. So our roads cannot just be done on request. They need to be well coordinated.
Maybe because I'm outside, but I can tell you one thing. When the
wacha profesa wakuulize swali alafu jibu yote. Profesa akona swali na Rose pia akona swali.
Okay,
thank you very much. The other time I got out because of the network, but I would have liked Smith to get this my whatever I'm here to contribute. But let me just proceed by saying that much as we say that the president should not just be a president of a tribe or of a nation, there is a sense in which, first of all, he must come from a tribe. But what are we talking about here? Ethnicity is not bad. Ethnicity in and of itself is not bad, but the negative ethnicity is what is bad. When somebody says that when we consider that we want to do the inclusivity, and he was saying that when will these other small tribes lead, there is a sense in which numbers do count here. And when we talk about the 5 tribes, they are the ones that call the shot. And according to Shakespeare, it says that he who pays the piper calls the tune. So the president first must come from a tribe. And even if you look at both the divides, look at the Kenya Kwanza, you look at the Azimio, people are there talking on how one should be talked to into maybe ceding the ground, or maybe to forego the aspiration of becoming maybe this politician or this other one. It is a matter of convenience, not that like you have to force people. People have consensus, people have to talk, people have to, even like today when we had that Tim Wanyonyi is no longer going to
Professor,
yeah,
was it a question or you are trying to your submission? Because I need to answer it so that I can give the other people also a chance to talk or to ask a question. Because before
let's sum up. We need now to go to the today's
okay. Let me ask then,
and they have expanded them. The audience are getting tired. They are saying they want today's topic. So briefly, then Ross briefly, and then Sam briefly, so that we we engage the
So,
topic now.
somewhat, I just wanted to correct you by telling you that the system of governance that was there during Moi's time and this time, they are different. You know, remember even the appointment Moi used to do, a roadside appointment. So when you say that somebody like Emeritus Amos Wako, the former, could simply maybe request that for a road to be constructed somewhere. Nowadays, it is not like that. Nowadays, we have the checks and whatever. We have in the county, which they have a plan which road needs to be done and with different departments. I think I will contribute later. Thank you.
Mama Rose.
Mama Rose, 1 minute.
1 minute Wekesa, nataka
It's not
kuambia
a
nani
contribution,
anaitwa
you
Sam.
are just to respond to him, then
Okay.
he
Ndio
finishes so that we
nataka
go to the topic.
kuambia, ndio nataka kumwambia huyu Sam anachanganya everything. Anachanganya maneno ya president, anachanganya maneno ya county, anachanganya maneno ya provincial. Haikaagi hivyo. Tukishachaguana president, kitu ya kwanza kama vile umeambiwa, lazima akuwe ametoka from a certain tribe. Otherwise, kama ni Mkenya, kama sio Mkenya basi ndio hatakuwa from any tribe. Second, kuna serikali, kuna ya county na kuna serikali ya provincial. Tukishachagua watu wakishaingia kwa bunge kule, wale ndio watajua, wenye ulichagua ndio watakutengenezea barabara, sio president atakuja kutengenezea barabara. Ukichagua ule mtu active, kwako kutaendelea. For example, mtu kama Mutua, ushaenda Machakos, ukaona ile kazi amefanya kazi mzuri na amefanya na kazi yake, pesa yake ya county. Ukienda kama Murang'a, kuna watu upande mwingine kama kwetu unakuta hata choo hazijajengwa. Why? Because ile mtu alichagua kule, pesa za county, kuna pesa za CDF, kuna pesa za county, kuna pesa za nini, wanaweka kwa mfuko yao. For example, kama sasa mtu kama Ruto si yako kwa serikali saa hii, ukienda kwao nyumbani kama hakutengeneza saa hii, hakuna siku atatengeneza. So kazi ya president si kukuja kwenyu kwa estate huko kujua kama kumetengenezwa ama hakuja tengenezwa. Wale watu mlichagua mkapeleka kule kwa bunge, kama ni maneno ya serikali au ndio watapush waseme president tusaidie mahali fulani, hata kama ni harambe, hata kama ni nini, kama sio pesa ya account, kama ni national. Lakini huwezi sema ati president atakuja wajengee watu barabara. No, ule akishaingia pale na mmeingia na wajumbe wenyu ndio watawafanyia kazi. Kama mnaingiza wajumbe wafanyi kazi, msilaumu president hata dakika moja. Na ndio unasikia Central kuna Kambuyo unasema kuna level 5, Murang'a kujajengwa level 5 sababu Alice alienda campaign miaka yake 5 na Ruto, miaka 10 imeisha na Ruto hajaenda amefanya campaign. Thika kuna level 5 inatengenezwa na wale wajumbe wamechaguliwa huko, sio president akuje awatengenezee awapatie development yenu. President ajue shida zenyu, nyinyi ndio mtapeleka shida zenyu kwa bunge zipitishwe. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana Mama Rose, nafikiri umenisaidia sababu nilikuwa nasema hivyo kuwa wakati mtu anachaguliwa kama president, yeye ni president ya nchi mzima. Ikiwa unajua kuna tofauti kati ya hii constitution bias tuko saizi na ile ya zamani. Ile ya zamani ilikuwa ni rais, ikiwa kama mtu alikuwa anajiona na president, lakini hii ni kitu open. Ule mtu ambaye tunachagua kama MP ama MCA, yeye na MCA anaenda kwa county government na county government, anaambia no, mahali fulani tunahitaji kitu fulani. Natakana ndio nasema wale tunachagua wanatakana kuwa watu ambao ni active, wawache legacy kabla hawajatoka pale mahali wako. At least ukiwacha kitu kidogo, legacy kidogo, unafanya kitu kidogo tofauti ambayo ni ile ulipata, hiyo itakuwa ni legacy yako. Hata ukienda, hata wakati unatembea kwa street mahali unatembea, watu watasema fulani alifanya kitu fulani, ingawaje tulimtoa lakini alifanya kitu fulani.
Watu wanaweka pesa kwa mfuko. Ndio unaona Sonko wakati alikuwa Nairobi, watu walikuwa wanapita juu ya shimo mpaka ule baadhi akachukua, sababu pesa ziko za county na hataki kuzitumia, anaweka kwa mfuko yake.
As one of his ministers for roads and public works, and finally as a prime minister where we shared the Grand Coalition government. nobody who was better than Mwai Kibaki when it came to creating team spirit and inspiring his ministers. A lot is going to be said about Mwai Kibaki later on as we eulogize him. But on behalf of the Umoja One Kenya Alliance and coalition, on behalf of the respective political parties, and on behalf of my family, we condole with the family of Mwai Kibaki and the rest of Kenyans, and we say that may the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Having said that, we have had a meeting here, that is the council of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. And today we are talking about our Nairobi team. There have been consultations that have been going on for the last few days, but I'm happy to report that today we have concluded and we are ready now to unveil Team Nairobi for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition. The governor candidate is going to be Mr. Polycarp Igathe. He will be deputized by Professor Kaloki.
I've never heard of Kaloki.
We will have a senator candidate, Mr. Edwin Sifuna. Then the women representative is going to be Madam Esther Passaris. As you know that there are other members of our coalition who had expressed the desire to become governors. One of them is Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi. And Timothy Wanyonyi has made a decision to step down from the governorship contest and to go back and recontest his seat as a member of the National Assembly for Westlands constituency. The other candidate was Mr. Richard Ngatia. Richard Ngatia has also graciously agreed to step down in favor of Honorable Mr. Polycarp Igathe, and Richard Ngatia is going to be appointed as the President's Special Envoy on Trade with immediate effect. We thank Mr. Ngatia for the generosity he has shown and a sense of patriotism in stepping down and agreeing to support this team that you have unveiled today. We also are going to have candidates in all the 17 constituencies in the city of Nairobi. They have been nominated by the respective political parties, and we are going to campaign as a team in all the constituencies. Then we also agreed that the Speaker of the Nairobi County Assembly, once it is constituted, will come from ODM party. With that, ODM Nairobi is now ready for the task. We have handed over the baton to this team here in Nairobi. This is Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Team Nairobi. And we are sure that they will bring deep victory to our party. With those few remarks, you say Azimio. 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 I would now like to ask my colleague, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, to pay his tribute to our departed president.
Thank you, sir. I thank our team leader, Brother Raila Amolo Odinga, for his show of leadership even this morning. But it is when we were having those discussions that His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta broke the news to the nation about the passing on of Mzee Kibaki. Mzee Kibaki is an iconic father figure in this nation. I had the singular privilege of serving a full 5 years as his vice president. And I can tell you, there are very few leaders, even within the African continent, with a spirit of selflessness and singular sense of purpose and service to his people, more than Mwai Kibaki. So as we mourn him, of course you have to remember moments when he would get this nation laughing. That was indeed Mwai Kibaki. He would use language that younger Kenyans would not be allowed to use. And we'd all go laughing. I can tell you that when my brother Raila at Uhuru Park in 2002 put a question to the mammoth congregation at Uhuru Park, which eventually the crowd and Kenyans became engulfed in the spirit of the merger between Rainbow LDP, NAK of President Kibaki, and he asked a question, Siana Tosha. And that has also become a very historic statement, that we all knew Kibaki alitosha. That is the gentleman and the leader we are mourning today. So all of us joined President Uhuru Kenyatta in the first place as the fourth president. Now he has lost the founding president, the second president, Mzee Moi, and now the third president. You can then feel the weight, because normally he would obviously refer to Mzee Kibaki for weighty consultation, because that's the nature of African leadership. And President Kibaki was never referred to as former President Kibaki. He was President Kibaki. My brother here is the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and our presumptive president, the fifth president. So I want to wish President Uhuru Kenyatta God's speed and strength on behalf of all of us as we mourn our leader, President Kibaki. My brother will leave shortly for the United States of America. We had even to agonize on whether he should make this trip or not, and we felt the rest of us who are alive must continue with the task, immediate task that is ahead of us. So we send our brother Raila Odinga on his mission to the United States of America with our full blessings, even as I'm sure you'll be mourning Mzee Kibaki as he travels. Him and his delegation, we wish you Godspeed. Kenyans, poleni sana. Kumpoteza Mzee Kibaki wakati kama huu ni kama kusema kweli zote tunajisikia kwamba tuko yatima. Tungekuwa hata tukielekea uchaguzi ujao, Mzee Kibaki angalau angekuwa nasi, wakati mwingine tungemshauri, tungeuliza ushauri wake. Vile tulisema wakati ule unbwaggable nation, that time tulikosema kwamba Kibaki anatosha. Vivyo hivyo tunasema ndugu yetu Raila anatosha, wakati tukimwaga Mzee Kibaki, kwa sababu yeye alichangia pakubwa na huo msimamo wa kusema Kibaki si anatosha, msimamo timamu. I'm quite sure Mzee Kibaki also wishes you well as he rests. May he rest in everlasting peace. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
President of the Republic ascending to power on the 30th December 2002 and leaving State House on Tuesday, the 9th of April 2013. A journey that began on a wheelchair with a neck brace and a cast over his broken leg became a 10-year presidency glowing with accolades on economic performance but mixed reviews on the political front. Citizen TV's Brenda Wanga assesses the Kibaki presidency.
On the 3rd day of December 2002, a horrifying road accident nearly derailed Emilio Mwai Kibaki's third stab at the country's presidency, leading him to spend the last weeks of that campaign in hospitals in Nairobi and London on a wheelchair, with his supporters stepping in to keep the campaign alive.
Get the hand I drove my face because, hey, I am unmovable, I am unbeatable.
When the polls closed on election day, Mwai Kibaki had trounced his closest competitor, Uhuru Kenyatta, with an overwhelming 67% of the votes cast.
Naapa kwamba nitatenda kazi zangu za urais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya kwa uaminifu na kutimiza wajibu wa kazi hizo.
On the 30th of December, Mwai Kibaki took oath of office at Uhuru Park before an unprecedented gathering of Kenyans eager to see the end of one era and the birth of another. With his physical shape in bad state from the road accident, Mwai Kibaki's presidency got to a weak, vulnerable start. The coalition that brought him to power was embroiled in political power struggles as he struggled to recuperate in and out of hospital. Tragedy struck Kibaki again in August 2003 when he lost his trusted lieutenant and vice president Kijana Wamalwa, leaving him exposed in an increasingly fragile coalition. The simmering differences between his NARC and Raila Odinga-led NDP continued to hurt the coalition politically. On the governance front, Kibaki's government was greeted by the highest level of confidence. A Gallup International annual end-of-year poll conducted in 2003 placed Kenyans at the top of the list of the most optimistic people in the world then. This confidence driven largely by a public excited to see the end of the KANU reign, giving Kibaki golden visuals, especially riding on the back of Kibaki's pledge to tackle the graft question.
My government will provide free secondary education from January 1st, the year 2008.
And the delivered promise of free primary school education, giving credence to the possibility of a new dawn in Kenya. Then came the infrastructure boom. Roads were being constructed with Raila Odinga as the minister in charge of roads. The groundwork for the bypasses and the 8-lane Thika road were laid as small-scale traders for the first time accessed unsecured loans, spurring booming business amongst the lower ranks of society. But the cracks of the Sikh political fabric continued to eat away at the base of Kibaki's political administration. The promise of a new constitution within the first 100 days of the coalition's administration fell behind as weeks turned into months and months into years. An acrimonious constitution review process at Bomas ended up in a contestant outcome that gave the country more than one version of the draft constitution. A referendum resulted in a tug of war instead of a debate over the substance of the constitution.
Tumeamua kupiga kura moja, si ndio?
21st November 2005, the country went to a referendum to decide the fate of the proposed constitution, christened the Wako draft after the then Attorney General Amos Wako said to have penned the draft. The referendum became a political muscle show between President Mwai Kibaki and his former ally Raila Odinga, with Raila's side winning as the proposed draft was shot down in the referendum. In response to this slap in the face, Mwai Kibaki dissolved his entire government, sending Raila and his team packing from cabinet. The referendum marked the beginning of the 2007 race that ended in infamy. The result of that election, bitterly contested.
The Commission therefore declares Honorable Mwai Kibaki as the President of Kenya.
As the Electoral Commission of Kenya declared Mwai Kibaki re-elected for the second term, narrowly beating Raila by over 230,000 votes, the country exploded in an unprecedented post-election violence that took the shape of a national civil war. Intervention by the international community forced Raila and Kibaki to share power. Kofi Annan hammering a deal dressed in the National Accord and Reconciliation Agreement that proposed a power-sharing deal with Kibaki as president and Raila as prime minister. Mwai Kibaki navigated his second term with a bloated government of 40 ministers due to the provisions of the power-sharing deal. The Grand Coalition government was a mix of joy and pain for Kibaki. It prevented further ethnic disputes. It was a noisy and messy large ship sailing chaotically to the end of the term. As his exit from the office beckoned, he slowed down on political engagements, spending time launching national development projects like the SGR, the Greenfield Airport Terminal, and the Lamu Port, amongst others. Though he steered clear of openly showing his hand in his succession, he had a soft spot for the then Deputy Prime Minister, Uhuru Kenyatta, the man who had come through for him in his time of need. In 2007, Uhuru had shelved his presidential bid to support Mwai Kibaki's re-election. He was rewarded with the Deputy Prime Minister's seat in the Grand Coalition government. The icing on this cake, the finance docket, a position seen as a launching pad for his future political ambitions. Kibaki sidestepped his vice president of 5 years, Kalonzo Musyoka, as the succession game ended up in Uhuru's favor. On 9th April 2013, Mwai Kibaki handed over the instruments of power to Uhuru Kenyatta at the first presidential inauguration under the 2010 Constitution. After the handover at the Kasarani Stadium, Mwai Kibaki retreated to a quiet retirement, keeping off public events, and was known not to make any comments on matters politics or governance. The late President Mwai Kibaki spent his sunset years between his homes in Muthaiga in Nairobi and Mahiga and Othaya in Nyeri, away from the glare of the cameras and maintaining that gentleman's lifestyle he had lived all along. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Coffee, 1, 2, 3. Rais wa Jamhuri.
Yote yale mnataka yatimizwe, mmeshaeleza na mumerudia mara 10. And we can make you a minister tomorrow. Why can't we? There's no reason why we can't make you a minister. And there is no reason why you have become suddenly very clever. Mtu aseme ile inamsumbua. Ile inamsumbua roho atoe. Hiyo watu ni wapumbavu hawacha. Kuna shaitani ingine kidogo inapitia huko, sijui inakuja wapi. Hiyo hatutaki. Wengine walikwenda Amerika. Mtu amehubiri wiki 3. Sasa jamani, hawanafikiri sisi ni watoto au ni kubafu? Ewe wacha kelele. Nyamaza we bure. Kama mnataka fitina, tutawatoa pale. Nyinyi mnataka fitina.
Wacha fitina hiyo, manake hakuna kitu. Wewe ondoka, muondoe huyu, muondoe, aondoke kabisa. Tuwe tuachie joy, si ndio? Kwani ukiwa wewe unaishi ndani ya Nairobi na huna raha, sasa unangoja raha utapata lini? Ni lazima tupunguze ukulaji wa pombe, na ukiwa wewe hutaki kupunguza hiyo kitu, tutaonana. I'm married and I have only one wife. Jo, umewazungumzia na umesema machache, lakini tambo uvae nguo yako maridadi. Jo tu.
Yeye agari kijana.
Any questions you can ask? Anybody?
Yes, ask now. Mimi na watoto wangu hatuoni yeye ni mzee. Wanaume wengine hasa wanasiasa, sijui ni nini wanaogopa wakisikia mama anaongea siasa. Nawaambia watulie.
Na hiyo ni hatutaki kusema, lakini yeyote ambaye anafikiri atatajirika kwa wizi wa ng'ombe, huyu amekuwa pubafu. Ati ukatukana ya watu, no, haina maana, hakuna maana hata kidogo. Wanaosema asante waseme, wale ambao hawana la kusema wasiseme chochote. Kwa sababu hata kama husemi, yale tumefanya yanajulikana, na inajulikana na kila mtu, hata mtoto gani. Kwa hivyo hatuna haja ya kupembeleza nyinyi au yeyote, hakuna haja. Kazi tulionayo ni kuendelea kwa mtindo huu.
Yeah, I think those clips summarize the life of our late President Mwai Kibaki. From that, you can you can pick something, you can briefly talk about him. They were just there to jog your memory so that you can remember how rich the legacy of one Emilio Mwai Kibaki was. So I will begin by Lazarus. How are you, Lazarus?
I'm fine, Wakesa. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to you.
Good evening, every panelist. Good morning for those who are in different time zones. My first.
Were you born to or you saw Kibaki come to power?
I was able to see Kibaki. I was born actually many years ago. So I grew up when Kibaki was the president. But when he was the president, I was almost 20 years old. So you can imagine. First of all, may I extend my sincere condolences to the Kibaki family and the entire country at large. That is what I can say. Whatever he has done and what he didn't do, only God can comment on his behalf. For us, we only wish him well. Let him shine on his way. But before I proceed to this subject, if someone calls me, I will not go without rebutting this because you didn't give me time. Okay, sir. There is this tendency.
Just and make sure you you don't reserve the whole topic. Eh?
No. But we
briefly.
have to bring people to order. Okay, sir. It is not right whether you don't like Uhuru, whether you like Ruto, whether you like Raila. It is useless and stupid for someone to come here and say they don't see what Kenyatta has done and he doesn't acknowledge the president. That is being bullshit. Once you are a president, he is our president. Whether you like him or not, President Kenyatta remains the president of Kenya. For those people who want to tell us how Uhuru is bad, time is coming. They'll be proved wrong or right in a matter of time. But don't come to the public forum like this and you start saying you don't acknowledge what President Kenyatta or who he is. Then again, I want to also to answer the same thing on about Homa Bay. He needs to put his facts right. I've realized most of those people talking here, like those from Homa Bay, some of them don't even go home. So they are reporting on behalf of people who have not been to the ground. When their governor was elected, nobody told their governor not to make the hospital right. So they are the people who chose their governor. They should. That is their own baby. That is what I wanted to bring to order. Then, quick one. Okesa, you said something very nice about Azimio suddenly having their meetings and there's progress. For me, I agree with you and I second you fully. We've been having a lot of back and forth, but even if you noted today, Kalonzo was more gentleman, more sober, and I think there's some order being brought from the background. As much as we may see, and some of the Kenya Kwanza guys may think they're on the foot, they're ahead of the trip, this journey is long. This journey is long. Alex, stop laughing. This journey is very long. So we should tell them this time is coming. Time is coming. And there's something Alex has been saying. He's talked about key seat organization. Eventually it came to pass. Even this is going to pass. Azimio will come together. Ross, don't worry about Mombasa. You are worried and you are crying about Mombasa, Ross. Don't worry. Mombasa will be handled very well. Yeah. Kalonzo is a very good bargainer. He's bargaining using many tricks.
Yeah. I hope so.
Don't worry about Kalonzo. He's going to be sorted out. For Igathe, Okesa, we have no choice. We have no choice. At times, you have to give what you have to give. You have to get what you have to get. It is painful that Timothy Wanyonyi, I think, could not succumb to be a deputy governor, but all the same, at times it is hard. You must choose. Either you are going or you are not going. So he opted not to go. For me, I agree with what someone said in the panel prior to this, that I think Tim wanted, if he's failing, he falls as a governor. If he's succeeding, he succeeds as a governor, not as a runners-up, which I think for me somehow is right. So everybody has a decision to make. But for Tim, it is sad that he has to drop on the race. Westlands won't be easy as much as he's been there. HAVI is not a pushover. And it's now back to home. So it's brothers fighting. So it's not also very easy. I don't think HAVI is crying. I can see what is scrolling down. They'll handle it. I've seen a clip. I don't know if someone has seen it this evening. Senator Sakaja was meeting Tim. I don't know what is cooking. So let's hope they're not working from the back. They're stabbing us. Ross,
yeah, I saw it also. I saw it.
Ross, you are saying you've never heard about Professor Kaloki. Kaloki was an MP in Ukambani, if I'm not wrong, for some times.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes,
and he was actually running for Makueni's
governorship
was dropped before he shifted He dropped
was
and
changed.
shifted to Nairobi.
Yes, because there were two
So
with
he knew Mtula maybe have an upper hand, so he came to Nairobi. First, he came to deputize Igathe. Then, with the change of events, he had to shift.
Yeah, so I think things will be fine for both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. For now, we
But
have to
it's all,
come again.
but I'm saying it's all in the matrix of collision, give and take. You have to.
Well, give and take is good, but
recognize
now,
that there are different partners, and every partner needs a play.
I hope what you're saying come to pass, because if we don't do that, we lose a lot.
Lakini Wekesa, lakini hapo kwa Pasari hapo nimeona ODM wametupa mbao hapo Azimio tumetupa mbao kwa nani? People are complaining. Wale watu wamefanyiwa kazi na Pasari, people are complaining. Lakini sasa ni mtu wa baba anyway, lakini people are complaining too much.
Rose,
yeah?
kuna msemo Bernard huwa anasemanga hapa. You see, what those people see is not what we see. And in the normal context, sorry to say, someone may second me on this. You may realize that Muthoni Pasaris is a better option than even the Kenya Kwanza candidate. So for you may not.
Yeah, you have to compare the candidates.
Yeah. Anaweza kuwa mzuri kuliko Omanga anyway. Yeah.
You know,
I agree with you.
let me tell you one thing. I mean, sometimes you throw words thinking that there is something called Azimio or Kenya Kwanza religion. You pick, hata wakati unakula unachagua, wakati kama iko na mboga na maziwa na nini, unachagua yenye unakula ukiweka kwa mdomo. Don't think as a people we are watching how everything is going on in Nairobi. We are sitting in the periphery. And I thank a gentleman here who came here yesterday and said we don't pay taxes. And you know, that was a debate later on we had within our people in Nairobi. Don't forget Kasarani is owned by a certain people. Don't forget Utawala is owned by a certain people. Don't forget Kitengela is owned by a certain group of people. Don't forget that these people have interest in Nairobi. Don't sit down and forget that you can push over somebody because of that. That's why today Sakaja met with Tim Wanyonyi. Why? There is interest that supersedes some things. Don't gauge a candidate by what you see on the platform at this stage. Do not underestimate that woman. Tafadhali.
No, I've given. No. I know what you're heading. I'm not talking about the guy.
No, I'm not saying that's where we are headed to. I've been surprised by the caucus I've seen in the last few days, that she's been put in some caucus, she's speaking with some people. All of a sudden, the interest of a certain people now have come, who I couldn't believe can support Millicent, of all people. And now, people are saying that this seat in Dagoretti was lost. What do we get in Nairobi? And that agenda is being pushed seriously. And you can see that agenda is also in Sakaja's ticket. If Tim Wanyonyi has gone, where does his people go? Okay? You don't just push people like that and think it's easy. Yes, we love Raila, but beyond there's interest. Nairobi as a county, for the Luya people, has been very good. You know why? They entered in the politics of what? Councillorship. When Kanjo and Nairobi Council used to be there, they had jobs that people didn't know how they had them. They've been in the leadership of Nairobi way too long. That's how people like Aladwa came out. People like Gumo came out. So they know the sweetness of the leadership in Nairobi. And some of us have tested it only in Dagoretti, and we have come to know how sweet it is. You can't push us out. Do you understand what I'm saying and where I'm coming from?
I get you right.
So what I'm saying is that leadership is sweet. And once you test that leadership, it doesn't matter where you test it from. They say beyond 2 a.m. there's no ugly woman, and I'm sorry to use that phrase.
Mama
And
Selena,
you know why?
Those are words from Mama Selena. Don't use them.
Can I make a rejoin, Alex? Wekesa,
Yeah, let's have Mugeni.
I rejoined on that point because Nairobi is such critical, and what happened today actually, for me, it's a bit shocking. Much as these are our leaders, but we should not kneel down for our leaders. We should correct them when they are wrong. We should point out wrongs when they do wrongs, and when they do right things, we applaud them. For example, I have been struggling with this question. What was the consideration for putting Polycarp Igathe on that ticket? What is the consideration? What is the consideration of having that guy is called Philip Kaloki, someone who Nairobians have no even idea of who this person is, not even a face. What was the consideration? You have a solid leader like Tim Wanyonyi, and you mishandle him like that and expect that his support base will just be happy and move on because leaders have said.
And why are you guys only discussing Tim Wanyonyi and not Richard Ngate? Because you are unfair in your own judgment. Let's be fair. I just want to expand the debate because
yes,
I've seen
exactly.
I just want to expand the debate.
You are right.
Wait, I expand the debate and you continue.
You are right, Wekesa, because there is Ngatia and there is this another lady.
Mugeni, wait.
There is Ngatia and there is this another lady. But here we are talking about...
Wait first. We have to expand the debate because I've seen where it is skewed to.
Yes.
In fact, when you look at in the campaigns, Richard came out very strongly, and I doubt if Timothy was given the ticket, Richard could have stepped down. I doubt. He stepped down because he knew Igathe is exactly taking his block. So there's no way I can compete. I have here Igathe and
so
me sharing the block. So it was not a direct, like Timothy was going to have this thing. He was also to square out with Richard Ngati. So in your discussion, include others, include Gagure and include Richard Ngati. I will show that you are being fair.
So thank you for that addition, because in an ideal situation, we would have had these candidates who expressed their interest in the seat. Let the people of Nairobi decide. I mean, that should have been a joint, a kind of nomination for that city, for that position, for all these other candidates who expressed their interest. But the idea of getting someone, a Simon Makonde from nowhere, who had not even expressed interest to become a governor. Yeah.
What do you mean? And he's on the nomination and he has already paid the fees. You see, there's a deadline that passed. What do you mean by that? And he has a certificate.
A week ago,
the fact that you began campaigning early doesn't make you the express candidate.
No.
Just as William Ruto began campaigning 2017 and Raila has just begun 2021. Does that mean that we give William an express ticket because he was the first to join the race?
Maybe help me here, and I would want to get this answer correct. What was the consideration for having Polycarp Igathe?
Remember, Polycarp was on the ticket 2017. He's not a new in Nairobi. And we can still say that the much of Sonko's vote were attributed to his voting bloc, the Kikuyu Nation. Really? So he's not coming in as a new player as you want us to believe. He has been there and he was voted. Every vote that Sonko got, also Polycarp got. The fact that he disappeared doesn't mean he doesn't qualify. So every other running mate,
I think we have to be very accurate with the facts, not to, because you want to tell me that Igathe has many votes than Peter Kenneth, because Peter Kenneth initially was competing with Sonko for that ticket. And
I'm saying their
no,
ticket.
No. You cannot compare Peter Kenneth with the
So you cannot. So it is. I think it is wrong to say.
Peter Kennedy.
Yes.
Whatever you are saying is mere speculation, guys. Because I am just telling you that their ticket got more votes, and that is a fact. It's just the way
the ticket of Sonko cannot be attributed to Igathe as Igathe having
I'm saying
Igathe
the voting
has no
block
political
for
block.
Kambas. Wait. The voting block for Kambas is not more than the voting block for Kikuyus, and that was the arithmetics they put in that ticket.
You know,
and you know, I like that perspective.
Like Sonko, you have to understand, because you have to understand someone like Sonko got many votes than all those presidential candidates who were on the ticket.
Why? And I have the reason why
those votes were not from Kambas. They were not from Kambas.
Not only voted
they were from
by
Kikuyus.
Kambas, Sonko was voted by Kambas, by Kikuyus, by Luos, by Luyas, all of them that Sonko touched.
Why did the Kikuyu vote? Because Igathe was there.
Yes.
Why did the Kikuyus vote for the Igathe and the Sonko? Because Igathe was there.
You see, Mugeni wants to fix his mind and he doesn't want to open it to see. In fact, they are the same guys who have been telling us that Ruto gave Uhuru presidency and they count the Ruto's votes. But when they come to governors, they want us to believe that running mates don't give governors votes. You see, that's a hogwash. Unless you... Yeah. And you are even looking for right now a running mate who will give Raila votes. But at the end of the day, you will say it's Raila's votes.
Well, the way I know...
Now we're going to listen and we talk.
Yeah, now you can proceed.
So what I was saying is, with the coming of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services, I thought we were a little bit wiser now. The way we were going to conduct the gubernatorial and the senatorial and even the elective seats in Nairobi was going to be different, because at some point there was so much disorganization in the council, the city council, because it never became a county council anymore the way it's supposed to be, and we had to force Sonko to get out. Now, at this age, when we have already seen what NMS has done to us, if we can carry our politics on a tribal line, then you get people like Omanga getting elected, people who are never electable. Because now, when Rose says there's Kikuyu votes, and now Sakaja is coming together with Tim Wanyonyi, we are seeing now, many people are saying the Luya votes now, which is true. There's so much Luya votes in Nairobi. And now, I mean, then we are hearing there's the Kamba votes. That's why Kaloki came in. Why not also research and say they are Kisi votes? Now, you see where we are degenerating to? That is not where Nairobi should have gone this time around. I mean, we had started so well that everybody had respected Tim Wanyonyi as a person who never campaigned on a platform that he is a Luya. It is only people who crept in his loyalness. But now you see where we have gotten to, where we are today, after Kaloki has been brought and Igathe has been brought. Now we have gone. Nairobi politics has gone tribal. We are not going to get it out of there.
Alex, before you finish, didn't we see his kingsmen come up and give conditions? 1. 2, after today's meeting, didn't we see him retreat to have the likes of Kinasakaja? So where do we retreat? You see, sometimes we don't, we want to fight this thing called tribalism, but we express it. Behind the scene,
we can never.
Mr. Wekesa, as you say, as you point out.
No, Mogeni, allow other people to speak. You don't have a monopoly to answer everything, my friend. We are having a conversation, and let one person have the conversation, then we'll listen to it. Yeah, so what I was saying is that, yes, we had glimpses of that. They were not predominant the way now, where we have gotten to. They've gotten to a danger zone. You hear, Wekesa? We are not going to put tribalism totally. Let's be honest to each other. But where we have gotten to, we are going to elect somebody based on tribe, not based on whatever you are being lied to. It is no longer the interest of Nairobians, because Nairobian is an entity now that has been forgotten. Now the Mount Kenya Foundation politics has come in, and through that, now we have seen Kaloki being brought in, which is also a good thing. You know, I needed to see a general overhaul of Nairobi, but from Makueni to Nairobi like that, I mean, explain to me how, where there has been a man here campaigning day and night in Nairobi for the last 6 months. How do you just push somebody like that because of an agreement? You got to get an explanation for this. I mean, that is wrong politics. Even if it's winning, that is bringing people who are out of touch. It's like now you are taking Songo to Mombasa. For what? That is Wiper is making a mistake, but also Wiper is not making those mistakes because it wants to, because there is a problem within the negotiation in Azimio. Now we are seeing cracks. Instead of talking about the cracks in Azimio, they are coming out so that we can appease ourselves within the Azimio while pushing a candidate that should have been our candidate because he has spoken to us, not to us. I'm not in Nairobi, so I can say to the people of Nairobi. So we must ask the people who are in Nairobi, is it right for people like Igathe to resurface all of a sudden, Kaloki, all of a sudden, and the people that have been campaigning on issues, on promises, on the things that you have been thinking, all of a sudden new people have been brought who have never spoken to you.
Alex, you are completely wrong,
Yes.
because even according to IBC timetable, the campaign has not started. Whoever started early has been doing it at his own volition, so nobody can be disqualified.
Forget about the timetable. That's a superficial thing. We are already in a campaign, my friend. Don't lie to yourself, Wekesa.
No, wait. I'm just provoking you to think.
So now so are we allowed to come in, or we just keep quiet and wait? Hear you.
That's now a monologue. It's now a monologue.
No, I will leave for the rest. I've already given my thought on that, and it's because of Lazarus trickled me. Lazarus, you can continue. You tickled my intelligence.
And your thoughts are very valid, by the way.
Yeah, but Alex should go knowing this, Lazarus, that the fact that somebody began campaigning early before even the normal timetable doesn't give him a leverage to be considered as a candidate. There are people who are working.
Those are artificial timetable.
Wait. There are people who are working and they are following their timetable. They have to finish what they need to do, and when the official time comes, they declare their candidate. As long as he got the certificate at the right time, he is a valid candidate.
Valid, but give them an equal platform to all of them to look for votes.
But let me ask you, Mugeni, unajua Mugeni anafikiria Polycarp. Polycarp is the one who introduced Raila to Mount Kenya. When he was doing the meetings with the Mount Kenya Foundation, who was helping Raila campaign to Mount Kenya? You guys were happy when Raila was penetrating Mount Kenya. You see, the foundation has given him. Polycarp was behind the whole thing. And do you think he was doing it for
Wekesa
free?
waambie Nairobi kiti ya governor tutachukua. Believe it or not.
So you cannot just because wewe umeenda kwa
Kiti ya
uwanja
governor
and
tutachukua Nairobi.
And did you hear what she said, Wekesa? Did you hear what Rose said?
Nairobi ni
hiyo kiti ya governor tutaichukua. Hao ni nani wataichukua?
Ni Azimio watachukua hiyo kiti.
No, that's not what you mean. You are being conniving. You are being conniving on that.
No.
Hao ni
Allow
wanani?
other people to
Wekesa
come in.
amesema Mount Kenya Foundation. Wekesa ameongea Mount Kenya Foundation, ndio Rosa akaingia ndani. We need to interrogate that. Hao ni wanani wanachukua kiti ya Nairobi? That's the question we are asking.
Hebu nikuulize Alex.
We will come back to that now. Ross, we will come back to that. Wait. We'll come back to that. Let's have Rasas now. We'll come back to that.
Alex, I want to put a disclaimer. I don't want Kizito version yesterday. What I want to say, all these issues boil down to one thing: interest. Because if at all we are now going to use Kikuyus, Luyas, we have Luos, we have Kisis, we have Doromos, we have all sorts of tribes in Nairobi. So it's an issue of interest. And one thing, Mugen, I want to put right to you is nobody knows why Tim dropped his ball. Nobody knows. That one, let us put a disclaimer there. Because for you, as Wekesa said, or Alex, if I'm not wrong, Ngatia purposely dropped because Igathe was there. Meaning his interest was covered by Igathe. Correct?
What about Tim?
No, I'm telling you. Now, you are the one who bringing it down to tribe. Now, Sifuna is there. No one is talking about Sifuna. Can Sifuna drop it to someone else? No one is talking about that. In that lineup,
na hakuna mtu amewachwa bure hapo, kila mtu ameelewana. So
guys, let's have one person at a time. Let's have one person at a time.
Let me finish. On the same lineup, Mugeni. Let us not, if you break it to tribe, especially for the ODM, women rep, she's from Central Kenya. Senator is from Western. Correct? Governor is from Jubilee.
Where? Jubilee is a region.
It's from Central.
Yes, say like that. Don't shy.
No, correct? So if now let's go back. If Kisi said we want governor, or Luos insisted, ODM we want a governor, what could have been the case? Yeah, this is an issue of interest. And at the end of the day, the disorganization in Azimio is going to cost them dearly. Let me put that here. Because you bring people like Aladwa, those who have been in the county for the longest, they just stamp, they want.
But Lazarus, you should do it comparatively. UDA had Margaret Wanjiru campaigned for a long period. She introduced UDA in Nairobi. But when it came to the ticket, they slotted it. Yes, so
yeah.
You have
anyway,
to
that's what I'm saying.
Wekesa, stop that. Stop putting maneno ya UDA hapa. We are talking about Azimio. Don't confuse us with UDA. We are not going to take UDA's marking scheme and bring it to Azimio. That's wrong.
No.
When
you choose a candidate, you compare. When you choose a team to play, you compare with the other team. You cannot do it in Utopia.
No, we can't. We can't compare ourselves to Kenya Kwanza. There's nothing like Kenya Kwanza. He has swallowed all people to UDA. We didn't even know Sakaja was a UDA member for a very long time. Sakaja just surfaced and said, now I'm contesting from UDA.
Okay.
No, that politics of malice we don't want. That is politics of malice.
Let me end it there. Let me end it there and proceed later.
Are we the rest of us spectators? Why are you not allowing us also to contribute? Is it about Alex? Is it only about Alex? No.
No, wait first.
Wangira, if you don't have votes like if you don't have votes like Wanyonyi, I'll put you in quarantine.
No, wait, I'm going to Wangira and the first thing utasikia anasema Wekesa, give me more time. You know, people don't know that when they are on the floor, they also want that more time. I'm coming to you. Next, Lazarus in 1 minute.
I'm saying I think I've ended it there. Let me pick it from the next round, because give someone like Tered is now chatting online and is here so that he can share the idea he has face to face. Let him not be on the back.
Hesbon, how are you? Hesbon, how are you? Are you with us or I skip you?
Hey, how are you guys? I'm with you.
I'm fine. Wewe ni kama uko kwa nyumba uko na shughuli zako. Tukuruke. Are you following what we are discussing?
Yeah, I'm just following you guys. It's my first time to be on this platform.
Yeah, leo tumeamua ni fireworks, so we want someone who can maintain that tempo. Ukirudisha chini tunakutoa.
No, it's all. I'm really happy to be part of the team here. Na wasalimia nyote. Mimi sitaki kusema mambo ya majina ama nini, sote ni wa Kenya. Just to share with you, I'm really happy what I saw today. Mimi sitaki kusema ni Mkikuyu, ni Mjaluo ama ni Mkisii. But what I saw today, what Azimio did is leadership. I'm a Nairobian and I vote in Nairobi. So what I saw today, it's inclusivity. Kila mtu amejumuika hapo. So in terms of Nairobian as a governor, we need a leader, not a politician. So with Igathe coming on board, this is a winning team. It's a winning ticket. Yeah, hiyo ndio naweza sema peke yake. But mambo ya kuleta tribalism, ama politics, ama nini. For me, I'm looking at a leader. And I just went through scrolling Igathe CV, and he's a performer. The guy delivered. So let's give him a chance and see what he can perform. And we'll do a scorecard after 5 years. But again, hii mkelele mingi tunapiga hapa about tribalism, Azimio has done so well. I don't want to talk about UDA because that was rubbish. As Alex said, this guy, Sakaja, he just popped in from nowhere. Even me, I never knew the guy was in UDA. All along, I knew he was a Jubilee guy or NSC. So I'm really proud what Azimio did today. And that is, for me, my opinion. I stand to be corrected. It's the winning team. I'm going out there to campaign. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One statement on Kibaki.
Sorry?
One statement on Emilio Mwai Kibaki, or you were born 2012.
No, I want to say mzee alale salama. He did very well. Alituletea pesa kwa mfuko and infrastructure. May so rest in peace. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alan, are you around? Or I skip? Okay, let me have Wangira.
Thank you, Wekesa. You know, Wekesa, we have to deal with the reality here. As much as people want the ideal situation, what we must deal with here is the reality. The reality today is that the majority shareholders of the Azimio family are the members of the Kikuyu community, the Luya community, the Kisi community, the Kamba community, and the Luo community. Those are the major shareholders. Then we have other small communities that are that also form part of the Azimio. So when we are dealing with the major shareholders of the Azimio family, how do we balance this act? You know, how do we balance this act? You know, it's a situation where you are being forced to chew the gum as you scale the stairs here. You know, for Raila Odinga, he has been put in a very, very difficult situation, you know, where if you do or you don't do it, at the end of the day, people will still blame you for not having done it, or for having done it. Whether it's an act of omission or commission, people will still blame you for having done A or having done B. So coming to what transpired today, you know, first, let us appreciate that Raila has gone through a lot of blackmail and manipulation since he was declared the Azimio One Kenya presidential candidate, because everybody has wanted to have his own way here. Then, if you are dealing in a situation where everybody wants to have his own way, how do you handle such a situation? You know, it becomes so difficult. Those people watched me here the other day. You know, I was mad with the press conference that was held by Tim Wanyonyi and Wakina Sifuna. You know, these people came up with a press conference in Nairobi where they were giving now ultimatum. In fact, they were telling Raila Odinga to give Tim Wanyonyi his certificate by 5 o'clock on Wednesday. Imagine. Now, how do you deal with people now who want to blackmail you and to manipulate you, and you are in a situation where you need to balance the acts? Because if you don't balance the acts, you're done. So, what Raila Odinga and the Azimio coalition did today was the right thing, because now by having Paul Igathe as the Azimio gubernatorial candidate for Nairobi, and Kaloki as his running mate, you know, they are also giving out as they also take. By giving out, what I mean by giving out, you know, what I mean by giving out. Today, the majority of voters in Nairobi are Kikuyus, followed by Luyas, then followed by Kambas, then followed by Luos. So when you are balancing this act, you need to be very, very careful, because we don't want to mess. Because when you mess, then you lose in this particular situation. So what Raila Odinga was doing today was just purely balancing. Because by purely balancing, because you know the Kambas have been complaining that they didn't have the real stake in Azimio. So how do we reward them? How do we make them feel as part and parcel of this Azimio family? The only way to make them feel as part and parcel of this Azimio family is to have them incorporated in a way. And now by having the Igathe Kaloki ticket, this is what is likely to play out. What will play out is that now the Kikuyus are likely to come out in a good number to vote for Igathe. And the Kambas will also come up in very good numbers and vote for Igathe. Then what is likely also to follow is that because Luos don't have anybody at the apex there, they will also vote for Igathe. And your Kisi brothers, Alex, are also likely to vote for Igathe. Then some of the Luyas like myself who don't feel so offended. I'm coming to that point. Relax, Alex. Lawyers like myself who don't feel very offended will also vote for Igathe. There's one thing that I want to agree with you, Alex, is when we come to the Kisi stake in this particular arrangement. I tend to agree with you that there was a big oversight. They could have given this lady Kwamboka to become the Nairobi women representative. That's what I agree with you fully. Because we already at the top we had Igathe, then followed by Kaloki, then we had my brother Sifuna there. So after Sifuna, who else did we need to have? Because I've told you that we have 5 key major shareholders in this Azimio family who are Kikuyus, Luyas. Yes.
Don't you think to remove an incumbent unless it's an election, it makes no sense to remove an incumbent based on
Okay. Can I answer you? Can I answer you?
Yes.
Can I answer you? Which is more difficult here, my brother Wekesa? if we were in a position to remove Tim Wanyonyi and to tell him to return to Westland, what was now so difficult to tell Madam Pasaris to step down for Kwamboka? I didn't see how difficult it was. In fact, it was an oversight. They could have given Kwamboka that particular position, because the Kisses are right to complain that now in this particular inclusion, they don't seem to appear anywhere. The only place they could have appeared is when Kwamboka would have been made to become the Nairobi women representative. That one, I agree fully with Alex, with Alex, that it was an oversight that could, in a way, cost us, because now in fact
answered the question of incumbency. You are not. You are only asking which one is more difficult, but incumbency is a different question altogether. Incumbent, it means you are still in the seat. So
you know, this is the problem.
What makes you to be removed?
You know, this is the problem of you wanting me to answer to answer the question in the way you want. Allow me to answer it in the way I understand.
That is how it happens in incumbency.
Allow me. No, you know, this is a debate. I may be wrong, I may be right. So don't you know, unless you want to lead me into answering your question.
Mine is not an answer, is provoking you to think. I'm not saying I have an answer.
Okay, then allow me to give you my answer. My answer was simple. You know, this is a party. You know, it's a give and take. If we are giving and taking, we have to compromise. And you know, the only seat that was left for purposes of compromising was this Nairobi women representative, and we had two candidates. Kwamboka is also a senator, remember? She's a nominated senator as we speak, so she's also an incumbent. So if you are talking of an incumbent, Kwamboka is equally an incumbent. So where do you leave her?
Nominated
and that's why.
Nominated where?
She's a nominated senator.
Where area?
Nairobi.
And so she's incumbent in Senate, not representative, isn't it? That's
no. We are agreeing that, you know, we need to agree on one thing.
I want to answer you. If you want her to maintain her seat, she can still be proposed to be nominated. That is
no. You know, no.
Now,
Here we work.
Proceed.
You know, the lineup that we were creating today, the lineup that we were creating today was a lineup.
Even the ODM
listen, Buana. Listen, you also allow me to give my point. Listen, the lineup that we were creating today was a lineup of the people who are going to run. So in the Kisii community in Nairobi, who is now running? Tell me, who is running among the Kisii community? None. And that's why people like Wakina Alex here are offended, and they are rightly so offended. So that one was an oversight. It was a big oversight, because now we have two Kikuyus in form of Igathe and in form of Pasaris running. When Kisses have none. And understand, even among the 17 constituencies in Nairobi, Kisses have nobody. So where are they being represented? Tell me, Wekesa, where are they being represented? Answer me, where are they being represented among the 17 constituencies in Nairobi? So we need to agree. If something was done wrongly, let us just agree that it was done wrongly. The correct person to have become
that thing, even if you are given, I tell you, even Naskia Baba Litomakoyo meeting are frustrated, because it's not easy as you guys think, like A plus B.
You see,
is not easy, and in fact, he had to sacrifice his own, even when he knew that Timothy is the best. He had to sacrifice his own. Because people always come. You see the same ultimatums mnachokanga nazo za Kalonzo kwa presa.
People come with those ultimatums in the meeting, and what do you do? And you are the one to compromise because you don't, you know, for us it's very easy. Unasemanga kama utaki toka, but on the negotiation table, Baba doesn't do that. So it's not as easy as you think, and that's why I told you that sometimes when it comes to incumbency, you rather retain it because when you tamper it, it brings a lot of problems.
Now, answer me. How do we appease the kisses? How do we appease the kisses now?
Now, those are difficult questions. Maybe it's a mess because, as I said, the whole thing was a mess, and it was not thought through well. There was no proper balancing in the whole of that thing, and it is what it is.
But let me tell you again also, Mugeni, when people call for campaigning candidates, they don't balance tribes. For example, that's why we had Sifuna and team. When candidates show up, they don't show up in a balanced way. Sometimes they come with 3 candidates from one tribe, and you are struggling now to balance on a skewed. So those were already skewed. If you look at even Kamba was too roped in Kaloki because there was no Kamba who was competing for
you
that.
See, I'm afraid to contribute at this time because I have not been given time to submit. But what I will say is that the city of Nairobi positions, they would have been shared hand in hand with the national positions of the president and the deputy president. That consideration should have been there.
Wekesa, Mount Kenya is a tribe. Mount Kenya Foundation is a tribe. It's not a foundation.
It's
not a foundation.
Today, I'm telling you, UDA has a good weapon to use in Western, and let us forget.
But let me ask you, Mugeni, how many tribes were peaceful?
No, which Western? When you are talking of Western, which Western? You know. Let me tell you. You know, we people from Western are not taken around by small emotions like those ones. If you want to tell me that you'll go to Busia, let me tell you, if you want to tell me that you'll go to Port Victoria where I was born 50 years ago, and you start to telling people that you should not vote for Raila Odinga because Tim Wanyonyi did not get the Nairobi gubernatorial ticket, I tell you, my brother, you'll get disappointed. You'll get heavily disappointed. Let me tell you.
Yeah. Wangira, you are talking about Port Victoria. That is Busia. The politics of Busia and the politics of a place like Bungoma.
Did Wetangula support Team
very different.
Did Wetangula support Team Wanyonyi?
Very different. And the way those two people perceive things is very different.
It's not perception. You are talking about your backyard. And why did in the backyard see a problem there?
So why am I saying this? When Kalonzo comes with his demands, everyone runs helter-skelter to address his demands. But when Aladwa comes up with their demands, it becomes a big issue.
You know, there's a point you don't see. There's a point you are not seeing.
I'm seeing very well, but you have
let me give you this point. You know, when Raila gets that apex position of running mate of Azimio, you know, both people from Nyanza and Western feel part and parcel of the Raila apexness. And that's why there's no big problem. And like where the Kambas are not appearing, you see, Luyas are not making a lot of noise because they see Raila as one of their own. And that's why I'm telling you it's going to be very difficult for somebody to try and campaign on the basis of Tim Wanyonyi, that Tim Wanyonyi was denied the gubernatorial ticket of Nairobi, and now we should not vote for Raila Odinga in Western Province. It's not going to work because most Luyas see Raila as one of their own, and especially in Busia and Kakamega. Let me tell you, that's the truth.
Wangira,
that's the truth.
That is very
what you say, but when you're having another side coming to Western campaigning with the 30% of the government negotiated, And we are having here.
I mean, that is an amorphous thing. That 30% is, I mean, did
have
you
to
buy the
continue joking
30%?
mine.
No,
Mugeni.
Mugeni should
Now,
not.
Let's have, okay, order. Let's have
Wekesa, listen to me also. Mugeni has been taking us here for a walk in the park. If he has interest of Kenya Kwanza, let him address Kenya Kwanza. You know, his strength. Let me tell you something.
Of course, he's a UDA.
No, let me tell you. Even
he's a UDA and he wants to use our nomination to get votes. Yeah.
Listen to Nani Mugeni.
The blood of Mugeni can never be UDA, my friend.
No.
Never.
It is never written
The
in
language is. The language is.
No.
Let me tell you something, Mugeni.
Because we want to obscure the truth.
No. Also, Alex told you there's decorum in listening. You know, you cannot unless we have two people running this show. One thing you should know, Raila has been, the way Mongira said, people just want to throw things. You see, if you want to be honest, we have 43 tribes. If every tribe will insist this is what we want, even this country won't move even an inch. Correct? So if you tell us Ruto has bargained with Western of 30%, so what? That's the question. So what? Kenya is more
Can
than
he
30.
Can he break down the 30%? Let him break down the 30%. Break down the 30% so that we know what the 30% is.
And in 2013, he campaigned with laptops.
You know, Wekesa.
No, I have no details.
We know Ruto of taking 50% of the government, and he gives Western 30%. So are we here to talk about 20%? Mugeni should be very ashamed about that. If that is the case, then Mugeni, where are you from? Let me ask, just for... Are we here to talk about 20% for the rest of Kenyans? Stop bringing that 30% here. It actually kills Ruto by far. And I'm not submitting, but I want to listen to Kimera. Kimera has been here for a while. For the rest of Kenyans, then bringing that 30% here. It actually kills Ruto by far. And I'm not submitting, but I want to listen to Kimera. Kimera has been here.
Yeah, Robert, iko na echo. So let's have Kimere.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's quite noisy this evening.
Yeah, fine. We have just tried to hit up the debate na kunaona kumbe tunaweza chomana.
Oh, wow. Hallelujahs like that when they're agitated. Well, I think, coming to that, you know, my question is, are we Azimio or are we not? Because if we are Azimio and we are all aiming for one goal, actually, this debate shouldn't be that animated, really, because it doesn't really matter that much, isn't it? And kama Lazarus ameuliza, if to be honest, if we go tribal and we are 42 plus, I think 43 now with the Makondes, so if everyone is asking for a space, it will be impossible to govern. However, it's important to try and balance somehow. Yeah. So I'm happy with how things are going. And as Wekesa said, it's not an easy thing really to get all those people agree, you know. And I think going forward, that should be the way, instead of having all these nominations with the mchujo, yeah, wanaita mchujo, sindio? We really don't need that. You see, like we always talk about the Western countries and all that. They don't have all those nominations where you have mini elections where people elect people who are going to be nominated and all that. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because then again, if you look at it, the wananchi sometimes will just vote for people who are more noisy or people who bribe them. And we end up with people who are not, maybe they're not worth the positions. Like here, for example, when Labour or the Conservatives do their elections, the party caucuses and they decide who will be elected, and they will just present that person to the people, and people will elect the persons presented by the party. So kusema ati wakuja hapa kwa wananchi actually they don't necessarily make the right choices, because they make choices with the feelings or according to how things are moving in that moment. And that's why if you look at our Kenyan elections, how they work, after a year, when they have elected someone, because we hear them on the radios, they start crying. We don't know who we elected. We don't know even why. We haven't seen those people since we elected them. That's because they just choose them because they have that warmth of money at that time. It's not necessarily because it's the people they want. But if we give the parties really going forward, because even I don't think the parties are still there, but it's a good way to start. Because sometimes the parties also might be use some favoritism or things like those. But we should empower parties going forward and make the right decisions, choosing the right people, less corrupt, people with integrity, people who are knowledgeable, with experience and all that. That will help the country grow. And hata hii kitu ya kuondoa, like in Central Kenya, for example, they actually don't elect leaders or their politicians. They deselect them. That's what happens in Mount Kenya. That's why you see they never come back. They always change them all the time. At least in Nyanza, they have people who have been there for years, which is a good thing, or in Western. But in Central Kenya, if you look how Central Kenya votes, they change every 5 years. They change all the people, and not because the people haven't done the work or because they're not good people, because they like doing that.
Kimere.
Yeah.
I see you are discussing it soberly. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I haven't seen these guys touch a question on our political evolvement from the days of Kina Moi up to now.
Yeah.
They say that when you check history, Moi Kibaki was taken from classroom lecturing to politics. Professor George Saitoti was taken from classroom to politics.
Yeah.
So quite a number, they say, even including Kina Matipa. So why are people having a problem when Polycarp is taken from corporate world to politics? And that is what has been happening in Kenya.
Because the thing is that we have gone so tribal now, and that's why you see every time we tend to concentrate on that. Because like you said before, like even Kibaki, all those people, most people are taken away from schools or from where they are working. And even Mwananchi at that time.
There's someone with a lot of, I don't know whose background is that.
Mugendi, you have your mic on.
Mugendi, kindly.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
Thank you. So what they used to be, even common Mwananchi, sometimes they used to approach their leaders and tell them, it's you who we want. Because there was no bribery, there was no this strong tribal sense of belonging, and that was working. Because even now, for example, just to give an example of the Azimio team now, we are here, for example, most of us here are Azimio, right? And we all want Raila to be the president, and regardless of, he must be. If we really want Kenya to go the right way, Raila must be the president this time around, because if not, we are messed up. That's a guarantee. So it's not of no use to have these kitchen politics. No, we want a Luya, or we want, like you said earlier on. I also saw the conference. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? when the lawyers had that conference, and even Sifuna himself, who was part of the meeting, probably, I guess, or he was briefed by the ODM party, since he is the Secretary General. He is the Secretary General of ODM, isn't he? So he knew what was coming, and yet he was there standing on that conference and giving all these demands. And if you look the demands those people were making, they didn't make any sense. They wanted like 36 MCA positions in Nairobi. They wanted the senator. It's not even credible. So sometimes you have, even if you are trying to debate something, or you're trying to request for something, you have to make a credible or request, or because that didn't make sense at all. So we also need to what can I say? We need to think what we talk about, and because that confuses the people, and the danger is there are a lot of people who won't be arguing like we are doing here, and that's why I like this channel a lot, because we challenge ourselves, we discuss about it, and ultimately we get a solution. But a lot of common people down there, they will believe whatever they hear from those people we call leaders, or whoever mouths in front of cameras and microphones. They'll believe that, and they'll start really beating for that. And then that's how we lose. And God forbid that if the chicken seller wins, we're gonna be, and that's gonna be bad for everyone. So it's not about Luhya, it's about the country. So we must put the country forward, really. So
Kimere, you have mentioned about the chicken seller. Let me ask you this question. You see, most of people are having jitters right now at the Azimio, because there's a lot of noise in their camp.
Yeah.
Is it all right in the other camp? Because we have seen Azimio, as much as there is noise, they have made steps. Almost they are finishing everything that has been bringing issues. So is it okay in the other camp, or they have avoided to touch?
No, I don't think it's all right on the other camp. The thing is that we have alternated, haven't we? Because they did their nominations a little bit earlier than we did. So our nominations, well, I mean, the Azimio or the parties which form Azimio are doing their nominations now. So the noise is being more heard now, and we had the whole of last week. We all talked about UGA, didn't we? And the Kenya Kwanza. So now is the time that the parties forming the Azimio coalition are making are doing their nominations, and the noise is coming up. But I guess by the end of next week, all that will come down anyway, hopefully. But having said that, we really need to sober up, because we don't want to give them any advantage or any excuse for them to find a way of starting to talk about us. And we should also avoid talking about them that much. I was actually thinking today, because every time I go to Mutembe website and try to scroll the videos and see some replays, things that I haven't seen earlier, and there's a lot of UGA stuff there. It's awful. If you look for Azimio there, it's like very few clips. Most of the clips are Azimios and UDA, sorry. And because we need to popularize Azimio, we are all talking about it, but we need to preach Azimio. That's what we need to do. And for example, talking about Mount Kenya, I know things are changing. And now you see, it's, in politics, it's like sometimes it's what is being talked now. Once that's done, next week we'll be talking about something else. Things will start balancing up. And starting next week, end of next week, we will know really how the country is moving. But I think we are on an advantage, really. So that's something we should, but what I would request our members here and people we know, or whoever we come into contact with, is not to bring all these jitteries about the nominations, how they have been done. But going forward, we have to go the way it's being done by OGM and Jubilee this time. More consensus, less pollings for nominations, because it doesn't really make sense. Because even when people say that they want, tunataka kujishagulia, that's all nonsense. It's because that's in their mind. They think they are doing it, but they are not, because someone goes there, pours a lot of money, buys people will vote, and those people who vote because they are being bribed or bought or given some money, they don't necessarily like those people. Mugeni, that's the fact. That's the truth. I'm telling you. And that's why, and if you go back to the clips after elections, yeah, do you know how many people, because I hear them all the time over the radio, a lot of people call saying, we don't know even which senator. If you go now, for example, let's say a place like Nyandarua, yeah, you go to the villages and ask them who their senator is, most of them don't even know the name. Do you know that? Try that. If you happen to go to a village, Mugeni, yeah?
No, to be honest, Kimere, in my voting station,
yeah, I
knew all the names up to the MP. MCA, I just guessed. I looked at
the But you are an informed citizen. That's different. In this panel, most of the people we all know, like me, I'm in London and I know a lot of them. But why? Because I inform myself. But I'm telling you, this is the fact. Yeah. If you go to the village, ask most of the people, yeah, and probably
then
a lot of other people here will witness this. They don't know the senators or the MPs. For example, how many MPs do you know, Wekeza, in the parliament? How many can you call by name?
Only the vocal ones.
Since you are a media person, now leave alone the vocal
ones.
Huh?
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah, you can ask.
Kimere, I think good contributions, but now you are trying to trash democracy by saying that we should now get boardroom leaders.
No, I'm not saying boardroom leaders. What I'm saying is, again, get me right. What I'm saying is, for example, you see, we all pride of the constitution we have, right? Which we almost pasted and copied from the United States, for example. And when we talk about democracy, we keep citing all these Western countries, yeah? We say Kenya is a young democracy, and we cite the European countries, the Americas, and all that. And I'm telling you, the way we do it in Kenya, they don't do it here. You know, when there are elections here, yeah, we are not called to go and vote and nominate the aspirants or the candidates. Or the party does that, and it presents the risk. We know, okay, like we're gonna have an election here for the county, for example, and we are electing a new mayor and the councillors, for example. Yeah, I will get a leaflet and an email telling me there will be election this date. These are the candidates, and there will be some information about the candidates. And you see, depending on which party you believe in, and there's a description of the candidates and their credentials and all that. And the voting day, you will just go and vote. You understand? We don't. Everyone does.
Yeah, but part of the question is Mugeni is trying to insinuate or suggest that our democracy is about the ballot. There's so many ways we express our democracy, even captured in the constitution, not just about the ballot.
Yeah,
there's so many ways we express our democracy.
Democracy doesn't necessarily mean that you get people to the piazza and say, "Oh, you got A, B, and C. Who do you want?" that doesn't really necessarily signify.
Mr. Kimere, you are trying to compare politics in the developed world is not as competitive as it is in Kenya. That's what I have realized over time. It's not as competitive like a matter of life and death as it is in Kenya back home.
So should we keep it that way, though? Should we keep it that way?
No, it shouldn't.
We keep it that way just because we see it that way.
It shouldn't, because we have made the politics the place to get rich. That's why it is that competitive.
Then let's start changing. Yeah? That's why we are saying, because it has to start from somewhere, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has to start from somewhere. Yes.
Yeah. So
make it less attractive.
Exactly.
Then we will go the bottom way.
Again, you are now happy with that, and you're saying our democracy. We should run away from some of those things.
Mugeni, this is the start. So going forward, for example, everything starts from a point. Now we have done this year, for example, the Jubilee has done what they have done now, yeah, and some parts of ODM also, they have done the consultation and all that, right? Consensus. Now, because it's something new, we are against it. Yeah, they do that in 2027. By the time they do it 2-3 times, it's going to become a norm, and no one will really bother about it. You understand? And we'll be in the right.
Thank you, Kimere.
Thank you.
For me, just because something is done in the West and it favors the West, it should not be the norm that is applied to the third world or a country like Kenya, because we cannot take.
Thank you.
It's not about the West. It's not about the West. It's about doing the right.
About Robert, I don't know why Mugeni is arguing for and against, because in one thing he says we are behind, then in another thing he says just because it's done. I think you have our sense of judgment.
What I'm against is boardroom leaders.
Wekeza, can I tell Mugeni one thing before I leave? Yeah. It's not about comparing. It's about doing the right thing, and doing the right thing sometimes it can be challenging. But nevertheless, we shouldn't tire from doing the right thing. That's it.
Thank you.
We start it now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Let's have Robert to contribute. And as you come in, Robert, sometimes you may be against the boardroom leaders. And sometimes even we do mock election where you think you have elected a leader, but at the end of the day, those who are decided in the boardroom are presented to you. So sometimes you have to be real. Anyway, Robert.
Yes, Wekesa, I see you. Thank you, Wangila. I see you there every night. Mr. Kimere, can I call you Kimere? Okay. So you said you are saying people in Kenya, they don't know they are senator. I'm here at the west coast of California, where Baba will be in next week. Some of these guys, you go outside here. I asked them who's the vice president. They can't just like, I don't know. They don't know even the vice president of the United States. If you ask them, even sometimes even don't know our governor is. So it's not like only people in Kenya. That's something all over the map. And I can tell you, these guys here, if you ask them who sang the music, they'll tell you. Or who's the actor, they'll tell you on the fingernails. Or who's the basketball player or football. But ask them, who is your vice president? Who's the Anton Chen? They just say, I don't know. I don't care. So that's something all over the world. So I've said here on this network, democracy comes from the people. You cannot impose democracy on the people. It comes from them. So to tell you the truth, if this problem in Nairobi, I've been listening to you guys, I was just here on my bed, just look at my phone. You are just like almost Mr. Rasaras just trying to fight, even though nobody's around you guys. I was just looking. What happened was we went to Ruto way. So we could have done something different, but we decided to do things like Ruto. But there's one thing I can tell you, what happened, I mean, the way I see forward, the way I focus it. Papa knows how to play games with Ruto. So Ruto brought in Mr. What's his name? The senator from Nairobi. What's his name? Sakaja?
Sakaja,
Yes.
yeah.
So Ruto he had this narrow mind that if he gets Sakaja, he's going to get those votes from the, because I don't know whether Sakaja is a Luya. I don't want to know whether it's a Meru or this, I don't know. I don't know. Because during the news conference which happened the other day, which I was against, I mean, that was a monster news conference. I mean, people comes up, they are demanding a governorship, they are demanding a senator, and all these things. I was just like, wow. But let us go back. There's one thing I believe. I'm not a Ruya. I come from Kisii. There's one thing I believe. The Ruya people love Baba. The Ruya people love Raila Odinga. They see him as one of them, to be sincere, and I think some of them might have said that a few minutes ago. Do you know why? We have seen situations where Musalia Mudavadi goes for election, Papa beats him in his own bedroom, and that one's going to happen. So I don't know those people who came up with the idea of saying, "Oh, we Ruyas." I see some other videos. I saw somebody was interviewing. The headline says, "Ruyas now we are moving to UDA because we did not get the governorship." But when you put on the tape, it's something else. You know what? This is propaganda. Propaganda which is being spread by nobody than the chicken seller. I want to be sincere with that. I've never called him a chicken seller, but yes, because let me tell you one thing. We have, you see, we might be for some of us. I'm telling you, some of these things, because remember I broke you the story of Baba's coming here, nobody knew about it. And one thing is, wait a minute, few days from now, Ruto's going to face it. They have a problem who's going to be the running mate from the inside. We know some of their guys here who communicate direct with the campaign. And some of you think it's going to be easy or it's going from Mount Kenya. Let me give you two names. It's going to be either, there's somebody called Kindiku. I don't know more about him. Is it Kindiku?
Jama is talking of people he doesn't even know.
Yes, so that's the name you watch about when it comes to UTA. They have problems. They are fighting among themselves regarding the running mate. We know it, except they don't want to tell you that. And I was so surprised when I see Ruto comes on the media saying, "Oh, you see us, since I a problem, why aren't you working on problems?" Our candidates in the end, yeah, he's very happy because as Mio, they are arguing some other things.
But it's a fact.
Mr. Mugeni, for you, it's a fact. For me, I don't care. It's going to be divided 10 in the morning. Okay, let me come to this thing of Nairobi. You know, people from Kisii, we don't vote people because you are tribe or where you come from. It's not going to affect either way, or it's not going to move some people to vote for Omanga. But at the same time, I think the balancing, I think Kwamboka could have served something better. But at the same time, I know what Papa has in mind. I think he has now brought in the Kikuyu Nation. It's a working process now. He's showing them up. I think even the Ruas are not saying anything because they are Nairobians, but because Raila is there, they are quiet. See, one thing going forward, this is the way I see it. We don't need these things of warring people deciding for us. Let us have elections. Elections could have solved this thing a long time ago. If they had primary elections in Nairobi, this problem could have been solved. Another thing here on my body, I'm just looking at. So one thing I've realized right now is just like there are some fake balls which is coming on your way. we know what's going on, and we know who's buying them. Anybody who's saying Raila is behind somebody or whatever it is on polls, don't take it. They are lying to you. Those people they are conducting polls, which one? We know them. Some of them which just came out. I know some the other day. They are false. They are being bought. We know who are buying them. Some of the people, we know them who are doing it. So I don't care whatever they come up, or Raila's losing or Ruto's ahead. That's not true. So I'm on to have a few hours here. I'm on to have a meeting about Baba coming. I see I started the trip. He's like right now, he's on the way coming here, going to DC. And I hope when he gets here, because he'll be here for 2 days, Thursday next week and Friday. Time right now, we should be able, I will put on my camera and see whether I can be able to get you guys live shot what's going on here in the Bay Area where we call the Silicon Valley in San Francisco. But also I want to send my condolences to Kibaki family. Kibaki was one of the presidents, but at the same time, we know what happened in 2007. It was unfortunate, and I know some people pushed him, even though he won. You know, Kibaki, those election 2007, 2008, he really, when he was defeated, he knew he wanted to come out, except he was pushed. You cannot leave this thing with some of his people. But he was a nice president. We know what he did for the economy. Moving forward, let's see what happens. But I'm looking forward for the morning period. I want to see what the other candidates are doing, because I was so shocked. What camps? They are just trying to use the death of Kibaki, you know, some of them, the economy, like trying to read it. I get it. But at the same time, let us give the space of our president who has fallen for mourning. Then we see what happens. And from there, the campaign can just go on. But at the same time, I just want to move the new team, Nairobi team. I hope they come and do the job.
Roba, are you in the US?
Yes, I'm in California.
Baba is coming. Are you going to meet him?
Yeah, but let me show you something real quick. Yeah. So if you can see the camera here, as a meal, I want to see the camera. You might not see it. He's coming here for 2 days.
Reflection, huh?
He's coming here for 2 days. He'll be here next week. He will be on Thursday. And Friday he's going to meet some people here. People are coming up. And we want to see Papa in San Francisco, in California. And we hope things are going to be okay. So that's why I said, you guys, I will try to give you some clips here. I will try to communicate with you guys some shots here when it comes. We are excited. So
nitakupatia namba ya WhatsApp to me.
Okay, that'll be okay, because we have all people from surrounding states coming to welcome Baba, and we have people from other countries, from Tanzania, we have people from Uganda, Rwanda, and some other countries who come, and they have said some of them will come here. So we look forward to seeing him. And question?
Alex, umemweka kwa timu, kwa hiyo timu yenu?
Alex I think he's in Minnesota. That's in the Midwest. If he's coming, just where are you, Alex?
Kuna mtembei group ya diaspora mahali hapa.
They are excited because Baba is going there for the first time. Baba stronghold yake ni hapa. We already have an ODM nominee from Bonchari from this state. We have already had the deputy governor of Kisii from this state. So the roots of politics of Kisii are always from Minnesota. So California is excited because Baba is going there the first time. It's okay. So Roba, you don't have to answer, Roba. Relax.
Yeah, you have to know we are the 50th largest economy in the world. So Papa is coming for money. You know that. We want to fundraise.
You people don't have money. Money comes from here. All the money. So anyway, Roba, I had a question for you.
Yes.
you know, we are trying to dissect something. You can't run away from it. And you know, you are sitting in the periphery. You said, and that is very true, and I agree. We people from Kisii, I included, we've never voted on tribal. When it comes, we look at the person. But at the same time, you forgot, you said, oh, we thank Baba for bringing the basket of Central to us. Okay? So that is a basket. He brought it because they are supposed now to vote or to be looked at Central. Now, that is the problem, that it's allowed on other people. It's not allowed on other people. And we are saying this politics in Nairobi, when it's allowed in Nairobi, it's volatile. We don't end to get leadership that we need to get. And that is the problem Jubilee had, bringing Sonko in and Igathe. Ended up to be a bad ticket. We ended up with an impeachment. We ended up with NMS, where we ended up saying NMS was even a better leadership. We don't even need political leadership in Nairobi. Now we have gone back to the same place we were in 2013, 2017, whereby we choose leadership by tribal mortgaging. You look at the numbers. Where do you stand on this? Where you say it's okay, Baba has brought Central to our basket.
No,
don't you think it's a risk?
Alex, let's be sincere. Let's also try. Okay, Kikuyus have never been a governor of Nairobi. Let's be sincere on that. Let's give them that. They don't have president now. Before they have contested, I think it was Kitero. Then after that, it was Zobe.
Because when you start discussing tribes for Nairobi, you say these against, that's where we lose it. That's where we lose it.
My friend, can I speak? It's just as, you know what, you cannot even be a political student on me. I teach students. Okay, I teach students.
I also
have been seeing you the way you argue what I call primary politics.
I also teach, but I don't teach politics.
Yeah, so
I teach science.
Okay,
I teach science.
You don't have to answer.
So what I was saying is, this thing, because of what's happening, and that's why I started, I said, they could have done an election, it could have solved this problem. But now, since there was no election, so they are playing what we call a game of hide and seek with Ruto. So Ruto went and thought he has won this game, but if you see what Baba had in mind, they want to bring numbers in Nairobi, more especially from Central Province. I gave him that. But at the same time, I said, somebody like the rate who was the Kisii rate from there could have been given the women representative. Because I know for real, I live in Nairobi too. Machakos. I know from Ruai, went all the way from other parts of Nairobi, the surrounding area, people will be shocked. I know the Kisii force which is there. It's going to be a shocker for some people, but at the same time, the good news for both camps. They don't vote according like where they come from or the tribe or whatever it is. Even Umanga has to want their votes. I know that for real. I don't want to vote for her because it's from Kisii. That maybe she has never even been Kisii around here. I mean, since his dad, I think he was a former MP, if I'm not wrong. So the thing is this, going forward, I think the best thing is to have elections and people decide. Democracy. That's how democrats would prefer. If Kwamboka could have been defeated, everybody could have shut up. If Wanyonyi or some other things, Timu, you call him Timo and the other Gati and the other people, if there was elections and one of them could have won, we couldn't be talking about all these issues. They made a mistake. But we outrun from mistakes and we can live with that.
Okay, let me take on you one more 30 seconds and hopefully we don't talk about this. We go to somebody else because I think we can dwell on this for a very long time. When you say that Kikuyus have never had a governor in Nairobi, that is not true. When they put Sonko there, their mind was that Igathe will be the governor. But it looks like Sonko understood the politics of there. So in 2017, the ticket of Igathe in per se was to put Igathe as the manager of Nairobi. So, but they did not succeed. That is the problem we had. And when we are saying the ticket now of Azimio, which we must vote for because we have been given it and we support Baba, let us not infuse the issue of now the central people or the Mount Kenya because they don't have anything. Let us say then that we believe that Igathe is a better manager and he will bring change in Nairobi. And let us market him, not on a political basis, because then again, we infuriate the Luyaism and the Kisism in some people who've never been able to come out of it. Let us market our people based on, now, it looks like this was the best ticket so far for us. But if we project the tribal issues, I'm afraid again we go back to where we don't want to go. That's my opinion. Thank you.
No, I'm about to finish. That's a reality, Alex. Whether you like it or not, we go with tribes where we come from. That's a reality. Even if we just say we don't want to talk about it, we have to talk about it. At the end of the day, when it's all done,
you're cutting yourself on the foot when you said Kisses don't vote on tribes. Again, you're contradicting
you
yourself.
don't get, I said it's a reality in our politics. It's a reality. It's a reality. You can't. I mean, at this point,
so when does the reality stop?
I don't support.
When does the reality stop?
Yeah. No, I'm saying the reality
when does the reality stop?
Oh, when it stops is when you and I and the rest of you say this is wrong. What happened? They should not get this idea of giving people direct tickets or telling this what they should stop. I told you that we are supporting Raila because it is Raila and because already we are in it. But my opinion, this could have been solved by election. That's the way I believe. Okay, if I'm wrong, I might be wrong.
So,
but what I'm saying is,
let me ask you, Robert.
Yes.
Do you know even Jubilee, which did nomination 2017, right now it didn't do because what happened with the election 2017 is it was bungled. The people that Ruto wanted found themselves in Mount Kenya, and so I think Uhuru has devised a different strategy. So what we are saying is not even what you are saying. Ballot paper is not the panacea unless we grow our democracy. Nomination is not a bad thing. It's part of the rules of all those parties. But let's do it with transparency, with mutual agreement. If it's in the ballot, how many ballots people have finished, and after that they go independent? So have they solved anything? You have only the ballot only help you to throw you out of the party and go. So what we need is mutual agreement.
Yes. Well, yes, in fact, you are right. The one thing is, whether we like it, at the end of the day, these guys are going to be subject. They are going to face the people. Let the people decide. At the end of the day, that's what's to happen. That's the good news about it. It's not like they've chosen them and they want to win. It's not a guarantee. So the people will be given a chance to do it. But at the same time, we are saying for us to take another step, I think the best thing they could have done was to have elections so that this thing could have been squared out. But instead, they went the Ruto way. Ruto was so happy to do this because he has been laying traps. If you see, let me tell you something. The people support Ruto. Thank you for doing so. But the one thing they have never told me is a one-man show on their party. I mean, they say like now, when is the last time I heard from Musalia Mudavadi and Mr. Wetangula about Western Kenya? But now, since about this idea, when there was a problem with Azimio, that's when they were talking it. They were just up and down. You see, look what's happening. Well, the last time they were told, if I'm not wrong.
I want you to open another chapter.
Yeah, just hold on. We're not
Julius and Tyrate have been here for...
well, just 1 point. What Ruto, did he promise them 40% before now has come to 30%?
It was 30, I guess. The newspaper is the one which put 40, but Vapati might have the clip for Malala, it's 30.
Okay. Imagine 30%. That's what I don't want to hear in our government.
Okay, let's have Tyrate. How are you?
Fine.
You've been behind the screen. I thought you are asleep.
I was almost sleeping.
What? Wake
Yes,
up.
I was
Today is
listening to
already
the,
tomorrow if you are in Kenya.
I'm in Somalia. Now, I've seen what Baba did today, but I think there's a miscalculation that they did. According to me, what I think, when he took Sifuna and he took Wanyoni to Westlands, he's guaranteed of the Western votes. As much as we want to deny that politics is tribal, it is tribal. Now, Igathe was a wrong choice, because the way the Mount Kenya people will vote is dependent on how Kiambu will vote. If Kiambu vote goes away, because most of the residents who vote in Nairobi comes from Kiambu. I think that's the only miscalculation that Baba did on that end. As for Pasaris now, he cannot pull votes. She cannot pull votes because you see from where she comes from, her father, and where she comes, you cannot say whether she's a Kikuyu or who she is. And sorry for talking tribal, but that is how it is. So if you would have done Igathe and Wanyoni, would have been guaranteed of having that Nairobi seat. As for me, I feel there was some miscalculation, and I don't know. It's too
When
late.
someone said our citizen, he doesn't know who he is or she is, that's wrong. That's wrong. He has to turn it. That's wrong. He's a Kenyan.
Let me withdraw, but Pasaris, you see.
Yeah, but I think, Tyrate, when you say that the way Kiambu will vote, that's how Kikuis in Nairobi will vote.
Yes, the central votes.
These guys are intelligent. And these guys are business people.
They may be intelligent, but
it's easier to work in the office of Igathe and have a deal, or is it easier to work in the office of Saka? Be real. Don't think that they just vote because of we vote. Kikuyus have been in power and they know how to get their vote right. They don't do euphoria like any other part. That's what I can guarantee. People who have tested power don't do a vote on euphoria. They calculate.
Let me finish. Let me say. You see, the challenge you're having in Nairobi right now is the same challenge will be having now when they start choosing the running mate. That is the same challenge you'll be having right now. You're having in Azimio the same challenge right now of how they have
you're mixing many issues. We are discussing that issue of business first.
You see, they are all related. They are all related because now they are brought together, and what they did, they gave Ngati a job. They told Wanyoni to go and fight with HAVI. How fair was it? HAVI is a lawyer and he's working in Western.
So let me ask you, if Wanyoni was going for governor, which one is easier? When he goes to fight for Westlands, is it a tall order?
He would rather have worldwide for that.
He was not told, he was given, he said he withdrew, and he said for him it is better he goes back to that. I think if you watched Papa's clip.
If you'd have watched that clip closely, Sifuna was not satisfied. Those people who were there in that conflict, they were not content. They were forced to do that. As much as we're trying to deny
everybody, including Baba, was not happy. I was told he was frustrated in that meeting. And that is what compromise is all about. How can you go in a meeting, everybody's interested, and you come out, everybody's satisfied, and there are only one position, 3 guys who are contesting for it. Even if they would have put, let me tell you, if they would have put Wanyoni there, Igathe and Nani would have come out not happy. If you would put Richard Ngatia there is Kagura Agnes Pia. So it is not as easy as you think. You see, people are thinking like Tim was the highway solution. If Tim was put there, everybody will come out clapping like, thank you for putting Tim there. My goodness, everybody was having interest in that seat.
I understand, but now if the people in the conference were not content, And me, the voter, I'm still not content by the decision. How many people are not content? As much as those people made their own decision.
Did you see Richard Ngatia's voters having a demonstration at Jubilee office? Did you see them?
Yes, I saw them, but Ngatia is lucky he got a job. Baki is lucky he got a job.
You are talking about the supporters.
No, forget about the supporters. Those things, those are just small politics. But Ngatia was given a job. What about Wanyonyi? Why did they give Ngatia a job for him to step down? Because he had.
Because this one is running. If Ngatia wanted to run for a seat, they would have done that. And you see, what you are not seeing is that Tim has been an MP of Westlands. So for him, he saw that instead of promoting myself, let me remain there because issues have not worked the way I want. So let me remain where I was. I will fight another day.
Well, guess
And that is what I was saying.
My friend.
Robert, let me finish. What I was trying to say, when Wanyonyi goes to Westlands, Azimio are guaranteed of the Luhya votes. When Sifuna vies for the Senate seat, he has the votes for the Luhya. When they put Kaloki on that seat, they have the votes for the Kambas. What they overlooked is those central votes, those Mount Kenya votes. As much as you are trying to say they have brains and they are businessmen, it is dependent on the neighbor. You need to understand most of the people, businessmen, they either come from Dagoretti or Kiambu or Githurai. How Kiambu will vote will definitely dictate how those people in Nairobi will vote. As much as we try to deny that. So they would have done their calculations and banked and try and find a way of amassing those votes for
Anyway, that's your way of looking at things. We will not dismiss it. Kuna mtu ameingia na echo. Kindly let's mute. Okay, that was Lillian.
So it was just that was my opinion. That is my observation. Because now they're telling you
on Kibaki's legacy.
Kibaki, he has you see, now I've understood where the handshake came from. From there, I recall when I was listening his story, that's when I realized there have been a lot of handshakes to date. At the end of the day, we just need a good government. And his was the best government we ever had. That's the only thing I can say about Kibaki. His government was the best. We'll never find another government like his. Even his kind of governance was very good and was very sober. So we'd like leaders like that, leaders who have stance and leaders who do not mind what other people say about them. That's all I could say.
Okay, let's have Julius, unless kuna swali. Kuna swali kwa
I'm the one, I think he remember I was talking that he told me, so what I want to tell him is some of the things you don't know what happened behind the scenes, what the agreements was. Maybe what is money back, the money used for the campaign, that it was paid back. I'm talking about Tim. Or there are some other things which we might not know. We never know. So the only thing I think I disagree with you is to say the way Kiambu goes, Nairobi goes, that's not true.
I'm referring to in regards to Mount Kenya votes, not Kiambu, Nairobi in particular, the voters. Those people who are saying now they are banking on Mount Kenya votes. How the voters, the Mount Kenya voters who come.
2013, we voted in Kidero in Nairobi, and in Kiambu there was Kaboko. Where was the matching figures?
No. Right now, no. I want you to understand. This is a very different scenario altogether. This is a totally different scenario. There's not an issue now. Right now, if we are talking about the voters now, if Ruto and Raila
No,
about to what?
you can't use the statistics that is not tested.
Let me finish. Allow me
How
to
Kiambu
allow
votes
me to
is how
allow,
Nairobi
allow me
votes. And
allow me to
you are
allow me
using
to
Ruda, which has never been on a general election. Kindly.
allow me explain.
Yeah, but
Explain.
what you explain doesn't make sense.
Allow me explain. Right now, we are expecting a running mate, a presidential running mate, either from Central. What do you call that? Was it different? Was it similar to 2017 or 2013? It's no. It's totally different. This scenario is totally different from 2013 and 2017.
And there was a presidential candidate from Central.
No, we are not. There
In
was,
fact,
but
it's
right
stronger
now,
than you having a running mate, my brother.
right now, the swing votes is from Mount Kenya as it is right now, and all the contestants are banking on the Central votes. If you play around with those votes, you lose.
My friend,
So
let
that's
me
what
tell
I'm saying.
something.
It's totally scenario. That's how I'm saying.
You are
Uhuru is going
debating
to
yourself
decide
out
where this
because
votes
if
go.
Mount Kenya is a swing vote, Robert Wade, if Mount Kenya is a swing vote, then they have a right to put Igathe because they are considering strengthening the swing vote. Robert, yes?
Yeah, Wakesa. Let me tell my friend here. The way Uhuru goes, you will not be shocked election night how this thing is going to end very, very quick. Uhuru is I mean, I was waiting Uhuru to. It's over. I'm telling you, it's over.
Yes, it's over, and his choice of running with his decision will determine where the people will go. He may draw. He may.
I know who's the I told you who's the running mate is. We know. We already know.
And that's what I'm telling you right now. If today, for example, if you ask Kimera, I told him, if Karua becomes the running mate, definitely she has my vote.
Of course, he's the one who's going to be the running mate.
Yes, but if things change like today, all of us are expecting Karua, and then the next time you tell us somebody else, you give us Peter Kenneth, you don't get those votes. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Julius. Julius Amanda, I may give up. Okay, you had something, Lazarus, before Julius comes.
Yes, I have something to say, Wekesa. You see, I find it a bit perturbing the way this perception of us central. You see, it's making me sick. It's making me sick. And they come here on this platform, they'll always tell him, and you see, they don't want to tell us what is happening in UDA. They're only telling us how you, Azimio, will have it, will depend on what Uhuru is. Right now, there's a perception they have that this ticket is not like Uhuru Ruto. So they think the only person in the union was only Ruto. I think that people should come out from that garbage. There's a capacity that the whole union. No, let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish started, Baba.
I'm not a UDA fan.
You finish and then you rebuttal. Kindly, let's have order.
I requested permission to rebut. I didn't interfere when you were talking. So if I'm given permission, let me finish what I want to say.
When you say that, the panel becomes full. Now see, the panel is full.
Yes, let them be full. You see, there's a perception the UDA guys and some of their how do I call it? They pretend they are Azimio here, but they're camouflaging in Azimio. They always believe the best union was Uhuru Ruto. And in that Uhuru Ruto, the only holy husband or the wife was only Ruto. Now they keep saying, you see, Central, the voting concept will change because this and that. Everybody is writing off Uhuru. Guys, give us a break. That's the end of story.
I guess I need to correct. I was in Kwenye Kwanza. I changed, but we need to accept the reality. Listen,
you are still there.
You can't force me.
Wait till you finish. We want to hear how he got converted, whether it was a Damascus moment or a mere sprinkling of water.
No, when people are talking, you need to be sober when you explain.
Or it was Maangi style. You're going back the way Maangi went back.
You come and explain to somebody why you're like. I could see their policies and everything is okay. Their style of leadership is okay. Then, and even when you come and you don't force people to join you. You explain to them and give them facts. Don't bring arrogance or anything. Right now, after listening to what people are saying and the reason why they are voting for Baba, I have no reason not to vote for him. That's how simple it is. But you cannot force me to vote for him if you don't give me a reason or explanation of voting for him. Somebody did explain to me, and I understood. Rose knows, and Kimera knows. So you cannot force people to. If you want people to join you, calm down, explain, and people are ready to listen. That's how simple it is.
Let me ask you a question, Jared. A simple question
I
before
think
you.
Wait, Lazarus.
Let me ask a question.
Just wait, Kidogo. I think it's okay, but I'm also wondering why our friend Ruto is very arrogant and he has many followers. Is it only Azimio who should not be arrogant? Okay, ask your question.
Can I explain that, Wekesa?
Oh, wait. Jared, let me ask a question.
I will come and get. Yes.
Kimere, go first.
Good. I'm
I
coming.
go first.
Go first, Kimere.
Okay. No, because I see how Lazarus is getting animated on this, but
come,
and he has a sense of feeling that way. But you know, the thing is, as we say, politics is perception, and the perception is in Mount Kenya, yeah, and we should not ignore this. Ruto has been going to Mount Kenya for the last 4 years. You understand? So you know, even a lie, when told so many times, people start believing that lie. You understand? And he has penetrated that much in Mount Kenya. And I'm surprised myself when I talk to my friends. Today I was talking to one of my friends, really a senior friend, and I said, "Oh, how have you been doing?" And told me, "Oh no, how was your Easter?" I said, "Oh no, we didn't do much because one of the brother-in-law was is an aspirant in somewhere in central on Nakuru area," and I said, "Oh well," and I told them, needless to say, which party, because I could guess. Say, yeah, UDA, Central is UDA. That's the answer they gave me. But I told them, no, well, that's what you think. But I didn't want to argue about it. So there's this perception that actually Central is the whole. People believe that the whole of Central is in UDA. So and that's why Tyree is saying that his argument comes from what his belief was, and now you see he is converted. But and many more are being converted. But a lot of people, until like a couple of months ago, really, Lazarus, until 2 months ago, everyone in Central was really preaching Ruto. You understand? And now we are trying to change this, and this because he has been left a lot of room since 2018. You get, and we have to undo this. How do we undo this? Through persuasion. We don't need really to force people. And that's why you see we manage to, you explain things because Baba has things to bring on the table. And we all do, really. And because there's no saint anywhere, but we like Karua said that she is looking for the less evil. But here we are not talking about evil because we know Raila is really capable. And so that's the thing. We need to try our best to convince these people that they are in the wrong direction. That's how you are saved. Even when you are a sinner, the preacher or the pastor or whoever will try to direct you on the right choices. But then it's your decision to make. But at least we have to tell them. And that's why I'm so happy, actually, that Tyree managed to understand where we are coming from, and he is seeing it in a different way. And sure, he will then talk to other people he knows, and they will change. So let's just try to understand why people have that perception, Lazarus. Understand? So it's not about Mount Kenya thinking that it's whatever it is. No, because here we are talking about votes. We need the votes. You get?
Kimera, your statement is, your case is valid. But what I'm saying, as much as you want to say people are born again, before you're born again, you must make a decision. Correct? But here we are in a scenario whereby still born again, but you are still on the periphery. You are in between. You see, let me give you two scenarios. Because let me give this scenario to make Ruto under UDA is the holy script. If today Ruto wakes up and say his deputy president will come from Western and is Mudavadi, do you want to tell me Central Kenya will say hallelujah? There we go. Just give me yes or no.
They will shift all of them.
Good.
They will shift.
Why? No,
Because-
just if you tell me why they'll shift, then I just end it there.
I'll tell you why they will shift. Because as I told you, because the perception is all what they see is Ruto, yeah, and they believe Ruto sees things the same way as they do, yeah. So it's one for all for one, you know. From the moment he does something different, then they'll consider it as a betrayal. You understand? And they will shift. However, I need to say this: all this has happened because he has been because Uhuru has been silent, because he has been working. When Uhuru goes in there, things will change anyway. Even if he won't be able maybe to convert all the votes, but he will get a very high percentage that way. Because
just real quick.
Because until now they have been told that he is not existent. Even if they see him, but they
on
think
that issue, let me tell you what's happening. On that issue, I know from these Ruto's people, he has a problem about the running mate when it comes, because there's this thing which is hitting them. If you get someone from Central, the campaign is going to be, now it is Kikuyu Karenjin. That one is a problem on their campaign right now. And that's why I told you. That's why I told you. He has a problem, and that's why he's trying to go to Embu or Meru area. And that's why he's thinking now.
That's true. He has more problem than Raila has.
Exactly.
Because for us, for the Kikuyus who are in Azimio, for example, yes, they would like to have someone coming from Central Kenya as deputy, but they're not really keen. It's not do or die. You understand? But from the other side is a do or die. That's the difference.
Now that is what I say. Now I wanted that answer.
On your point, Kimera, and this is where the discourse happens. You say Uhuru was quiet and working. So the Kikuyus don't respect the people who are quiet and working. They like people who are yapping on top of their vehicles.
Alex, come on. We know, Alex, let's be realistic. That's not the case. They do like people who are quiet and working. But you see, as I said earlier, if someone tells you a lie 100 times, you start believing it's the truth. You get that? You know that, Alex. Come on. Yeah.
But the question is, why were you available for the lie? Because all the years we've been told that you guys are hardworking. In fact, we were told that you guys don't have time for politics until Ruto came.
Yeah, that's a strange thing.
We realize you have a lot of time for politics. In fact, for 4 years, you have had a lot of time for politics.
Yeah, people should have been tired, really, because if you have someone knocking your door every day, at a certain point, you should get tired and tell them, "Oh, please don't come again." You know. But it's so weird how he did it, but apparently that's how it is, really. And if you see over the last, and we all can see over the last 4 years, how many places has he been? But having said that, it might have been a decoy, because president might have known this all along, and he's decided not to intervene because maybe he had another game.
We will come back to that.
The president is very tricky as well, so he might have other games that we still don't know.
Guys, you guys, election night, you see shocks. You see shocks. More especially, it's from Central Kenya. Either people might not come up for election, or Jubilee is going to...
Don't rush to election. We have
No, I'm saying, we keep on.
You see, when you tell them election
point.
time, they think it's a miracle.
Roba, don't deny us the ability to debate. Roba, we are not in election, so you want us to stop debating and start debating about the shock.
Guys,
we can't debate about the shock.
It's
No,
okay.
we want to debate about what. You want us to be shocked and stop debating.
Mugeni, it's your time. Mugeni.
Sorry, Wekesa, can I tell Alex something? Alex?
Okay, let's move. Put a post.
Alex, I was up to you.
Mary, let's put a post there.
Answer
me. Put a post there. We'll come back. Mugeni, let's have you contribute.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wekesa, for allowing me to make my submission. First of all, I want to express my sincere sympathies to the family of the late president. He had his own flaws as a human being, which I know cannot be highlighted at the moment, but we celebrate the good things that he did as a president. Two, I want also to correct Mr. Roba that next time we have a debate, you must be civil when addressing other colleagues. This has never been a lecture hall. So I must put that to you and indeed to anyone, that civility should always be at the back of our minds. Then when I jump into politics, people asked me to declare my stand. Earlier on, I think some hours ago, and I want to state that I am an independent thinker, but of course I support and I've always supported Raila Odinga.
And you are a teacher too.
Yes? Oh, I had an interjection, but I didn't get it.
Yeah, Alex was saying you are also a teacher. Alex, nitakuchapa wewe, acha amalize kwanza, acha uchokoze.
No, I don't want to go to that. That one, I was driven to that end, deep end by, of course, some unsavory remark. I also want to say that the constituency where I come from has always voted ODM ever since I started voting. So, but I'm an independent thinker. I don't.
Where is that constituency?
That is Funyula constituency.
Okay.
I come from a place called Siopot, where Ruto was yesterday. He spread lies there that he tarmacked a road from Bumala to Port Victoria, which is not true. It was done even it started when Ruto was in opposition, in fact. That road was started, and people knows that, and they have exposed him for that. All that said and done, I want to get into the politics. As we say, I think, as other people have said, the only best way to evaluate a better candidate in a place which is hotly contested, like Nairobi and even Mombasa, is to place these people to the choice of people. I saw the same mistake happened in Mombasa, where ODM somehow managed to convince Shabal to move, to step down for Abdulswamad. If you saw the clip of the emotions of the Shabal supporters, it tells you that it is somehow not fair to the voters. So the same thing has happened in Nairobi, and it also carries its consequences. It also carries its consequences. So the best way is to put these people to the voters to decide, and we have the best candidate. Selena is...
Wekesa.
Selena is...
Yes, I've been
Yes.
planning so much. Wacha niulize. Ruto kama Nairobi, Wanjiro na Sakacha ameenda kila mahali, akaenda Kakamega, Palala na Full Fighter. Why complain now kwa Azimio? You know, let's say sometime Baba anasema na I agree with Baba, pilipili usiyokula inakuasha nini? So kwa nini watu wanataka kurekebisha Azimio kama hiyo ya Nairobi? For sure Baba anachukua president. Jubilee ama chama hiyo ingine lazima wakuwe na mayor, because kama Azimio imetupepa sisi wote, Alex akipata ama Wekesa akipata ama Selina akipata na sisi yote ni Azimio, why complain? So please, nimesikia watu wakitaka kurekebisha mambo ya Azimio, sijui nini. And lastly, kuna watu wengi sana amutafanya siasa ya Central. Munaweza uliza sisi yenye tulikuwa na Central wakati ya Moi. What Central are telling you in the mouth is not what they are going to do. Yale mambo unasikia, nataka niulize tu, and I'm very sorry, kama kuna kabila ingine imaisema Kenya tumefunga hoteli. I was in Nakuru with Alison Chelaite. Tulikuwa na Baba Kibiribiri, tukaweka stima, tukafanya campaign kwa constituency ya Kimunya. Let me tell you, saa ile imefika saa 11, kura ni kesho. Tukaambiwa tulifunga hoteli na hatukupata kura. Central wanajua what they want. Na mutashangaa, nasikia watu wanalalamika, hata leo Ruto akaweka kutoka Central na Baba aweke Matakarua ama aweke wherever anaweka. Munasahau kuna wakati Kibaki alikuwa pale na Matipa, but the Kikuyus wanajua what to do. Kuna wakati Uhuru na Kibaki walisimama na walisema yes, 2 of them are ours, lakini Uhuru alikosa kura. Kuna watu they are very clever na biashara sao na maisha yao. I'm telling you this. Wakati waliamua ni Baba, wamenyamaza, mutaona kwa kura. Ile kitu imenisumbua, na nimesikia Alex akiwa Peter akiongea, yes, Wanyonyi ni Azimio. Secretary General ya ODM pia ni Azimio na ni Muluya. Lakini manduku sangu, tulikuwa tunalalamika Kalonzo tukipika kelele. Nao imekuja hata kwa nyinyi ya kwamba nyumba ikiwa ni yenyu inakuwa ni ile inasemekana uchungu, inasema sijui nyani atio, kuna vitu watu wanasema, because now sisi Azimio patala tusaidie Baba tusema okay, imeenda vile imeenda. How do we bring our people together? Tunasahau, tunapishana. Anyway, sitaki kumaliza nafasi ya mwenye anaongea, najua nitapatiwa nafasi, but please, wakati mnaongea watu wengi wanasikiza. Nimekuwa nikisikiza nikiwa nje, and truly mko na supporters, but you guys are fighting. Watu ya UDA wanakuja kuwachoma, and then badala ya kuwachoma munachemuka. Why are you doing that? Kwa nini hiyo watu wasiende waseme mambo yao kwa Ruto? Hata hapa mnasungushwa. Saa hii Kalonzo ameweka Mike Songo Mombasa. They cannot talk about Mike Songo kwa sababu wanajua ainunuliki. Kwa nini mnaingia trap? Mtu anakuja hapa anataka kutufunza vile Azimio inatakikana. tunaambiwa something will happen, let it happen. Kwa nini msiongee yenye mseme wakati Ruta amesunguka hiyo yote kunaendea aje? Please, I'm really like sisi wenye tunasema tuko Azimio, I think we are 50-50. Because mtu ya UDA akikuja kuchange, una support idea yake badala ya kuua. Unaua hiyo maneno yake na tunaanza maneno ingine. Why are we talking about our house? Kwa nini wanataka kutufunza vile tunatandika kitanda yetu? How? Kama wewe unajua vile unatandika nyumba yako, why do you want somebody to come akwambie unajua ungeweka vitanda ikae pande hii ya watoto ingekopa? No. My brothers and sisters, we are really out. But kura za Central, sisi wenye tumekaa na watu ya Central, sisi wenye tumefanya na siasa ya Central, kura yao hata itafikiriwa sahi. Ikifika June, ndio sababu Uhuru hajaenda. Kura ya Central, na kama kuna Mkikuyu hapa atawaambia, unless they don't want to tell you the truth, kura ya Central inaamuliwa the last minute. Wanasema vijana yao wanakula 2,000. How will you go ukatase hiyo vijana wakule pesa? Let them eat the money, na siku ya kura mtaona. So I'm saying that, but tafadhali Azimio, bring your sons and daughters together. Lete Wanyonyi amedecide vizuri, na wakati tulikuwa tunalia huyu amekuwa huyu anapatiwa gavana, yeye ndiye alianza kupeleka baba safari back, akasungusha baba wakati hiyo yote. Yeye ndiye ameleta ile pesa yote ya Mount Kenya ya siasa, na Nairobi ni yetu yote. So mnataka Azimio ichukue kiti ya gavana, baba amechukua ya president. Hata kama mnapendana, we have to surrender some. Kama Nairobi, hata Jubilee, yes, Central wanataka kiti kubwa, lakini kusema watapika kura, mimi ni Mkalenjin. Kama ni ile miti tulikuwa tunaambiwa ikatwe, itaanza kukatwa. You don't know these people. Muweke hata Wakikuyu 3 kukua running mate, watapigia mmoja. The rest wanaambiwa wana pack off. Na mumeona pati mzuri, pati mbaya. Watu wachache hapa naona wengi ni vijana wamesoma, wanatuletea ile wanaona kwa vitabu. Endeni ile ya wasee ya kina Muli Mutisha ya 1+1, ndio mtajua siri ya Central. Thank you so much Wekesa, na najua utanipatia nafasi nikuje. Ni ile tu nimechomeka jana, leo nasema nitaingia saa ngapi. Mnakubali Alex kwanza ndiye anaongea mpaka anataka kushikilia Alex.
Well, sasa niendelee.
Unajua Alex anateta mumenyima kwa mboka nini?
Mama Selina, niendelee.
Hiyo ni ukweli. Mimi nitasema hivi. Kama ilikuwa imechaguliwa wangepatia mama huyo, lakini hawezi ongea kuhusu ati kwa nini Wanyonyi ananyimwa. President ni Raila, alafu gavana ya Nairobi ni Wanyonyi, na yote ni Azimio. Lazima iende nyumba ile. Then kwa nini mnahitaji kura ya Central? Kwa nini mlihitaji Uhuru akuja akae chini na nyinyi? Kalonzo ametosheka kupata running. Thank you so much. Mtanipatia ndani, lakini one minute. Ngoja kidogo. Kama wewe
imekuwa mentioned 7 times. Sasa nyamaza kwanza.
Yes, Alex, utanijibu Alex. Kwa sababu tunakutegemea. Alex, sikia. Alex, nisikie kidogo tore maisani. Wacha nikuite maisani. Niliona mama yako akiongea. Kama ni mkubwa yangu
unasema aje?
Unitake 1 minute. Niseme kwa sababu nimetaja Alex. I'm so proud talking of your name. Kwa sababu kwa hii Azimio watu wengi wanakusikia. I'm so proud wakati ulikuwa unateta mambo ya Kisii na ilirudi ikatengenezwa. I'm really proud of you. I'm not sikutaji kwa sababu ya upaya. Ninakutaja kwa sababu out of 10 people, watu 8 wanakufuata. So usipopeana direction kama Alex, kijana mwenye sisi tunamtegemea, tutaona tumbo yetu inaisha. You know, there are some people, Alex, wanakutegemea na wanasikia maoni yako. Wakiona ukitingisika, wanaona kama dunia imeisha. I was just saying that.
Thank you, ma'am. Let Mugeni
nakupenda, lakini simama imara hata kama ni uchungu. Fanya ile ya Mandako, weka kwa mbafu, vumilia, toa hii watu ya UDA wanakuja kutuchorea hapa, alafu na sisi tunaingia trap. Thank you so much.
Mugeni, malisia nini yako submission?
Asante Mama Selina kwa kutoa taarifa ya habari yako. Tumeisikia, but as we say, it is through dissecting the decisions that we make that we correct. But if we gloss over things that we see are not appropriately done, then we also become part and partisan to the failures that has coupled the Kenyan political space.
Then compare, ambia sisi ya Ruto, alafu compare na Azimio. I will listen to you. Ukiniambia Ruto alifanya, and then utuambie tena Azimio tunaona anafanya, I will listen to you. But usiponiambia ile makosa upande ingine unafinya, alafu unataka nikubali, I will not. So kama wewe ni mtu mzuri, utuambie ile failures. Nani alianza hii maneno ya kukataa kwenda nomination? Ni UDA na Kenya Kwanza. So tell us about that. Alafu sisi wenye tumefuata hiyo maneno sasa tuulizane, kumbe sisi tungefanya. If you are not telling me that mumefanya Mombasa, mumefanya Nairobi, mumefanya Rift Valley, mumeenda kila mahali, munaambia watu wawachanie, munasimama munatuonyesha. You know, Ruto ni smart sana. Amefanya watu wamewachania. Baba akifanya moja dunia inalia. Anyway, Baba ni strong like never before. Azimio tuko ndani.
Ma'am, sasa wacha amalizie because I want to move to the next person kindly.
You see, there's going to be, it's as expected, Azimio is supposed to have a lot of problems in making the lineup than UDA, because you have a lot of star players in Azimio. So naturally to make the first 11...
Because Azimio is the real house. Alafu hiyo yenyu ya Kenya Kwanza ni ya kupik. Haiwezi fanana. Nyumba yenye mama anapiga chakula kwa sufuria kubwa, iwezi kuwa na ile ya kwenda kuomba. If you want me to nikuambie yote nitakwambia. You cannot compare Azimio na chama ya mtu moja yenye ana pick na kusema umepata 50 million, 200 umetumia ngapi, waachie huyo. We are not doing that. So umalize tu, lakini but naambia watu wenye wanatusikia ya Azimio wasibuy anything. Mtu anakuja kutuambia unless atuambie vile chama yao imefanya kwanza.
So I don't know whether you are reacting to my submission or you are reacting to submissions which were made earlier or those ones that are to be made.
Mugeni, endelea.
Mugeni, let me tell you, you are the one who is wasting your chance because you are directing your submission to Selina. You just make your submission. If you direct it, now you will be waiting for her to respond every time.
Because when you are making
just focus and make your submission. But if you direct it to her...
Okay, so you know, she made me, you know, she took...
Okay, so you also protect Mugeni so that he can finish.
I'm trying to protect him by saying, he's tilting the debate. In fact, I wanted him to talk about Kibaki and to talk about what happened today, but mostly he's reacting to what people have commented. So it is generating heat.
No, people are, because when I'm making submission, I expect someone to make a question or an interjection, but not a contribution, you know. The rules of a debate, yeah. So what as I said before, there's a lot of heat expected to be in Azimio because of the star players that are in Azimio. In Kenya Kwanza, you have the yes guys. I mean, most of those guys are on a payroll of someone. So they are not likely to be noise. So even when you want us to, even anyone, if you want us to compare Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, these are two teams that are so different in terms of composition. In Azimio, people are there by their will, not because they are being paid anything by Raila Odinga. No, or they are nothing. It is by their choice. Okay, so you have a lot of star players there, and that one in it is a big advantage, but again, it's also a big advantage, a disadvantage when the same team begin to score goals in their own net. Yeah, for example, the two cities, Nairobi and Mombasa, clearly it is known that in Mombasa, it's only ODM which has got a chance in that city. I mean, that is given. Then when you come to Nairobi, naturally, you'll have Jubilee and ODM fighting at 50-50, you know? So why would Kalonzo bring a candidate in Nairobi and bring another one in Mombasa? And then we are not supposed to talk about it. We are supposed to gloss over it and say, no, it is nothing. It is something, because it's one of the things that is bringing confusion and other people to get disgruntled. Yeah. So we have, much as we have these big star players, we have to manage how we handle the team. Because someone like Kalonzo, the game is trying to play, it is even difficult, even if I was a candidate, Raila, to consider such a person as a vice president, because he starts now and it's likely to be the norm, even if you win the seat and end up in a situation of Uhuru Ruto. You get? Yet he's part of the people that are being considered for that top seat. But the way he's rocking this side, you will imagine that the enemies are in Azimio and not Kenya Kwanza, because a lot of energy is being used to quell fires within Azimio than it is being made to attack the enemy. So we must say these things as they are. If we gloss over them and say, oh, it is hallelujah here, we miss the big picture, and we become sycophantic in our thinking, to the extent that we cannot say blue when it's blue and it's white when it's white. Yeah. So for me, I would have handled it the other way, and because I'm not in anything in the arithmetic of the stellar players, they decided the way it is for Nairobi. And in Mombasa, clearly Shabal will have defeated that guy. I mean, Abdul Swamad would have still defeated Shabal. That is given in Mombasa. You would still have defeated him, but why just not allow these guys to go for nomination? I come from Busia. Busia was thought to be a very hot county in terms of Otuoma and Florence. but they had a very good nomination exercise, and there was no even cry of rigging or nothing. It went so well, so quietly, and it was resolved in peace. Yes, Lazarus.
Was everybody happy? No, including even the Governor Ochamong himself posted on the page. And I will comment, including Governor Ochamong, after the results, because his candidate was not Otuoma. He said he will comment later because he was so disappointed.
He was disappointed.
Politics are so disappointing, my friend. That's why it happened in America that people wanted to go in Washington and do whatever they want, even when it was an election. So don't think, there are people who think that when you have an election, people will be okay if their candidate lose. Look at Kiamba here. When we had a by-election, people are so emotional, those who lost and those who won. So it's the nature of politics, whether you do nomination or you put it on the ballot, that the losers will have. In fact, most of Azimio people have never healed from the Baba's loss. And that's why we had to Vivaranga via computer, and that is an election. And then we had a handshake. It's never always like when you have a ballot that is already an answer. It's us to learn to accept that the process is decided. For me, I had already decided in my mind whoever Raila will choose as a Azimio candidate in Nairobi, I'm good for that. And I didn't have a problem with that. I was prepared for any. So it is you to make up your mind. Otherwise, if you become emotionally attached to candidates, you will break your heart, my friend. Even today, I am supporting Baba as a diehard. But come August, if he loses, I will not have a sleepless night. I accept that that's okay.
Okay, Asante Wekesa for your contribution. Let me just continue and finish, because this is not about emotions, because I've given you counties where I have felt some people have not been treated well. And at the end of the day, it's elections that will decide the leaders. So let us not fear people deciding, because that is the essence of democracy, that it is people.
But what if there are malls there?
Mind you, there was consensus. Anyway, sorry, there was consensus, and the aspirants that we are talking about, they were on the table.
Agreed. I don't know why we are discussing
so
people.
Who are we really? Because should we force them to contest?
You are supporting a candidate who is going to travel with Raila to US. That is called Shabal. They already agreed a working formula, and you are still crying he should be on the ballot. Why did he even
force people to their candidacy? Really, those people were put on the table. They were on the table. They agreed. They came into a consensus that I agree with this. I'm okay with this. Why should we protest ourselves? We are not the ones who are supposed to be there. So why should we force them? If they feel like the way they were treated or the agreement they took on that table, they are okay with them, I don't understand why we keep arguing about this.
Yeah, you see, the only problem is that the difference in understanding is that it is not always just about the leaders. When you stand an election, it's not always about you.
No, it's not about you, but it's not about you, but ultimately it's you, because whether you chose him or other people chose him, that's the person, whoever, you understand.
And even that consensus is about the nation and the party at large. You don't want the party to collapse. You also don't want to break so you are bringing your supporters together.
Exactly.
So consensus is part of bringing people together.
Yeah.
So we are the same people also happy, and he's also happy that Mudavadi joined UDA, and this Mudavadi has not been given a presidential ticket, and he has supporters, but you guys don't see that there's a problem there.
No, but if we go to discuss UDA, it has got its own shortcomings. As I told you, in UDA, there's only one star player. The rest are cheering squad. So, I mean, what would you expect? So here
anyway, we respect your opinion. Let's have Moriah make his submission. Moriah.
Just mute your speaker. Just to mute his machine.
Hello.
Tunakusikia brother.
Wekesa, karibu sana.
Asante. Alex,
Alex nimemtumia nini yake hapo kwa private chat, angalie huko, awache hiyo maneno.
Sawa, nimewacha hiyo maneno.
Alex ama Selina, mko hapa mpaka saa ngapi?
Selina, sasa unajua sisi ni watu tunamaliza watoto wakilala tunaendelea.
I'm kind of busy, unajua tunaenda Washington, so lazima tu prepare.
Okay, basi kabla naanze, wacha hata mimi nilie kama Mkenya yote, kilia mheshimiwa wetu Mwai Kibaki alitulea vizuri na tuna celebrate ile kazi amefanya na ile legacy amewacha. Na nakumbuka wakati the first 2 years akiwa kwa uongozi, pesa ilikuwa kwa mfuko, tulilia sana, lakini baadaye tukafurahi. So hiyo tunaangalia, tunasema ya kwamba hata the next government we need to embrace the same, even if people will suffer, but later on we smile. I comment on the topic roughly. If you saw today when Baba spoke, Sakaja came out with something to talk about. I don't know, I'm the only one who saw that thing. It's like why he came up with immediately, because they had already gauged how they would approach Wanyonyi in a way technically. But now when the math didn't add up, things are, you look at it from that. I say this because I've been in Nairobi for a while, and I remember taking Kenya Pass without pay, and you can remember when was that, and up to now. So Nairobi is dynamic, my friend. So why I'm saying like that, if you want to get a picture of Nairobi, ask Sonko, he will tell you. And that's why he will never come again to buy Nairobi. He will go another place because he knows what Nairobi ina wenyewe. That language is too deep. That language, go and try to check why people say Nairobi kuna wenyewe. Nairobi, for me, I can say we cannot have a government in Kenya and have opposition in Nairobi. We cannot do anything. So that's a fact that we would want to consider. So what you see, the consensus which is there, I hope, because Baba spoke, let's give him at least some time, we see how he's going to maneuver this thing. It's not easy job. It's a struggle. It's a fight. But City Hall needs someone. Not a person who's going to go for magic, but somebody who can even have a hand of God. You know, sometimes the intelligence power from above need to work in Nairobi so that you can deliver. It's not easy. There's dark forces there. So that one we need to think about it, look at it from that fashion, and see that who and how the top government and Nairobi, if they are not in the same line, nothing will happen. That one you go and research about it. That is the Nairobi I know. So for me, I could say Kalonzo, just leave it, please. Just give Kalonzo time, and I think Baba will manage him. We will handle him. Please. So I will stop there a bit, and then I will come back later, and then we will continue with the, yeah. Anyone has a question? So I will stop there a bit.
Thank you, Andrew. If you don't have any, if there's no any question, we go to Justus. Is Justus online?
Yes, I am. Habari ya leo wa Kenya wenzangu. So mimi pole nimechelewa kidogo huku leo, na kwanza nitaanza kulia na wenzangu wa Kenya wenzangu wote kwa sababu tumepoteza one of our heroes, President Mwai Kibaki. Nitasema Mwai Kibaki is the pillar of our economy. Yeye ndiye mwanzilishi, yeye ndiye chanzo. Leo viongozi wetu wanaongea about the economy, the economy, the economy. Actually, they are basing their argument on the standards that were set by Mwai Kibaki and nobody else. Mwai Kibaki set the standards, and he is the reason why Kenya will be a better Kenya tomorrow. He set the standards, and our leaders are following the standards. Leo hii ukiona Raila Odinga na Azimio anaongea about the economy. Leo hii ukiongea UDA na William Ruto anaongea about the economy. This is the first time in the Kenyan history that our politicians, that our leaders are talking about the economy, and therefore looking at us, sisi watu wa chini. When they talk about the economy, wanatuangalia sisi watu wa chini, hatuna pesa mfukoni. They're trying to look for a way ya kutupatia pesa sisi watu wa chini. So we thank Mwai Kibaki, mwenda zake, for setting the pace for us. Nikitoka hilo kwa hilo, kuna vitu viwili nitaongea juu ya Nairobi na juu ya Mombasa. Mwenzangu hapa mmoja amesema Nairobi na wenyewe na Mombasa pia ina wenyewe. Lakini kuna jambo moja tunasahau. Nairobi ilikuwa na wenyewe na Mombasa pia ilikuwa na wenyewe. Leo hii vile tunavyoongea mimi na wewe, Nairobi na Mombasa ni ya Wakenya wala wa chini. If you don't handle them with care, they will frustrate you. Wakenya saa hii wameamuka. Wanataka kupigia yule mtu kura, wanajua ataenda kuwa ni mtu wa kuwasaidia. Mkichagua viongozi huko Nairobi, mkae kwa meza on the boardroom, mchague viongozi, muletee wa Kenya sasa wapigie kura. Huyu ni Mluya wenu, mpigie kura. Huyu ni kabila yenu, mpigie kura. My friends, we are not going anywhere. Hamtafaulu. Kenya, Nairobi, Mombasa haina wenyewe wala wa zamani. Ina wenyewe wa siku hizi. Vijana wa siku hizi, wamama wa siku hizi, wazee wa siku hizi wameamka. They have woken up. So they're going to vote, and they're going to resist, and they're going to speak loud and clear. Jambo jingine nitaongea about Kalonzo Musyoka.
Justus, kuna swali.
Niulize swali.
Based on your statement, are you referring to which coalition are you referring to about Nairobi and Mombasa? Just for your record.
Well, vile nimesema.
Just for your records, which coalitions are you referring to? For both towns.
Okay. Without doubt. Let me bring the next point that will answer your question.
No. Tunataka tusipoteze wakati. Nimeuliza, which coalition are you referring to, both Nairobi and Mombasa? Tutaka ku-argue ili kuna watu wengi wanangoja.
Mimi nimesema Nairobi na Mombasa ina wenyewe, so Kenyans will decide. Do not sit on the boardroom and bring them leaders vile Azimio imefanya. Wacha kuwaletea mtu.
I want to correct you before I allow someone else.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Come again. Justice. Kuna nani anaongea?
Sijui yule ameongea, umeniambia ni ngoji you correct me, so I'm going to
I'll ask you the question before once you maliza.
Okay, nitasema mambo ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Leo nimeona Nairobi, watu wa Nairobi, kuna sehemu ya watu wa Nairobi wameanza kuongea na kupiga kelele, wanataka Sonko atoke Mombasa kuja Nairobi. I don't think that is something that we need to ignore. Somebody is passing a message. Mimi sijajua ni message gani, tutaijua tu, but somebody is passing a message across. The day Raila Odinga allowed Kalonzo Musyoka to Azimio is the day Raila Odinga will never forget. Kalonzo Musyoka, if he's not handled very carefully, he's going to split Azimio. He's going to walk away with a section of Azimio to wherever he goes to. I don't know where he'll go to. My final point, and then you will correct me. For the first time in the Kenyan history, we are going to have a minority president. And it is not going to be very easy for him. Whether it's Raila Odinga who wins or William Ruto who wins, we're going to have a minority president where nobody will have a clear majority. So in this situation, it will work so well for Kenyans because everybody will line themselves towards the Kenyans. Mimi ni hayo tu. Kama kuna swali niulize ama ni correct me.
You can mute if there's any question. Anyone else?
I've got a question.
Who is this speaking?
King Cobra.
King Cobra. Proceed.
All right. Thank you, Lazarus. I need to ask Justus a question. He has talked about Nairobi. Before I ask the question, let me make it clear that Justus has been on in this forum before, and we know that he's a die-hard UD supporter. So whatever he has said, we should know that he's talking with the UD behind him. However, Justus, you talked about Nairobi and Mombasa having their Nyewe, and their Nyewe is the smaller person. What did you mean by that? We want to have a direct conversation for 2 minutes.
What I'm trying to say, if you look at the trend of things right now.
Just hold on a bit. Julius.
Okay, I also wanted to ask just as a question. He said Azimio coalition has made a boardroom, whatever. What happened to UDA? What did they do to Sakaja? Did Sakaja got nominated? Surely. That's my question.
Well put. All right. You can answer those two. Jakindube, I'll give you time. Just let him answer those two.
Okay, this is what I will say. Kwa Sakaja, this is what my submission will be. Nimeingia katikati, nimekuta wengi wetu wakisema hivi. Azimio ni jungu kubwa. Ndilo jungu kubwa, ndilo limebeba watu wengi, ndilo limebeba wababe. So what they will have done is to set an example, not doing what UDA has done. they will have set an example and let the Kenyans, wale wa Kenya, waamue ni nani wanataka awaongoze. So you don't have to make a mistake because UDA did.
Okay, Justin, do you know why the parties have opted to go into nomination rather than doing the primaries and people fighting, people deciding? Do you know why they're doing that?
I will tell you why.
Why? Yeah.
Wanaogopa wananchi huko chini because Kenyans
No,
will not.
you are wrong. You are dead wrong. So let me correct you. Let me correct you.
Correct me.
Our political parties don't have the funds to carry out the nomination process. Even the IBCE do not have enough funding. If they did that, none of them can go through. So the shortcut is to do the nomination, which is less costly. Please take that to the bank from today.
I will take that one. I'll agree with you. So you and I are on the same page. Ati tumechaguliwa mtu on the boardroom without being consulted.
That is fine. Just as that is well put, Jakin Dube, can you put your question?
Sijamaliza, kuna swali ingine sijajibu.
Gani?
Kuna swali nimeulizwa, nani wenye Nairobi na ni nani wenye Mombasa.
Okay, proceed.
So ukiangalia trend watu wamepiga kura, ukiangalia UDA vile walipiga kura, you will realize that Wakenya wameamuka, they have the ability to choose who they want. Ukiangalia unaweza ona wababe vile wameangushwa na Wakenya. So what is the message? Kenya ina wenyewe, Nairobi ina wenyewe, Mombasa ina wenyewe, Kisumu ina wenyewe, na ni wapiga kura. Wakifika kwa debe, wale watu mmewachagulia watawabwaga.
Lazarus, can you remind him that? Lazarus, sorry.
No, Lazarus, I was the one. Who was having a discussion.
Please, let us have order, please. Let us have order.
Just
a minute, Kimera, I'm giving you attention.
Yeah.
King Cobra, I'll get back to you. Justus.
Okay.
Justus, you have a question from Jakin Dube. I want to be fair to everyone. Jakin Dube,
nimesikia akisema mambo ya huyu jamaa Sonko eti anataka kuja Nairobi. Nataka kumuuliza kumpeleka Sonko kwenda Mombasa au Nairobi ni kama anakuwa, kwa maoni yako ni kitu unaona ni jambo nzuri au kuna matatizo juu ya Sonko?
Kama ulinisikia vizuri vile nilivyoweka hilo jambo, nilisema hivi. Leo umeona baadhi ya Wakenya protesting that they want Sonko. Nikasema hivi, somebody is passing a message to us. Nikasema sijajua ni message gani, but behind their action there is somebody passing a message. And who is this somebody? It could be Kalonzo Musyoka. Kalonzo Musyoka could be passing a message to Kenya for us to process.
Justus, that is well put. Is there any question to Justus before
yes, no, sorry, I was waiting for my chance, but Lazarus.
Just a minute, King Cobra. You want your submission or your question for my record?
Mine is a question, and to put Justus in perspective, because he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, I'll give you a chance. Jakin Dube, you are done with your question?
Sikiza vile ameanza, but kwa maoni yangu sitoshelezi na hiyo hayo maoni yake, lakini ni sawa, nimekubali, nimetosheka.
Black, any question from you?
Not really question, but just maybe to assist Justus.
Yeah. No, don't assist him. No, Black, don't assist him. Let him swim.
I just wanted to say one thing.
In
regards to the choices of the governors. I mean, there are three modes of choices. I mean, that they could use. They could either take the opinion polls, they could either take a consensus by the aspirants, or the direct nominations, the ones which were happening, where people would go to the ballot boxes. So by consensus would be fine. But I think when you look at what ODM, or rather the Azimio did, they did none of the three. Okay, let me just wait for my chance.
No, just hold on. Justus.
Yes.
Don't unmute before your time comes. Let us have order so that we have a flow, please. Black is addressing you and you're already unmute. Black, finish.
So yeah, there are three methods which a particular group or side could actually pick their flag bearer when it comes to whichever seat that they would like their candidates to go for. One would be either by nomination exercise which were being undertaken in various places. The other one could be by consensus with the aspirants themselves coming to an agreement of who to go forward. And the other one would be by opinion polls that would be taken in that place. So on the side of Kenya Kwanza, I mean, I would believe by consensus, which is a valid method of picking up a candidate, was done right. So there was nothing wrong being done by UDA. So in justice, when you say UDA made a mistake just as the other side of Azimio did, I think you'd be wrong in saying that. They just did the correct thing. Out of the three methods available, they picked consensus in picking Sakaja over Margaret. Now, when it comes to the Azimio side, out of the three methods, I don't know whether it was by consensus, because when you look at it, they said that they had formulated a team that would go back and discuss the matter. So I don't know whether it was the team that chose Igathe, or in that meeting that they had, a consensus was arrived to. So it's still not clear to me.
Okay.
But as of right now, the way it is, it seems like as if it was more of a boardroom agreement.
Okay.
Because when you see still Wanyonyi is ish,
okay,
means like he's not so convinced about it.
Fine, that is fine. Yeah. You can leave it here, Black. The rest you can contribute on your next session. There was someone called King Cobra. Cobra, you had a question, or it was Kimera?
Yes. Okay. Oh yeah. Thank you very much, Lazaras. It's so good that you don't forget me. Black and Justice are being dishonest to us. When UDA does something, that's okay. When Azimio does something, it's wrong. You call it consensus because they did it, and that's the same thing as the boardroom, what you're talking about. So where are you guys? Stop playing with your mind. You cannot give us a high scale and yet on your side, you look at the lower scale part of that. So whatever happened, we are experiencing this because of the financial issue of the political parties we are having right now. If the government was financing the political parties, we could not be seeing the so-called boardroom decisions. Yes, there was a problem in picking Igathe as the flag bearer in Nairobi. We understand he came in too late. However, well, when it comes to boardroom decisions, there's nothing like concession in UDA and boardroom decision in Azimio. It's prompt, such an issue is prompt to happen. So all the parties are at fault, and it's not their fault because they don't have the means to let the people decide. Thank you.
Well put, Cobra. Any question for Justus before Kimere, please proceed.
Yeah, I've got actually two questions. One is Justice says the will of the people, and nominations is not the final. Ultimately, it's the people who will decide who will be elected anyway. So that isn't that true? So that's why people will always decide at the end, Justice. That's one. For Black, also, since he made his comment trying to rectify Justice. Black, he said about the boardroom, you are not sure about the consensus. And it's quite clear that normally it should be clear to you because you are not privy to whatever meeting was going on. But how does consensus take place? Is it in a Kamukonji or is it in a boardroom? Yeah, so you answer that. Thank you.
Black,
yeah, let me ask him some.
Black, just a minute. I will add you 2 questions on my side, then you answer them together with the Kimere, unless there's some question from anywhere. Penny, you wanted to ask something, Penny? Penny?
Thank you very much. Nilikuwa nasema tu the justice is right. And as in Uda, we made a mistake. Everything caught up with us. The elections next time will be pure people deciding, not boardroom. I was just agreeing with him because it doesn't matter who does it, either Uda or Azimio. It's wrong. People for people. Politics, political science asks us to be very clear with that. It's the people to decide, not the boardroom people. Thank you very much, Justice. Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, Penny. Black and Justice, I want to bring you to speed so that you don't become, you don't choose what to tell us and you don't choose what to remember and what not to forget. So that we are both at the same place and we both of us can learn from UDA and Azimio. I want to bring you to 2 scenarios, and I'll start with the UDA, then I'll bring you back because I'll not explain Azimio side because you've explained it. When Sakaja, when Boni Alwale and Malala called, there was a press conference in Karen. There was a meeting in the morning. Then we were told they've agreed. Correct? There was a press conference, you were told Alwal is going for senator, the other guy is going for governor. That there. The other day we also Sakaja, Margaret, we were called, they've agreed A, B, C, D. Those ones were very good. The other day we saw Azimio today, there was a meeting in the morning from 7:30 for your information at KICC till around 9:30. We saw all the meeting and the press conference was done and an agreement was made. That was not consensus to you. So to what happens in Karen is consensus, press conference is consensus. What happened in Mombasa about Abdul Samad and Shaban? There was an agreement, even both candidates were there. Correct? That one was not consensus, but for you, ODA, it was consensus. So we should not be very selective, Black. And we should not be emotional. Wakesa said something here. Above all, after 8th, everybody should remain the way he is. All those scenarios, both UDA and Azimio, they had consensus. Whichever way you want to call it. I don't see it why Justice is coming here with emotion and trying to choose what to say. No, it's not right. It's not right. Justice, that is not right. You can't come and tell us Azimio did it wrong and you did it right. The other day I heard you when you were saying you used to like no,
Lazarus.
Come again.
Niwekesa, Lazarus.
Yes.
Yeah, even as you say there was consensus, remember the issue, MC Jesse. MC Jesse is running independent and he said he was coerced. You see, there is even consensus and coercion.
Yes.
So UDA was doing coercion. That's why he later dropped the deal and went for independence. Thank you.
So, Black, you see, it is good to be fair so that you put your point right, Kesa, and Black also. But for Justice, I found it was a bit selective. Any question? Mama Selena?
Yeah, nataka uwaulize kwa Azimio kama kuna kupikwa makofi. Hatujasikia mtu wa Azimio analia vile wananyanyaswa huko. Unajua let people talk the truth. Huko kwingine ni kuambiwa imesemekana one man one show. Sasa kwa Azimio hatujasikia kama kuna watu wamechapwa ndio wakubaliane. Anyway, hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
And you see, Black, you are a very good debater. I've been following you from behind. I like your composure, Kimere and others. I always follow. When I'm not here, I love composure, and you are very composed. Ukweli is what is important. Now, back to the same story. You can see what is happening. You've nullified Nandi election. Why now? It has been nullified. Keter election has been nullified. That is also consensus.
Wacha nikwambie, mimi natoka Nandi Hills. Keter is my neighbor. Nullify election ya Keter.
Yes.
Nandi Hills, Nandi County, wanapigia Raila Azimio 100%. Let them try. Hiyo ya Keter si ile ya kupembeleza. Sasa hiyo ndio watajua. Wacha Wanandi walipiga kura kwa kuipa. So, mimi nafurahia kwa sababu Keter it was in the wrong side. Na mimi hiyo consequence ni yetu. Wacha wajaribu.
Sawa Mama Selina. Jakindube?
Naomba kama naweza nikatoa maoni yangu kwa sababu nataka kufanya kitu kama ikiwezekana.
Black.
Yes.
You are to submit, but we can allow Mzee to submit, then we can.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Not in order?
It's okay. It's fine. It's okay.
Thanks. Jakindube, permission granted.
Asanteni sana. Mimi kitu moja ambayo nilikuwa nataka kusema hapa, nimesikia wakati nilikuwa nikisikiliza watu wakisema juu ya kuna vitu. Kwanza kabisa nataka kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa President Kibaki kwa kutuacha kwa wakati huu. Natoa rambirambi zangu kwa Wakenya wote sisi na jamii yake. Nataka kusema kwamba kitu ambacho nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia, nimesikia watu wakilalamikia sana juu ya kwamba lazima watu wafanye hizi nomination, kwamba watu lazima wafanye uchaguzi. Mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya kwamba lazima tujue demokrasia hakuna demokrasia ambayo kila kitu ambacho tunakubaliana nayo kama demokrasia Kenya inaweza kuwa sio demokrasia Tanzania ama Uganda ama Uingereza ama mahali fulani. Ni kitu ambayo tumesikizana nayo sisi. Demokrasia, hata mkikaa chini mkizungumza kwa boardroom na mkubaliane, mtoke ninyi wawili mseme tumekubaliana, hiyo bado ni demokrasi. Si demokrasi si mpaka tu mpige kura. Mimi nasema Wakenya tuache mambo ya kufanya fujo, kwa sababu hii mambo ya nomination inaleta fujo, watu wanauana. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo haifai. Jambo la kwanza lazima tukubali, sisi kama Wakenya, hizi vyama hatuzipatii pesa. Sisi wanachama ambao ni wanachama, hizi nchi ambazo kama Uingereza wanapeana pesa, wanachama wanapeana pesa kwa hizo vyama vyao, na bado hawafanyi hizi nomination. Hawafanyi kwa sababu inaleta fallout. Walishagundua ni jambo ambalo halifai. Kwa hiyo chama inapewa uamuzi, kama tuseme Labour au Conservative, chama inateua watu wote, wanapeleka majina zao kule. Watu wanataka kugombania, watu wale wanataka kuwa wabunge na nini, wanachaguliwa na chama. Kwa hiyo kuweka pesa ya kwenda kufanya hii nomination ambayo sisi tunasema tunafanya, hawafanyi hiyo, wanafanya hiyo angalia, sisi tunataka kupoteza pesa kwa jambo ambalo kwa kweli halifai, na hapa tuna watu wanasikilizana kwamba tufanye hivi mtu fulani, alafu sisi wananchi tunakataa. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu mtu saa zingine niliona ile ya hawa wawili wale wa Mombasa walisikilizana, alafu wale wafuasi wa Samad, anaitwa Samad,
yes,
wanasema aende independent, wanasema lazima hiyo sio demokrasia, hiyo ni fujo. Lazima sisi demokrasia lazima inakubali upeana na kuchukua. Lazima upande mwingine utapeana na wewe sehemu fulani. Hiyo ndiyo demokrasi. Demokrasi si kuchukua yote tu. Hiyo sio unfair. Lazima tujue kwamba wakati tunasema demokrasi ni mambo ya masikilizano, mambo ya mawiano. You see, consensus ni kwamba watu wanasikilizana, na wakati wa kusikilizana mwingine huwezi kutoka hapo wote. Utatoka siku nyingine ukufurahia, siku nyingine utatoka umefurahia. So hii mambo ya winner take all haifai popote duniani. Hiyo ni kitu haifai. Katika hizi nchi ambazo tunasema ziko na demokrasia, zinaangalia hizo vitu vizuri sana, ndio maana tunawaona wanakaa vizuri. Sisi tunataka kufanya mambo ya fujo. Mimi nawaambia hiyo tuache kabisa. Lazima wao vile masikilizano ambayo yamesemekana, watu wanasema eti ni boardroom. Wamesikilizana, wameketi pale, wamesikilizana, wamesema hii tutafanya hivi na hivi, kwa sababu wakiacha holela watapoteza hiyo viti. So mimi nataka kuwahimiza kwamba sisi kama wapigaji kura ni lazima tujue kwamba kuna wakati mwingine utapoteza, kuna wakati mwingine utashinda. Na kule walipo vile Raila alitangaza asubuhi, mimi hata kama sikuwa nakubaliana na vitu vingi, lakini kwa niaba naangalia kwa ujumla, picture kubwa kwa ujumla, naona ni kitu gani wanataka kufanya na naiunga hiyo mkono. Tusiangalie tu kwamba huyu jamaa lazima tufanye kura kwa sababu mali. Kuna sehemu zingine wamepiga kura, kuna sehemu zingine wamefanya maridhiano. Hiyo ndio inafaa, ni kwa sababu hawana uwezo wa kuweza kufanya kura zote. Na tena hiyo kura inapofanywa huwa ina mambo mengi, inataka ulinzi, inataka pesa, vitu vingi, na hizi vyama havina. Kwa hiyo lazima tukubaliane hapo. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia ni juu ya hii mambo ya kusema kwamba watu wanatia mashaka kwamba watu wa Mount Kenya sijui wanasema kwamba kila kitu inaegemea upande wao. Kila mtu wakati tunapokuwa pamoja, kila mtu anavutia ngozi upande wake, lakini huwa hata akivuta, hata na wewe lazima uvute. Kwa hiyo ni wajibu wao kutaka kusema jambo kwamba tunahitaji kitu fulani, na sio kwamba lazima ifanyike hivyo. Mimi hivyo ndio maoni yangu, si lazima ifanyike hivyo. Jambo lingine ambalo nilikuwa nataka kuzungumzia juu ya mwisho ni kwamba mimi mtu ambaye anaweka mtu kama huyu Sonko kugombania sehemu yoyote Mombasa, ama huyo kwa kweli namuona ni adui wa maendeleo, ni adui wa kufanya, yani anataka kuvuruga, anataka kuleta fujo kwa Azimio. Hiyo mimi maoni yangu, manake huyu ni mtu ameshindwa na kazi, alifail, hawezi, lazima atafutiwe kazi nyingine, lakini sio, hawezi kuwa governor. Atafutiwe kazi nyingine tafadhali, lakini sikusema eti anataka governor kwenda kugombania Mombasa ama Nairobi. Hiyo ni fujo. Hao watu ambao wana demonstrate, huyo jamaa alishindwa na kazi, hatuwezi kurudisha mtu ambaye ameshindwa na kazi tena. Hiyo ni hii mambo ya watu ambao hawawezi kazi ati kwa sababu ni mtu wetu na yeye hawezi kazi. Lazima tuwache, tuokoke, tuanze kuangalia Kenya kama ni nchi yetu sisi sote. Asanteni sana. Asante bwana Lazaro, asante.
Karibu. Justus, uko na swali kwa Jakindu Bey?
Mimi ningetaka kuongea jambo moja tu kwa Jakindu Bey. Jakindu Bey, umesema ni vizuri watu kukaa chini wakasikizana wakatuletea mtu mmoja. So shida ile tuko nayo Kenya saa hii ndio hiyo. Tunaletewa watu waizi, tunaletewa watu watabeli kwa sababu wako na pesa, wanakaa on the boardroom, wanachaguliwa, wanakuja kututapeli huko chini. A time has come for Kenya to change. Tuletewa nafasi, tuachiwe nafasi. We know our people. Tuachiwe nafasi, tuchague the people who are right. Juzi nimesema jambo moja hapa na nitarudia saa hii. Viongozi wetu wote hawa mnaona wanawania nyadhifa mbalimbali. Hakuna hata mmoja yule atapita section 6 in respect to integrity. Nobody. Ni kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu mmekaa kwa boardroom, mmetuletea watu, mmetuletea watu who cannot pass the chapter 6 of our constitution. That is what I wanted to say to Jakindu Bey.
Sasa unaposema hivyo unamaanisha au viongozi wakubwa wakina nani? Kina Raila, Ruto, au ndio unamaanisha akina Kalonzo?
Jakindu Bey, nataka unionyesha one single candidate, tuanzie kwa MCA mpaka presidential candidate. Nataka unionyeshe yule ambaye unajua tumesema Wakenya tuambizane ukweli. It is time. If we don't face the truth, we are not helping our country. Nataka unionyeshe from MCA to the presidential candidate, nani amepita section 6 of our constitution on integrity. Show me one and be honest.
Mimi naweza kuambia, nitakutajia tu, nitakutajia wawili wale nawajua. Nitakutajia MP Otiende Amolo, unamjua?
Namjua.
Na Raila Odinga, hao wawili ndio nawajua. Naweza kukutajia haraka hao wawili.
Kwa hivyo wengine wote hawapiti?
Mimi sijasema hawapiti, lakini umeniambia nikutajie wawili, nimekutajia wawili.
Haya. Justus, I believe you are in Kenya. Are you in Kenya?
No.
When did you vote last in Kenya?
I always vote in Kenya every time I do vote, and I'm still going to vote, even this time.
No, that is correct. Now the question I want to ask you, where do you vote? Hypothetically.
I vote in Kitutu Masaba in Nyamira County.
So, last election you voted for your governor?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
No one forced you to vote for him because there was no consensus on the final election done by IBC. So you voted for your governor. You contradict what you are saying because you say all of them are being brought to you. Did you, whoever won, did you vote for the person who won?
No.
No. But that is now what we call democracy because you went to the ballot and voted.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So I tend to agree that democracy is not only when you win, but even when you lose, if it is done right, that is democracy. Correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. That is what I wanted to clear the air. Let's move next to Black. You can unmute, Justus.
Hello everybody. Jambo watazamaji na panelist wenzangu. Sijui kama mnanisikia Lazarus.
Jambo.
Nashukuru. Nashukuru. Sasa kabla nianze ningependelea kwanza kutoa risala zangu za rambirambi to the family of Mwai Kibaki, our late president, and my fellow Kenyans at all, because we all lost a very good man who was like a father to us and a very great president to us as a country, because he did a lot for us. May God rest his soul in eternal peace. Now, moving forward, in regards to Igathe, I'll not say much about Igathe because I'll be biased, not really, but I'll try my best not to, because I'm from the other side of the Kenya Kwanza.
Just be. It is your time. People will rebut. Okay. Mama Selina is here. People will get back to you.
Yeah. So, first of all, we must realize or appreciate some few things that amongst all the things required for one to win the governorship seat, at least among them, they need to have some skills which are political and managerial skills. Political skills will win you the seat. Managerial skills will help you manage the county. Now, when you look at Igathe, Igathe fails on the political skills and experience. He lacks in that. You see, and that makes him vulnerable to Sakaja, because Sakaja has the political skills. Now, he cannot proceed to manage the county if he has not won the seats. So the first step is for him to use his political skills and experience, this Igathe guy, and he doesn't have that. And that's the reason why I believe Sakaja is going to win, because when you look at Sakaja, he has a very rich history when it comes to his political experience, from the point where he started to where he is right now, from a very young age to the point that he is right now, and he has achieved a lot that Igathe would probably not achieve in his lifetime. When we look at Sakaja, he has been the chairman of vice chairman of the Architectural Students Association in the University of Nairobi. He has been the chair of SONU in the university. He's been the chairman of TNA. I mean, the list is endless. While working as a driver and a PA for Patrick Ngatia, who was then working for the late Kibaki, he was charged with as being the director for the youth that were mobilizing the youth for Kibaki. That was Vijana na Kibaki. So, and he moved up the ranks until the point that he started working with Kibaki directly. And upon Kibaki's election, he was working. He started working now for Nancy, who was by then was the political affairs director for Mr. Kibaki, the late president. Now, during that time, Sakaja used to be tasked with writing on few issues by Madam Nancy. And to the surprise, whatever he would write, it's whatever Kibaki would come to the screen and talk about. So you see, that goes to tell you the kind of mind, the level of the mind that Sakaja possesses. He's a very brilliant mind. And during the same time, I believe in the Kriegler's Commission, it was recommended that the country needed to redraw its constituencies. And at that time, that's when now MPs they've converged in Naivasha, whereby it was decided that both the ODM side and the PNU side come up with one consultant that would come up with the formula as to how the country would be divided. I mean, the constituencies in Kenya would be divided. Now, ODM side came up with Professor Odwor, a very brilliant man at the time. And the PNU side came with Sakaja, surprisingly, a 23-year-old at that time. So you can imagine PNU had a 23-year-old, I mean, to stand in for them in formulating the constituencies, and Professor Odwor from the ODM side. And believe it or not, it was Sakaja who came up with the formula. I mean, he was very instrumental in coming up with the formula as to how the constituencies would be divided. Now, during the presentation of this formula by these two, Professor Odwor and Sakaja, at some point, it is Professor Odwor that eventually told the members of parliament at Naivasha at the time that were formed to come up with how they could go ahead with how these constituencies would be formed. Professor Odwor told the other MPs, please, whatever this young man tells you, just do exactly as he says. And that's when now Sakaja went ahead and presented his case, I mean, in the mathematical way on how it would be done, but in a political way, in a way that's such that the MPs would understand. Then the MPs went further and asked him, I mean, how do we go ahead and put this into in our constitution? So they again tasked the job to Sakaja. Sakaja went ahead and formulated Article 89 of the Constitution right now, and which it went ahead to be printed and it became part of our Constitution, and word by word of that article was done by none other than Sakaja. So going forward, fast forward, he was then again nominated as a member of parliament. And moving forward, President Uhuru Kenyatta, our current president, saw the brilliance in Sakaja and decided that Sakaja would have to join him in his team. So at that time, Uhuru Kenyatta was in Kanu. So it was again Sakaja, as having joined Uhuru, who also advised Uhuru that going in back in the next election as Kanu will be very tricky for you unless you come up with something else. So that's when the TNA idea was born, and Sakaja again was instrumental in it, and he was the chairman of it. And we know what happened. TNA won. But before that happened, it is also supposed to be noted that Uhuru was supposed to vie in for the presidency with Eugene Wamalwa. But it's again Sakaja who managed to convince Uhuru that apparently he needed the Rift Valley votes more than they would Eugene. They needed at least 60% of Rift Valley for them to win the elections. So it was hard at the time because having Ruto and Uhuru together in one side would have been tricky, but eventually he managed to convince Uhuru, and Uhuru got Ruto to his side, and that's why now it became Uhuru-Ruto instead of Uhuru and Wamalwa. Again, at this point up until this time, you see how brilliant Sakaja is politically when it comes to skills and experience. So they went ahead and they won the elections, and Sakaja won the senator seat. So moving ahead up until this point, I've just clarified how Sakaja's brilliance when it comes to political experience and skills is in comparison to Igathe, and to how much Igathe lacks when it comes to political skills and experience in comparison to Sakaja. And that is what is required when it comes to winning a political seat. So that's the more reason why I say that.
I pose a question to you,
yes?
Black.
You posed or you're posing?
I pose a question to you.
Yes, please.
I'm not posing, I pose a question.
Okay.
You see, all those things you've listed, we've seen them in this country. We have more qualified people than Sakaja, and they've still mismanaged the politics in leadership. You see, Sakaja, I'll give him a simple definition. Sakaja always plays smart. You see, even when we had issues in the Senate about impeachment,
Revenue allocation.
So you see, you're giving a lot of literature about Sakaja, what he was. You see,
What I was trying to portray.
Black,
sorry.
I'm the one who's speaking. I gave you time, so let me rebut. All those description you're giving us about Sakaja being the better option, he wrote the constitution, he did what? Those are material. What we need is leadership. You see, if those are the factors you say is better off than the Polycarp. Polycarp has never been given chance. Why don't you judge Igathe after he's been given chance? You are now telling us what Sakaja is, having been tested in an office, vis-a-vis someone who has never been tested. So we can't go for an average solution to that. So you should
proceed.
Before he answers, I also have a question. Is it right now that you are seeing those qualities in Sakaja? Because he was in Jubilee and you guys decided he wanted to be governor, and you decided Songo should go. So that time, Songo had more qualities than Sakaja. I don't know if all the qualities you've mentioned, Songo had them. But that time, Jubilee saw that this guy is better placed than Sakaja, and they chose Songo for the ticket. So I don't think that makes sense. It's only good for our mind, but politically.
Okay.
May I respond?
Black, let me welcome the mole for Kenya Kwanza. He's just landed, Mr. Themba. He's now in Kenya.
He's removed his UDA shirt. He's one of us.
He's a UDA mole. So anyway,
he's one of us.
Welcome.
He's one of us.
Yeah. Mr. Black, you can proceed and answer the question.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. While Lazarus,
yes,
you said, or rather you asked. I mean, how can we judge Sakaja when he's tested and Igathe has not been tested? The more reason why now
you have seen the other way around.
It is okay. I mean, it's the same thing. Why am I saying that Igathe is not better when he's not tested, yet Sakaja has been tested? I mean, how can we compare the two? We should give the chance to Igathe. I mean, we can only find out what Igathe is capable of once he gets into that seat. That's what you are saying, isn't it? Now, what I was trying to tell you now, for him to get to that seat, he requires these other skills, the political skills. Because when you go to Mathare right now, you cannot start. He cannot start. They will not go through the website or Google to go and find out what he has done, the companies he has managed, how successful he has been there. I mean, this is your political skills and how you speak to the people and the masses that would make you get those seats. Igathe lacks this. I'm really looking forward to see what he'll be able to say. I mean, to convince the people of Nairobi to vote for him. Unless he's going to have people that will be talking on his behalf, I don't know. The more reason as to why Sonko himself had Igathe is the fact that, like I said, among the things that you would require for you to win the governorship seat, among them, I mean, there are many, but among them would be skills and experience in politics as well as managerial. Sonko had the politics side of it and he lacked the managerial side of it. That's why he had Igathe come in as his deputy so that he could handle the managerial part of it and advise him accordingly. You see, so Sonko's weakness, he supplemented it with Igathe. Now this time round, Igathe's weakness is taking it with him to go and vie for a governorship position. That's the whole point as to why I was telling you it's a mismatch, to be honest with you. When it comes to managing the county, perhaps I don't know about Igathe. Whatever he has achieved, I respect that, what he's done so far in terms of his career. But how to get onto that seat, I'm really having question marks when it comes to that, whether he'll be able to get to that seat.
Last question before.
Tim Wanyonyi had a better chance because of the fact that now he has the political skills and experience, having served as an MP. Perhaps I don't know how it would work. If there would be a way that, I don't know, if you could mix and match, I mean, political parties, which I don't know, I don't think it's possible. But if it would have been easier, if they would have had these people in one party, perhaps then.
Is that a universal principle? People like Trump managing a whole United States. He just came from business and then he joined politics and he won. People didn't know even he can manage to canvass all those 50 states. So
Understand one thing.
Isolation.
Understand one thing.
Yes.
Vying for presidency, you have a whole team working for you, a whole nation working for you.
You are running away from.
Now
your
this
point.
Is a county.
You are running away from your point. You said he lacked political skills. Even when people work for you, you have to have that skills to get the right people.
Now let me ask you, when he goes to stand in front of people, let's say in Madare, is he going to have people talk to him on his behalf, or he would have to speak by himself for himself?
And I can tell you, Trump did it for the first time, and he was the best politician in America. So don't assume that when people are in corporate world, they don't know politics, my friend.
Now listen, things the way they work in the USA and the way things work back home in Kenya is different. Now, you see, we have the Republicans and the Democrats, whereby people would have very limited choices when it comes to which side they would go for in regards to the ideologies they believe in. You know, now the politics in America has matured so much that a party has its stance, and that's the stand that they maintain all through. And the people, identify themselves with the stance of these sides. Now in Kenya, it's different. Understand? In Kenya, it's more of the people in the party. They join the party to get the seats out of the popularity, not by the fact that there is a particular stand of the party which the party has. That's why you see people party hopping from this party to another, like Shabal. Shabal, you know how many parties he's hopped before he ended up in ODM? Do you know which party, how many parties he went to?
Blacks, do you know
all these other politicians?
Black, let's hear what Wakete is saying.
Now, anyhow,
do you know the history of Mwai Kibaki?
I think it was more of a submission and not an open session. Was it, Mr. Lazarus?
Kibaki came from a classroom.
Just answer Wakesa's question, then you can proceed.
George Saitoti came from a classroom lecturing into politics. And
no way, Saitoti, you brought Trump. I mean, come on. You
wanted local examples, and I'm coming closer to you. I have brought Kibaki. He was taken from lecture room into politics.
Did he vie for a county governor at any point?
I think you are defeated.
Because now. I was talking about politics.
Politics, you can practice it as an MP, you can practice as an MCA, you can practice as vice president, you can practice as president.
Black, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Based on your analysis, you given us a long chronological about Sakaja. Based on that analysis you've done, what is your rating for Sakaja for being senator to date? Good rating, not even good. Just give me, how can you rate Sakaja in terms of Senate performance vis-a-vis his managerial, his political concept skills you have among the senators? I'll give you a scale of 1 to 10. 1 to
10. I would give him an 8 because nobody has a 10, can get a 10. And I'll tell you why. He's achieved a lot. Because even during the revenue allocation stalemate that we had, it is good to know that he's the one who came up with the solution that came to be known as the Sakaja formula that brought the deadlock, that broke the deadlock. That ended up getting Nairobi about 18 billion down from 15 billion shillings allocation onto its kitty. Now, why am I saying that? I'm focusing more of Nairobi because getting into Nairobi, to Nairobi, as well that he fought for the residents when they were having their houses demolished for some feeder roads to be built in this area. As well, you might also realize that, on behalf of artists, he advocated them for them to be getting a higher percentage of the Skizzer tunes revenues, which they are getting. Before they were getting around 16%. It went up to 25% and currently to 41% of the revenue of the Skizzer tunes.
For Skizzer tunes,
Now, yes, he also
just post there, Black. Just post there. For Skizzer tune, don't lie. Skizzer tune was Gladys Wanga initiative. Let us not lie. Let us have facts correct.
Is Wanga in Senate?
No. That thing started in Parliament. It is
and ended up.
It is
and
Parliament.
that's why Raila went to celebrate Majaria's home.
Mr. Black,
Listen.
Mr. Black, understand how these things work. The bill came from the Parliament. It was done in Parliament. Is when it was taken to the Senate. Senate is the last house to put all the necessary finality.
Fine. Now, when it comes to he also sponsored the ACPO bill. I don't know if you are.
I'm aware.
You know about the ACPO bill?
I'm aware.
The ACPO bill, the access to government procurement opportunities. He's the one who sponsored that bill that came about to give the youth, women, and persons with disabilities to get at least 30% of all government tenders. Can you check who sponsored it, please, and confirm to us?
If that is your rating, I'll not dispute, but all the same, I tend to differ with you that as much as you're giving the best part of it,
Can you also tell me who came with the national employment, who sponsored the National Employment Act?
I'm not in dispute. I'm not in dispute.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not in dispute.
Very good. At least we're in agreement.
This is debate.
Lazarus.
Yes.
One thing he has not talked about is the corruption of Nairobi. Did he ever? We didn't see him come out strongly on issues that to do with corruption and.
Did you not see him? Did you not see him all the times being? Actually, he was one of the people against Governor Sonko's style of leadership. By the way, just so you know, they never met eye to eye. As much as he was the senator of Nairobi, he was the senator of Nairobi. No, let's do one thing. It is also good. There are some points which you say that I agree with, because I find them being valid. Now, let's just not be the kind of people that are there to dispute everything just for the sake of disputing, by the fact that they are being said for the sake of the other side. Now, give credit where it's due.
That is well put.
We all know that Sakaja
and that's
was
why I'm
against
only raising areas which I have issues with. I'm not saying everything. I'm only raising.
So we know Sonko had some corruption issues when it came to the Nairobi County, because you mentioned the word corruption and you mentioned the word Nairobi in your sentence. So there are two words that I underlined in your sentence, which were Nairobi and corruption.
Yes.
Those are the key words. And in those two words, that's where now I say that to start with, Sakaja at no point was he a party to that, and did he ever encourage that? And he is on record as having been against the way Sonko was managing the county.
Lazarus.
And that's a fact. So if something is true, let's agree to it. There's no need for us, even you right now, when you tell me something about your side, and I'm like, yes, I agree to it because it's a fact and it's a reality, I would say, yes, it's true, you're right. I would not just go out of my way to just dispute it just by the fact that you're from the other side. No. When something is the truth and it's valid, yes, give credit where it's due. So yes, Sakaja was never at one point and had never been at one point been for Sonko. He was against it. And that's the reason why when it comes to the voting of the revenue allocation, and not revenue allocation, on the ouster of Sonko, his views were very clear. He didn't vote. But we all knew.
But we all knew. There are governors who have had a good relationship with senators. But my point was, he was not the one unearthing these corruption cases in the county. In fact, when cases were brought in the Senate, he was just fumbling around it. He didn't have like the clue. It was unearthed by EACC. But as a senator, he did not bring out issues that were going on in the county. So when you tell us about that they didn't have a good relationship, that can be too personal.
Is it something strange to anybody to know that Sakaja and Sonko never met eye to eye, and the reason as to why Sakaja never met eye to eye was because of the way, and he was very categorical in saying that in many interviews.
Anyway, you have made your point. I just wanted to see. Okay.
Now, I think what's his name? I can't recall. Somebody was talking about the way Shabal and Abdul Samad. There was a consensus. I mean, let me ask. How would it be a consensus when the next day you see Shabal coming out in the TV screens crying with his supporters? I mean, as to why Abdul Samad would have gotten the ticket for ODM and not him, and his supporters would be there. I mean, if it's a consensus, just Temba. Let me finish. Don't Temba.
No. Hold on. You don't want to go through that.
Just
wait. You don't want to go through that trajectory because even in UDA there are several conflicts. So don't go there.
No, you see, listen. I mean, the complaints we had in the complaints. There's no.
Right now, wait. Jaguar is running as an independent. The other guy from MCJS is running as an independent.
Having lost nominations, not consensus, not having come up to the TV screens and telling us that consensus was reached, and then later on coming behind the scenes and crying.
Wait, Black. MCJS, the deputy president came and said that MCJS has agreed to step down for the other guy.
Correct.
The next day, he was running as an independent. He said he never accepted. Jaguar, the same thing. You guys were like, you are going to have an opinion poll to see who is better than the other.
Then the other one won.
They don't even go there. I mean,
now Temba. What you should understand is this.
Unless you just want to talk for the purposes of talking, it's okay. You have
just a minute. Now, why I was mentioning Shabal's case was not in comparison to what happened in UDA. What I was trying to do was to be I was being specific to what was mentioned about Shabal and Abdul Swamad on that particular issue, because I had someone mention it. I had someone mention it. How does
it have the debate?
No, in this, I just wanted to clarify that whatever.
How does it have the debate?
Just again, like I was saying.
What is the value? What is the value to the debate?
Now you see, listen, Temba. When someone is talking,
you don't talk about something that.
Okay, fine. Let's proceed. Fine. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. Let's proceed. My fellow UDA team member. Now, like I was saying, when it comes to political skills and experience, Sakaja is far much more ahead than Igathe. I personally, now these are my opinion, my personal view and opinion. Let me not be judged on that. I would have settled for Team Wanyonyi all the way. He has both. He possesses both skills. Someone was talking.
We have already crossed that bridge. You forget about Team Wanyonyi. We have already crossed that bridge. We are already moving forward. If you want to get stuck and fixated, the way you guys are fixated at BBI, even so many days after.
We are not on BBI. We are not on. Exactly. I've not mentioned the word BBI. I just went I just took you point by point as to why. I mean, why in Igathe, because the topic here was Igathe.
You don't need to
Is the wrong
recommend to
choice,
us
and as to why
anything.
Igathe.
We already passed that.
And as to why Igathe, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are past that.
Stop heckling people.
So,
Let people speak, Demba.
And if Igathe is a weak ticket, you should be happy.
Can I close? Of course, it's the best thing for us. I'm happy, by the way.
Then be happy.
I'm happy that you chose Igathe, because at least you're gonna win this thing early in the morning. I mean, if it was
okay.
It was Team Wanyonyi,
Why are you having issues
I would
with
be scared. No, I was not having issues. But as you can see, amongst the topics that we were supposed to discuss was Kibaki's life, Igathe and Kaloki for Nairobi. I mean, so
talk
of course I would have to talk about it, isn't it? You shouldn't.
Be honest. Black, be honest.
It is part of the topic.
If it was weaknesses, you cannot expose weaknesses to your opponent. So,
but we are here.
Unless you don't want Sakaja to win. So
no, because I know that is a weakness you cannot sort. You cannot sort that. You cannot install a software in Igathe's head to make him have political skills and experience.
If Black is a weakness in Igathe, you should be celebrating and
Temba, let Black finish, because he'll take you in circle till tomorrow. Let him just
finish. He should be finishing and go.
Let him, actually, he should be done
this
by
now.
This confused elements.
There was blackout.
Wacha wewe. This bwana handicap Igathe, sorry, bwana polycap Igathe. Was a wrong choice. So anyway, let me stop at that. I think I've addressed it all. I don't want to take much time because I see that. I'm waiting for you.
With your thinking process. You don't come here to start telling us. We have
no.
We have Igathe.
Black, that is enough. Themba, before I allow you to, before you do submission, before you take over, I'll allow Jude Mururi came in before I was on blackout.
Yeah, so Themba.
Jude
got to be here.
Come again?
No, let
him submit, then you take over.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit about the conversation on the governor of Nairobi. I think if we look at time, even if we look at the old constitution, I think there was a time we had the local government minister as Musalia Mudavadi. We had the mayor as I think Aladwa or Aladwa. And we had Kithia as the town clerk. All of them were lawyers.
Yes.
Nobody complained about that.
Not at all.
Not at all. So if right now Igathe is being brought, and we all Kenyans have the idea that this guy is a manager, and Nairobi doesn't need any other thing. It just needs a manager. Because if we look at the GDP, I think it's around 40% of the GDP of the country comes from Nairobi. Then you want us to vote for a politician, Team Wanyonyi, just because he started campaigning to 2 or 3 or Sakaja. And for God's sake, who's Sakaja? A senator who's been there. He's been a senator for 5 years. Sonko was plundering resources from the county. And the person who's been put there in charge as oversight is the person Black is coming to tell us, oh, this is supposed to be the next governor. We are lost, man. We are lost. We are lost. And for a fact is Black, you guys in UDA, you're just confused. I'm talking to you. I'm quite far away. I'm in Australia. But the people in UDA, oh man, you're just confused. You're just confused. Right now, may he rest in peace, Kibaki just passed on. Right now, Ruto will be telling people, oh, the way Kibaki transformed the country. And since 92, he never voted for Kibaki. In 2002, he voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. In 2007, he voted for Raila Odinga. So you guys, you ought to sit down and look at politics in another angle. You know, it's not just a matter of talking.
Who did Raila vote for?
Did Ruto not exercise his right to vote for whoever he wanted?
I don't.
Did you want him to vote the way you wanted
I don't
him to
refute
vote?
that.
In the pattern you wanted him to vote?
I don't refute that. I don't refute that.
You just hold on. Black, we had agreed earlier. Let us follow the rule of the game. If you don't want to carry your hand, then we'll disengage. You'll attack him. I'll give you room to rebut. Black, relax. You proceed.
I don't refute that. But what I've seen in Kenyan politics recently with these UDA elements, because I'm just gonna call them elements, because they don't foresee the future of Kenya.
Be fair to them.
I'm quite fair. They don't foresee the future of Kenya. We are talking about a capital city, Nairobi. Igathe has been there, and this guy is he's very real. He tells you Sonko did not earn Sonko's what do you call it, respect. He did not earn the respect of his boss, and he didn't want to earn money from the public, and he wasn't working. So what was his option? He resigned and went back to private practice. What about your UDA so-called presidential candidate? He's earning public money. Do you know, it's funny that here in a country like this, just plundering money on a trip, an MP resigns. Or you just take a piece of taxpayers' money and use it for personal use, you have to resign and give other people a chance. And Kibaki said it. Kibaki said it. If you are elected in public, you're supposed to serve. It's not an opportunity for you to plunder. That's all I'm gonna say for today.
There's a question from Justus.
Yep.
Moirore, I have listened carefully to what you have said, but I want you to expound on just one point. You've asked who did Ruto vote for in the previous elections. I want you to tell us who did Raila vote for in the previous elections? Who did Uhuru Kenyatta vote for in the previous elections? And what happened to the names that Uhuru Kenyatta was calling Raila Odinga in the previous elections? What happened to those names? How come they have just disappeared suddenly? Did somebody get a salvation on the way?
Atuti, a day in politics is a long time. So anything that Uhuru abused and abused Raila, it's something forgivable. And if Raila has forgiven Uhuru, who are we? If you're asking me about Raila voted for Kibaki in 2002. Ruto voted for Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto never voted for Mwai Kibaki. But today you're gonna hear him in rallies telling people, oh, Kibaki transformed, oh, Kibaki did this. Let's look at politics on another angle, my friend Atuti. We ought to look at politics in another angle. Politics is just an opportunity for people to serve the public.
So you are trying to tell me that we can forgive Uhuru for calling Raila Odinga so many names, but we cannot forgive Ruto because Ruto's term doesn't change. But now he did not vote for Kibaki. He loses, the voice to say that, hey, this is what Kibaki did. This is what Kibaki did. And yet you have said...
May I tell him something before you continue? Atuti, Uhuru Kenyatta apologized in public. In fact, it is in the media all the time. He apologized in public to Raila Odinga. So if you cannot forgive, that is up to you. But Raila Odinga forgave Uhuru Kenyatta. Please excuse Jude in that question.
Thank you.
Okay, I think
interject in that.
that is well answered. Black, you have a question?
No, just wanted to interject that the madam that just spoke, I can just tell you one thing. Okay, Maggie. In politics, nothing happens out of by mere coincidence, unless there's something that someone is there stands to benefit from it. Believe you me. So when we see or we saw, whichever way we want to look at it, whether it's present tense or past tense, Uhuru shaking hands with Raila after all those abuses, there's something for him. We've not yet established what it was or what it is. There are only speculations that probably through the BBI he may have wanted to extend his tenure in politics. Like Bwana Mzee Atwoli always said that Uhuru is too young to retire. So I would still say that maybe just to add on to Bwana Justus Atuti, that maybe there's something more into it as to why Uhuru went and shook hands with Raila, regardless of the fact that alimtukana matusi nyingi sana. So to me, I don't think it's genuine. I don't think that handshake is genuine, to be precise.
It's good okay, Mr. Black, it's good you're doubting it. And actually, you do not know, and you still do not understand why it happened. But all we know, those who have been seeing him apologizing in public, we take it as that because he did it. He apologized, and Raila forgave him. So what's the big question? That is what we should take. Even if there is something behind it, we don't want to know. That will be up to them. You, as a layperson, just be there and say, okay, Uhuru did what? Apologized. And let's take it like that. Why are we antagonizing ourselves with so many questions which cannot help us?
Exactly.
Well said,
and
Maggie.
if Uhuru Kenyatta if Raila Odinga forgave Uhuru Kenyatta, who are we, Black? Who are we to just keep running around and saying there's a hidden agenda, there's these? No.
Because it's politics. And like I said, in politics, nothing happens out of a mere coincidence.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Maggie, one person at a time. Black.
Jude, before we go there.
It's called Jude.
Yeah, Jude. Jude, before we go there, we should ask ourselves one question. So why would even Uhuru think of, even if it was to extend his term, why would he think of extending his term through Raila and not Ruto? Because when they came to power, they told us it is 2012 to 2032. So if they were still in good terms, they would have continued with their matrix. Why would he run away from Ruto to look for Raila? That is the thing they are not telling us, because they have plundered their own house and they are now blaming Raila for everything that is happening. They should tell us, why did Uhuru begin running away from Ruto in the first place? Because Raila was not a friend of Uhuru. He has told us they called him names. But before somebody make a drastic change to call and look for someone you have called names, there is something wrong with the current relationship. So they are not addressing that.
I think you people are very funny.
Maggie,
You're asking a wrong person a wrong question, because Ruto should have answered that, because it is Ruto who ran away. Uhuru is still in his office.
It's Ruto who ran away from Uhuru. Yes. It's not Uhuru who went looking for Raila.
No, please. Jude, let Maggie finish.
Yeah, please. Ruto ran away. He left his office, and Uhuru actually has been a very generous person. Told him, okay, you go. I'll not take anything from you. If Uhuru had been bad, I think he would have not been using the public funds to do all these things. But he's been given that authority. Despite what he's doing, nobody cares. The guilt is his. And you find the Yuda people are thinking that, oh, this person is bad. Uhuru is the best person so far. Please.
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't bring up a wrong Nini. It is the narration that Raila and Uhuru tells us. Walitafutana, and there was something they wanted to do. They sat 13 hours. Wanashindwa kuongea. That narration Raila normally talks about in every rally. So that is what I'm quoting. I'm not quoting Ruto running away. Tangatanga came after the handshake. But the original handshake, the two guys looked for each other.
No, Uhuru looked for Raila because he found that it was too hot for him to work with Ruto. It was too hot for him to work with Ruto. So he looked for Raila, where Raila would be. And he found Raila. Please let me finish. Lazarus, let me just finish with Wekesa. It is, I think the person to be blamed here is Ruto, not Uhuru, not Raila, because Raila was just looked for. He went there in invitation.
I was only raising a case.
Okay. He did not take himself there, sir.
May I?
Mr. Black?
Okay, just to interject, they're asking why Ruto looked for Raila. Why Uhuru? How Uhuru?
No,
why Uhuru? Huh? Yeah, I'll be very brief.
Yes.
I'll be very brief. Can you imagine the kind of disaster that would have befallen Kenya had it been through Ruto that they wanted to extend his tenureship through introducing a premiership? It would have been disastrous, trust me. It would have been far much more easier and better and less harmful, if I may use that word, if he would have had Raila on his side to bring in that factor, which would perhaps later on benefit him by coming in as a prime minister. But if he would have followed the Ruto route, that having served 10 years, and then later on, Ruto is the same guy that he has been with in the presidency, itakuja tena, no. Hiyo ingeleta shida kubwa sana Kenya. Kubwa. So that's what I'm telling you, or rather I said, in politics, nothing happens out of mere coincidence. The handshake, and as to why, Uhuru ndo alienda akafuata Raila, was due to this fact, in my view.
It's not intelligent. It's a narrative, but not intelligent.
Black. I find it a bit. I always find it a bit hard. I don't want to look like I'm hard on Black, but Black and Justice have one character, and when it is their side, they are holier than thou. Why do you say it could have been disaster the other way around, but the other way, this way, it's okay? What you see, this perception you guys have that the DP is as holy than thou, and what he says is the only person who is always being blamed. He's the only person who is being accused. He's the only person who, when he does things, hustlers will listen to him. I told you guys, when we started debating very soberly, and I told you guys, let us not take sides without proper facts. Now, I ask you one question, Mr. Black. You are saying if it was the other way around, it could have been disaster. Everybody always gauge. No, don't unmute. You first gauge what are the consequences. So Uhuru gauged what he was doing, and he did the pros and the cons and find out this is a better route to take. Justice said something, and I want to take him back so that I allow Mr. Makiadi to be here. He's been here for long. Justice didn't want to tell us the only person who has followed chapter 6 in Kenya. You tell us there's none. I can tell you Igathe did it when he was working with Sonko. If you find it's untenable, the best thing is to take a walk.
Was that something that you wanted me to comment on, or it's?
I'm taking you back to what you said.
Okay. Are you there? Are you listening to me? Hello?
He's hanging. Just proceed.
Okay. This is the thing. I still maintain that nobody no politician in Kenya as it stands today, whether it's Raila Odinga, whether it's who, no one will pass chapter 6 of our constitution on integrity. I'll leave that one as it is. And I will want to talk to Judy on two things before she goes. If Judy, you are here, this one thing you have said on the handshake, whatever the reason, we should not mind. Whatever the reason that was behind the handshake, we should not mind. I want to tell you this. Yes, we should not mind. Let it remain suspect. Time will vindicate us. Another thing, you have said Uhuru is the best president. If it were any other president, he wouldn't let Ruto enjoy what he is enjoying. Let me remind you, Ruto is enjoying the fruits of our 2010 constitution, not courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta. Ruto is enjoying
which he opposed.
It doesn't matter. This is what Ruto has said.
And that is why
this is what Ruto has said. This is what Ruto has said about opposing the constitution. He has said this. There were two opponents. One was for the constitution, another one was not for the constitution. So, like every race, one will win. The yes won, and he supported it. What is wrong with that? He supported it. He supported the winning team. So what he is enjoying is not courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta. It's courtesy of the constitution that we Kenyans gave ourselves, with the people, with the Kenyans. Thank you.
Justice. Sorry, my blackout again, but I'm back on another version. I'll still take you back. You are very selective on what you want us to hear. You are very selective. The same constitution is what talks of chapter 6. So is it when Igathe applies it, it doesn't work, but when Ruto doesn't apply it, it's okay?
I want you to get my point, Lazarus. My point is this: our politicians, and that is the life that we have known as Kenyans. Our politicians, none. You have said Raila Odinga passes the test of integrity, but I want to tell you, none of them.
Not me.
Whoever said that. So, for the record, wait a minute.
Just as kindly, Lazarus, don't allow justice to take us that trajectory.
Yeah,
you see, that is a UDA mantra to say that everybody is a sinner, therefore we should keep sinning. Everybody is corrupt, therefore we should keep corrupt. We should not even talk about corruption. Don't allow that general trajectory. That is hopeless. That is nonsense.
Okay.
My point is this, Lazarus. We are unfortunate as a nation because we are not given an opportunity as citizens to pick the correct politicians. Wanaletwa kwa meza tunasukumia.
Okay. Guys, Masters, I think we put it to rest. Let me, Jude. Allow me, Jude. Jude, allow me to, just hold on. Jude, allow me to go another round, then I'll come to you. Let me allow Richie. He's been here for a long time, to be fair. Then we go to Koriwa. Then we can...
Me too, Raz. I've been here forever.
That is Koriwa.
It's Ben Yagaka.
Penny, I called you. You didn't respond. Proceed, Richie.
Yeah, Lazarus, thank you. I think to be fair, there's I think Kariwa nimeona kinua mkono kwa chat, so na nimempata hapa. Let me just
Kariwa, please. That is fair enough.
Okay. First of all,
I want to send my greetings to all of you. And begin by mourning one of the greatest presidents we ever had, and probably will ever have, Mr. Kibaki. May he rest in peace. And Mungu amlaze pahali pema peponi. Coming to this Nairobi issue, nimesikia discussion nyingi, but I have my own opinion. Could be different from everybody else, but what I'm thinking, like the whole thing is about NMS, Nairobi Metropolitan Services. The bigwigs in Azimio want to leave Nairobi in the hands of people who will allow NMS to continue. Remember, NMS is unconstitutional. It's nowhere in the constitution. It was like forced in the throats of the Nairobians. And all this preceded because the Azimio leader, to me, I may be wrong, but the Azimio leader, to me, seemed to be under siege. I feed you, and you have to do what I tell you. Because, like, for example, if you saw yesterday's press conference when, was it today or yesterday? Okay, it will depend with where you are. But if you see when they were announcing, like, Wanyonyi has stepped down and Igathe will take over, the facial expressions will tell you, like, this is not their own personal opinion. Somebody is forcing them. Somebody is pointing a gun behind their heads, telling them, like, this is the way to go. And if the people, because they are sensing this and they know this is what is happening, they are not very happy. And they will vote Sakaja out of, like, anger to punish whoever is trying to bring Igathe home. Because, first of all, Igathe is not a politician. He never showed his interest in Nairobi gubernatorial seat, and coming out 3 days to overtake everyone and to go on top there. Even if I was to vote for Wanyonyi, for whoever, even if I'm voting for Sakaja because I'm UDA Damu, I'll not. If I'm an Azimio guy, I'll not vote for that Igathe, because he's there to protect a specific clique of people's interest, and the center of that being Nairobi Metropolitan Services. We all saw how NMS came about. We are not again in this city. Thank you so much.
Any question for Kuriwa? Any question?
Yes, I have a question. Why are all these people talking about, Siji Raila is under siege, Siji who is under siege? Can they realize that even the gentleman called Sakaja is under siege? Sakaja even sneaked to UDA without telling his boss, Musalia Mudavadi. I wonder the obsession with the Raila. Kariua.
Okay. Sakaja could seem under siege, but I think Sakaja is just playing clever. During all this his tenure as a senator of Nairobi, he didn't want to offend in the side of the equation. He was friendly to everyone, and to me, this is just being clever. This is politics. I need you to follow. Why should I make you angry?
So Sakajas can be explained.
Sakaja can be explained. He's a person who
can be clever.
Raila was clever a while ago, but nowadays, things really changed on him.
Lazarus, Goja Lazarus.
Yeah.
Career.
Oh yeah.
I like the way you are selectively analyzing. Sakaja is clever. Sakaja can be. He's just playing his game. This is politics. And Raila, this is not politics. Raila is under siege. Raila is under. And Ruto is not the.
Ruto when you talk about Raila, talk Raila pre-handshake and Raila post-handshake.
No, can you talk about, okay, Korea, tell us about Ruto pre-2013 and Ruto post-2017. Talk to us about that. Let's hear what you have to say.
All right. After 2013, you remember Ruto and Uhuru made that government. Personally, I did not vote for them, but they won and they made the government, and they ruled for 5 years Okay, they had the ups and downs, but they formed a government together. Then come 2019, after the handshake, we saw like Ruto was put into the periphery. Yeah? He was put on the fence.
Karuya,
I have not finished.
Let me give you how Ruto has changed, because now you want to tell me how Ruto is good. Ruto has changed this way. At first, Ruto started with the. No, I want to tell you that so that you realize politics is not about being stagnant. In politics, you have to kind of change with signs of the. I mean, with the changes of time. I want to give you Ruto.
Even if this change is betraying your brothers,
Ruto,
yeah.
Hold on. Ruto, at first when Ruto started by saying that anybody coming with any party must wind up their party.
Yeah.
And join UDA. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
That was the Ruto before he was the reality sank on him that we live in a Kenya that is number one, multi-party democracy. It's no longer a single party democracy. So when changes in any political scenario should not be, do you want to interpret that Ruto was weak when he accepted that now I can accept Kenya, accept ANC and Ford Kenya? Was he weak?
No, he was also clever. You know why I say he was clever on that? Because you remember Ruto had folded his party and joined. They came up and they formed Jubilee together. But now, when he was trying to see like this guy Raila will run as an ODM, and he wanted to form a strong URP party. But what happened? The president, I think, funded some guys to open briefcase. All the sleeping briefcase parties were reactivated. If you are also a clever person, you also let your people activate theirs. Why not?
Exactly. Now you see, now these people are politicians, and Raila is also a politician. Raila understands the nature of politics, and even Ruto. Let me tell you, any politician who does not change with the time will be swept away, and they have gone, many of them. Many of them, actually, their careers will end in this political season. Politician who will be able to change with the time, and that's why Sakaja, when it came to the time that now the rubber met the road, he sneaked and registered as UDA when he was actually working with the Mudavadi every time. So do not ever think that a politician changing in a particular way is a weakness. A politician is calculating, and not less a politician in the stature of Raila Amolo Odinga. There's no fight for a constitution right now. We are not in the time where we used to go for Mandaman. We already have a working constitution. We already have the Kenya that we are going to usher in right now. People are still looking at Raila, the Raila of 1990s, the Raila that was going to the streets.
Not me.
That is what you want to see. You are getting disappointed, and I know the people like you are getting disappointed. Why? You are getting disappointed because you want to see Baba getting out there and being agitated, and they are being troubled, and Baba running away and pushing people so that you can benefit from that. You are too disappointed, my friend.
All right. I feel like the 9th of August, we'll see how disappointed I will be.
I can pick the disappointment in your voice, because you're coming to say that Raila of today is not Raila of yesterday. Why do you want Raila to be Raila of 20 years ago, and you are not 20 years younger? Raila of today
the moment
is Raila of you, who is 20 years later.
2013, personally, 2013, I voted for Raila. 2017, I voted for Raila. But the day of handshake, after he betrayed our brothers, Musalia Mudavadi and the rest, and he followed where his stomach was leading him.
You see, even the way you are arguing, even the way you are arguing,
a convoy and a few bodyguards. That's when I said, enough with Raila.
Even the way you are arguing, it is telling what you're talking about. He betrayed them. How come they are not together?
Because they saw this kind of nonsense is too much.
No, how come what's his name? Kalonzo, Mudavadi, and Wetangula. How come they are not together?
Again, after they went their own way, they differed on ideas.
Good. In politics is not static. Politics is all static, my brother.
But
they are not together because they learned Kalonzo was leaning towards Raila Odinga.
Not only that, you know, when they differed like gentlemen, like nobody went at night to go and try to kneel to somebody. For them, they had a gentleman's discussion. Me, my ideology is this. I need to differ with you, and then they say, okay, let's meet some other time.
Kariwa, well said. Well said.
Look at this handshake. Okay.
Kariwa, let me tell you something about NMS. Kariwa, let me tell you two things that probably will help you for a long time in politics. Number one, in politics, we are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies. Number two,
I know. Yeah.
If you are a politician who is stagnant on a particular way of doing things, you will be swept by the wind so fast. You, as a politician, you must and constantly you must reinvent.
I know.
So I want Raila of 20 years ago, then you are not a politician. You should go do something else, like selling ice cream and make the same ice cream so that people can be buying it.
I'm not looking for votes, but there is where myself and my friends will be taking
Koriwa.
Yes.
Koriwa, let allow someone else to submit.
Okay.
Themba.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Let me submit.
Themba, you will not submit because you sneaked out again while you are away. Richie was waiting.
You can't mistreat me like that.
Proceed. But you see, Richie has been waiting online.
Richie found me here.
Richie got you here.
Now you
go ahead then.
Okay,
no, because you sneaked.
No, I'm here now, Razara. Let me talk. First of all, I want to tell those people who are thinking like Kariwa and all the rest. People should cease giving us this thing, Raila of 2013, Raila of 20 years ago. That is a narrative that should stop. A politician should be able to reinvent, reevaluate, and even rebrand themselves with the signs of the times. You can't solve problems of 2022 with the same skills you used in 1980. There's no way. As you keep on moving on as a politician, you rebrand, you reinvent, you restructure yourself. You create new friends. That is what politics is. So coming here to tell us, Baba of G2019, Baba is so different. Of course you have to be different. Even all of us 20 years ago, there are things you wouldn't do the way you do them right now. There are things probably you looked at before, you are a little impatient. Right now, probably you are more patient. So as we keep on moving on, a politician's survival skills in politics is learning the terrain. You learn the terrain. Once you learn the terrain, you learn to adjust to the terrain as you move on. And that is what Baba is doing. And that is politics. The nature of politics is not so naive. So people are coming here, and some of them coming to give us a lecture of how Baba of so many years ago is not Baba of today. And even Ruto of 20 years ago is not Ruto of today. The same Ruto who said that we do not want...
I like your target. Also tell them there was a Raila who was a Secretary General of KANU. How did he behave? So, because they are not giving a full history.
Yeah, you see, Wekesa, these people come here and they start by telling us, Raila should, what they are wanting and what they're seeing is disappointing them. They are getting disappointed. What did they expect? They expected Raila to hold on to something, there to be disagreement with Uhuru Kenyatta because Raila has refused to accept, and then Raila goes to the streets. That is what they wanted. They are getting disappointed. And that's why now what they are left with is coming here to say the Raila that we are having today is under siege. Because they're used to Raila who has been in opposition, who fought for the multi-party democracy, who fought for the constitution, whose election was stolen from him twice and he took people to the street. That's the Raila that they want to see in 2022. And they're not seeing that because there's nowhere written that is only Raila who can be in opposition. And we are not agitating for multi-party right now. The tools of 1980 are not the same tools that you can use in 2022. The tools of 2007, 2013, and 2017 are not the tools you can use in 2022. The new way of doing things requires new tactics, requires new way of approach. We require more of accommodation, which Raila has rebranded and he has put himself out there. So cease and stop with the thing of telling us that Raila has been captured. Simply because whatever you expected, you're not seeing. The Raila you are seeing, I think I could say, like Murad said, that the Uhuru Kenyatta that you're going to see in the second term will be ruthless. Now, we want to tell you the Raila that you're going to see in his first term will be a Raila that is going to be uniting, a Raila that is going to be more accommodating, because the next thing we want is economic revolution, not constitutional revolution. Tushatoka huko, tuko na constitution mpya, it needs to be implemented. We are in a multi-party democracy. We need that kind of to be building on that. So we need to cease with the issue of coming to tell us how Baba is under siege. If Ruto does something, he's not under siege. If Baba does something, Baba is changing tactics which without going president helping him. I mean, everybody. And a good democracy requires a fair transition. When you're transiting from one president to another, when you're transiting from one regime to another, you don't need turbulence. And that is what we are trying to say. So what were you, dear? Calm down. Baba is not going to street anytime soon. If you want street fights, then you guys need to start getting prepared. Now, back to Kibaki. Now, I want to say something. I mean, we are mourning. They say I want to start by making a rider. In Africa, we don't speak bad about the dead. That is the African mantra. You know, when you die, we leave your spirit and we talk well, because that's basically the Africanness in us. But anyway, I can say this, that Kibaki did several good things. But one thing that he did that I got disappointed with him is that he left us more tribal than we ever been before. That was the legacy of Kibaki. And that is something that I think we have to say it as it is. The way that we were after Kibaki, as much as, yes, we had development, we had all those, he gave us Vision 2030, which is helping us in terms of other leaders coming in, buying from 2030 and giving their 5 years. The Uhuru government came with the Big Four agenda, which is borrowed from Vision 2030. Those were good works. He moved us from, lose an economy, a GDP that wasn't growing, to one that was growing when he came in 2002. And of course, now went on and he gave us some very good, development trajectory on Vision 2030. So economic-wise, did a good job. Governance-wise, he was a laissez-faire kind of a person, so he wasn't so much as Moi was. But in terms of, as a country, after post-Kibaki, we were left more tribal than ever before. In fact, when he was leaving, he even tended to prefer Uhuru Kenyatta over Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeah. So when Uhuru left Kanu, killed Kanu to join the government so that he could be, supported by Kibaki. That was an interesting thing. But of course, history is out there. So yes, that is what I can say. But over and above all, may his soul rest in peace. I want to just comment on one more thing because we'll be here for a long time. That is Team Wanyonyi. Team should go to. Yesterday, I said here that ODM should give us a break. You cannot provide for us the governor and the senator. You need to choose which one do you guys want. So it was good. They went back. I think Martin was here when I was making noise about ODM. And I say, you cannot give us a governor in team, a senator in one guy called Sifuna. And then all of them are from ODM. And then even the women. So you choose one. So I think sense prevailed. We are already past that. I think I told myself, once Baba has pronounced himself to a ticket, that is what they say. Once the leader and the captain has said that this is the direction, whatever other thing you had, you follow that. So I think the ticket that we are having is one that is going to help us to win. So for those of us who are pro-Azimio and we really stand by Baba, we are going to push for that ticket and make sure that it is a ticket that is going to succeed. Sakaja, as we say, has little experience to run Nairobi. Sakaja has benefited. First of all, he benefited from, when Uhuru was desperate to start a party, they found TNA and Sakaja was the chairman. So he didn't work so hard for it. And then, of course, now later he was nominated to parliament. And then later he also became, he benefited from the disorganization in NASA because Wiper, fielded a candidate and ODM fielded a candidate. So he benefited from that. If Wiper didn't field a candidate, Sifuna would have won the Nairobi Senate. But now here we are. So what you're saying is Sakaja generally, I don't think he's ready to run a city like Nairobi. A city like Nairobi needs someone who has experience in especially running a corporate. It's like a corporate world. You need that kind of experience, and I think Igathe has it. So for now, I think that is the direction. I want to stop there and invite and encourage people like Black. Do not tell us that Raila Odinga of Kitambo is not Raila Odinga of today. You don't solve the problems of 2022 with the tools of 1980. That has never happened. Nyinyi endeleeni kusukuma wheelbarrow pole pole. Thank you. Back to Lazarus.
I've never mentioned anything about Raila of yesterday. I've always avoided that because I don't believe in that myself. That much I believe. I agree with you that I told you before that I don't dispute just for the sake of disputing. I mean, when someone says something right, I say yes, it's right. So on that one, yes, it's true that none of the two sides, whether it's Ruto or Raila, none of them would be the same 5 years they were. 5 years before as they were. Everybody changes, just like you and me and everyone else.
Well said. Richie, it is time for Richie Makiandi.
Okay, asanteni sana kwa this opportunity. It's a good time again we meet here to discuss issues affecting our country. Now, I want to just make a few comments before I give my presentations. And I was writing a few issues here when you guys were talking. And my first issue goes to Black. I think Black, you've been in this panel for a very, very long time. When we hear statements from you saying that Uhuru Kenyatta was supposed to come back through the BBI as a prime minister, then we are baffled. We have told you not once, not twice, but so many times that we do not accept propaganda here. I think when you come to this forum and start spewing propaganda, then you're doing everyone here and those who are listening to us a disservice. So desist from that. Jude, you talked about the governor of Nairobi should be a manager. The governor of Nairobi is not a seat just for a manager. there is also something called political responsibility. And when you dismiss Tim Wanyonyi, that Tim Wanyonyi has done nothing, he has no experience, I want to refer you to his track record. Go check what he has done in Westlands constituency, not just in terms of empowerment, management of CDF, and all the things that he has done for the people who reside in that constituency. He has been rated not once, not twice, but for a very long time as the best performing MP in Nairobi among the 17 constituencies that we have. So our guy Igathe might have the corporate managerial experience, but then he might also lack the political experience. He needs both to navigate, because when it comes to political responsibility, he will be questioned by the Senate, and he will also be answerable to the Nairobi what do you call this, County Assembly. So he needs also to be a political schemer. For me, I think he has one and he misses another one, and that disqualifies him from running the city of Nairobi. There's a guy called Kariwa here. He came here and told us that William Ruto has been sidelined from government since 2017. I mean, nothing could be far from the truth. William Ruto is still the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He always reminds us that he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He always, not once, not twice, so many times, he has reminded us that he is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So if anything goes bad in the Republic of Kenya, he equally shares blame with Uhuru Kenyatta. Kariwa also told us here that the Raila Odinga of 2013 is different from the Raila Odinga of 2022. My friend, when I was buying bread as a young man, I remember bread was being packed in makaratasi. Even companies change their packaging with time. In 2013, the thing that propelled Jubilee to victory was the ICC case. I want you to tell Ruto to go right now and campaign on the basis of prosecution at the ICC court, and let's see if he will win. Things change, politicians change, they have to appeal to a new electorate. So when you start complaining that Raila Odinga has changed, then, I mean, you're just out of line, and you should go back to the drawing board and check what you're telling us. In 2022, Ruto is talking about bottoms-up economy. He's talking about dynasties versus the poor. And so it is so unfair to Raila Odinga for you to come here and blame him that he has changed just because he agreed to settle his dispute or his beef with Uhuru Kenyatta. So those were the few remarks that I wanted to make regarding what was going on here. Now, let us go back to today's topic. First of all, I want to mourn with the rest of Kenyans and the family of the former President Mwai Kibaki. Like Ndemba said here, it is un-African to speak evil of the dead. Kibaki had his high moments, he had his low moments, and we all know that. He has left a legacy that is undisputed, and many of us will remember him for free primary education. We'll remember him for the metamorphosis and the change in infrastructure of the Republic of Kenya, including the Thika Road, and many other things that he did. We will all remember him for that. Number two, Nairobi ticket. I'll say here again, I'm really sad that the Azimio team settled for Igathe as the flag bearer for the Nairobi ticket. I was really vouching for Tim Wanyonyi, and the reason why I say that, I have seen Tim Wanyonyi's track record, but then the party leadership saw it fit to go with Igathe, and leave Tim Wanyonyi and Igathe out of that. I believe this is the case of sacrificing the bishop to save the queen. And therefore, they had their own reasons. Some of them we don't know, some of them we might speculate. Tim Wanyonyi has another chance. He will have another chance to fight another day. And he will walk with his head up his shoulders because he's not a failure. We know his track record. We have seen it. People know what he has done for the people of Westlands. I was sad because of that. But then I'm also happy because one person in the name of Kalonzo Musyoka, who has always been running to press conferences to make his case, has seen something different. He has seen a way that disputes can be resolved without necessarily running to the press. The way they handled the Nairobi issue is the same way that Kalonzo Musyoka should be handling his issues. I know today was a win for him because he had his candidate being fronted as a deputy governor in the name of Philip Kaloki. But then I want him also to be happy when another person in the name of Martha Karua will be fronted as the deputy president to Raila Odinga. People should learn to be gracious enough to cede ground when they feel that a ticket is not viable. And so mkuki wa nguruwe inafaa kuwa mtamu both kwa nguruwe na binadamu. So I expect Kalonzo Musyoka in the few days not to be running to the press to make his case, but also to sit in boardrooms the way he sat today with the people that he is in the same coalition with, just to solve this issue. Now, going back to Tim Wanyonyi. Tim Wanyonyi is going back to run as a candidate in his constituency, former constituency. I pray that he wins again, because the guy who has been shouting in Westlands in the name of Nelson HAVI, I realized today he has started using his middle name so that people can realize he's a lawyer in the name of Andai. Can also realize that people know performance, and people will elect people not because they are famous and have shouted a lot on TV, but because they know these are people who can do a job that they are given by Mwananchi. Finally, I'll talk about the nomination process. And I've seen there's trouble in UDA. People come here to tell us, I've listened to this show the whole day, and people have come here to complain about Raila vile anafanya boardroom deals. There's trouble in UDA. The name of Jaguar has been complaining. I just saw a clip of Jaguar standing on top of a roof, on top of his car, calling Ruto mwizi. Ile kiti walikuwa nataka kunipatia ya Iyala, waende wapatie bibi ya that guy mwenye amepatia hiyo kiti siji Mpogwa, waende wapatie bibi ya Mpogwa. So there is trouble in paradise, and UDA should not be lecturing us here on how to arrange our house. They should go back and help Ruto to try and tame the dissent that is coming out from the nomination process that they carried, the sham nomination process that they carried out on their side. It is so sad that a guy who is independent-minded like Nandi Keter can have his certificate nullified. He won his nomination process fairly and squarely, but because he does not toe the line, he does not worship William Ruto, a guy in the name of William Ruto, they have decided to nullify his certificate, his nomination certificate. It is so sad. I really like that guy because he has always fought for farmers in Rift Valley, and just because that he does not toe the line is not a reason for UDA to deny the people of Nandi their rightful nomination of a candidate. Finally, I want to congratulate a friend of mine, Jalango, for winning the nomination ticket of Langata, and I hope he will chase this socialite called Korir out of Nairobi politics. Thank you.
Well, very well, Richie. Any question for Richie?
Yes. it's black here. Richie, Keter is not as clean as you make him to be. You forget about the Weybridge incident at Gilgil when he went insulting the officers working there.
Should I respond?
Richie,
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Richie, I suppose you don't respond.
Okay, let me just remind Black here that when you talk about clean people, Rigathi Gachagua has a case in court. He's running for MP of
We are
Madina.
talking about Alfred Keter, not Rigathi.
No. Give me time.
Stick to Keter.
I always mute my mind my mic when you speak. Let's not heckle each other. Rigathi Gachagua has a case, an active case in court right now, corruption case. He has over 253 million Kenyan shillings, of which he does not know where it came from. Aisha Jumwa has an active case in court right now. It is allegedly that he shot and killed a person. She has a corruption case in court right now. They still hold nomination papers from UDA. My friend Nandi MP Keter, Alfred Keter, has no case in court right now as we speak. He's a clean guy, so there is no way you can justify nullifying his nomination certificate on the basis of not being a clean person. He won it rightfully, he won it in broad daylight, and I think it is so unfair for you to treat him that way. Thank you.
Very well. Next should be Martin Deto. Unless there's a question from any quarter.
Which party did
David, do you have a question or you want to contribute?
A question to
Is it my time?
Just a meeting, Martin. Just hold on, Martin. David, proceed. What are you saying?
Which party did Jalango win the nomination, Maked, if you can inform us?
ODM.
Are you okay, David? Okay. Martin Deto, you can now proceed. You have 3 minutes.
VP kila mtu. How are you guys doing?
We are fine, thank you.
Me, I think from the word go, you know me, I mean, this is my opening statement, so I run it through quick when you're Nakwagape Vic in Ademba, they know how I run it, Makiadi and all those people. So I just wanted to say, everybody hi, and the people in the comment section, I'm watching you guys, Najua. Bora tusitusiane tuko sawa. Anyways, let me go real quick because I know the closing section tutakuapa, the people that do it, Makiadi knows what I'm talking about. This one started early mapema about Nairobi politics, and I've heard it. Nimeyekapa. Nairobi politics, when you guys talk about Nairobi, and there was this thing that that was the time Mama Rose alikuwa hapa, and Mama Rose was talking about Nairobi politics. First of all, Nairobi is not Nairobi. There's a reason we have devolution. If you want to be represented, don't come to Nairobi to start talking about Atikisia Oko is represented in Nairobi, sijui and whatever. You go back to your county. That's why we have devolution. So that way you have your political side and your, what do you call this? You have your devolution, your government that is being devolved. And that's why we have, well, right now we have 15%. We wanted to do it with BBI to make it 35%. Go talk about Enda Rudi Kwenyu, if you're a Kisi, if you're a Kamba, or whatever, go to your home and ask your governor what they have done with what the government has given you. I've repeated in this forum again, I don't believe Nairobi should be a county. Nairobi should just be the national government because that's the capital city, that's the GDP and everything. So what I'm saying is that Don't come here saying Kisis are not represented, or Kikuyus are being represented in this way, or Kambas are being represented in this. Who's Kaloki? Who's Kalonzo? Who's whatever? First of all, we are not part of Kalonzo's bid and whatever. And I'm sorry, I think anybody that knows me in this forum knows that I'm not a big part of Kalonzo because of his pride. But when it comes to you want to be represented, we are 48 tribes. We cannot have deputy governors, 48 deputy governors. Go get your representation in the county government powers that we gave them with the 2010 constitution. That's where your government is. When you come to Nairobi, it's a metropolitan community. I mean, metropolitan thing of doing things. You go to Mombasa, right now we have 3 cities in Nairobi. We have Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru imeingia sasa. And I think Kisumu is. I might be wrong. But that's a metropolitan place. Stop talking about you want representation because you're a Kisi, you want a Kisi, you want Wanyonyi in Nairobi. What are you talking about? The only reason we made good moves is because Uhuru went back, akaleta military to NMS to come and take care of Nairobi and get rid of Sonko, because Sonko was politicizing the capital city of Nairobi. We need to move from that thing. When we're talking about Nairobi, there's so many languages there. Don't bring Sijui Kikuyu, Sijui, who are you? I mean, I don't care. I'm just saying, let Nairobi be Nairobi, let Nairobi be Kenyans. I don't care who becomes, who doesn't become, and everything. Nairobi needs to be left itself because that's the capital city of Kenya, and that's what brings us all the revenue. Again, now, nitasema, going to devolution. Kabisa, like I just said, rudi kwenyu, ukonge na gavana wenyu, pesa yote imerudishwa huko. Ngoja, tulia, let me finish. Sienangi mbali, relax, if you know me.
Question, I'm not stopping you. There's a question for you. David has a question.
Go for it.
I'm asking a question
David, kwani ilikuwa lazima uvae t-shirt kama yangu bana? Ni nini?
I'm mourning. Tembo wacha kisirani ya nyumbani.
Themba sasa.
Unaona nimevaa t-shirt to relax.
How many malls? All those are malls.
I'm having a question.
These are state sponsored.
Nakuuliza Ndeto, if Nairobi is a capital city, you don't want to look at the tribes and representation. Don't you think you will be blind as a politician not to look at that? Because politics are about representing people, and Nairobi being a capital, people also feel to be closer to government. And, you know, what is your take on that? Because you are assuming Nairobi to be like belongs to a particular group of human beings.
Okay, you just answered my question. You just answered the question that you're answering me. I mean, you're asking me. I mean, politics is about, and especially Nairobi politics is about representing people. It's not about representing Kikuyu, Kisii, and whatever. Can we put the tribal thing? And if you want tribal, kama mimi mtu Ukambani, you know what? I know where Mutua is. I'll go to Ukambani. Can we Nairobi, as the people that live in Nairobi and the cities, please forget, because by the time you're fighting for your Kisii guy, you have 48 other people who are asking, why are you more special than I am? Can we put it away from that to where we just say at Nairobi, in our capital city, that's just Kenya and that's just our capital city. We don't care who you are, where you come from and everything. And if we want to go to and that's why we had devolution. That's where devolution came. If you're from Kisii
Don't get mad Wanyonyi akinyimwa. Don't get when Kalonzo amenyimwa. Don't get mad about anything. Let's just look at each other as a geopolitical metro something that is based of Kisim, Kamba, Nini, and whatever, and we don't have to do that. If you want to be your vernacular speaking thing, enda kwenyu. Na by the way, you inaweza saidia watu wengine unasikiaga hapa hivi wako na nyumba Nairobi lakini kwao hawana kitu kingine. Maybe then now you can go huko nyumbani uende kuongea na mzazi na watu huko ujue venye politics za kwenyu zinafanyanga. Nairobi ni ya kila mtu. Nairobi has no sijui, I don't know, I don't care what language you are. I don't care. Naweza endelea ama kuna mtu anataka sijamaliza, nilikuwa na point 3. Hiyo ni point ya kwanza.
You can proceed.
Niendelee?
Proceed,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Difference between Polycarp Igathe and Ruto. Guys, please. If you're employed somewhere and you're not happy, quit. Nimesema hiki kitu mara mingi. Polycarp Igathe, the reason that it actually makes you, it actually gives people a way to respect you. If you're there fighting the same thing that you're doing, and I believe everybody here works, if you're gonna go fight with your boss, you go utapotea haraka. The only reason is just that Uhuru ageza kufire Polycarp Igathe, kufire nani Ruto. You're here looking at somebody that was a business person, came in, seeing what it is not so much political, saw it and left. Nicely. Hata kuongea matope kuhusu Sonko. He went. Vizuri kabisa akasema siwezi. Hii kazi imekuwa ngumu. There's whatever na kusema. Maybe right now ndo anaanza kusema. And then you have this other guy on the other side that will not resign but will start another party while also asking for him, saying that he's a part of the government. Whatever Uhuru did, it was done in my table and everything. So you cannot take me out of this nini anasimama with all that. Guys, are we serious? Polycarp Igathe, and I've said it here. Hata nimesema naweza pigia nani? Naweza pigia what's his name? Sakaja. Because at the end of the day, we forget something. We can play politics every day. But by the end of the day, it's everybody here that their life and their kids' life and everything and how Kenya grows is gonna be determined by what we do. Me, I'm a very realistic person. Na najua, themba nagongango huko nyuma. Watagonga tu. I'm a very thick person. Now, I will say, let me finish by saying a story of Kibaki. I think Kibaki started something, and God rest his soul in peace. He was a good man, alituchekesha sana. He also showed us that we can actually he started the Thika highway when nobody thought it would be. So we really respect the man. May God rest his soul in peace. May God have solace for the family and Kenya in general. And we should remember what his politics was. And also, tukijua saizi Thika highway ndo tulikuwa tunaliliaga. Now if you go to Central, you go to Nakuru, you go to Mombasa, unaona ma exit and everything. So he brought that was a start. So for him, wacha mzee alale vizuri, na tumemheshimu, na all my condolences to everybody else. and and Kenyan in general. So niko hapa, siendi mahali. Themba, we're still here.
Question. Lazarus, can I ask Martin a question?
Proceed.
I don't know why people like politicizing why DP did not resign. But do you know the implications of a country being run without a DP vice president, security-wise?
Tell us. What do you mean by security-wise? Tell us. Tell us. You are saying.
I mean, having a country.
Black.
No, I mean, let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it objectively. Objectively. Not being partisan.
Black. Wacha kutuchezea bana. The constitution has answered that question.
I know it would go to the speaker, blah blah blah. But look at it this way. I mean, can you imagine the implications?
No,
that's what I'm telling you.
Listen, the constitution has answered that question in this way. It has given the way you unasema mtu akiresign, what should happen? So why do you want us to debate? Why do you want us to debate that, Black?
I'm just telling you. That was my view and my opinion. Can you imagine the implications? And secondly, adding on to that, I mean, for DP to having resigned, it would have been to his disadvantage in being able to progress in his aspirations of being a president. I mean, right now he enjoys the state resources, sorry to say, but which is an equal partner because he invested equally to the presidency along with the Uhuru Kenyatta. Why do you want to just quickly dismiss him now because he and his boss do not get along? Yet he invested something onto that administration.
No,
let's also
Black,
let's also
Black, wait.
Let's also be fair.
Black, I want to add a twist to that. Is your politician doing you a favor for representing you in parliament?
Is my politician doing what?
For example, your member of parliament, is he doing you a favor for using, for example, you are a politician, you are a member of parliament, is putting a lot of money right now to become the member of parliament?
Of course, he's been there because we put him there.
No, but now, is he doing you a favor in his interest to become a member of parliament?
In his interest? No. His interest. He does not do me a favor in his interest, but I expect him to do me a favor.
I want to ask you,
if I so choose him to represent me.
Wait, let's move to a more relevant question so that maybe that way we can understand each other. When a politician wants to run, do they count their cost? Do they decide that, okay, fine, I'm going to run for this cost and what it is going to cost? Is that something they do?
When a politician decides to run, do they do what?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that.
Do they count the cost? Do they look at the investment they'll put to get that post?
Of course they do.
Does the people that they're going to be voting for owe them compensation for whatever they're going to use?
The people that are going to vote, or I mean, like us, the electorate.
Yeah. Do you owe them to compensate them for whatever they have put in?
No. We do not owe them.
It is their calculation. They could have used that money elsewhere, isn't it?
Yes, but they know how to get it back.
But they chose to go for that post, right?
Yes.
So when
but not for free.
When you argue that because Ruto used his money and resources to become the deputy president, therefore he shouldn't resign because he used his resources, what else would he have used it for?
Understand me. I did not mention anywhere the word money. I said he equally invested in, but I did not use the word money. I did not specify the word money. He invested. He could have invested his mind, could have invested his time, Point is, he has a stake into it, and by him resigning, just by the way he is right now, he still has some influence in government, whether we like it or not, just by his position as he is right now. Losing that level of influence will put him at a disadvantage. That is for sure.
How?
Right now, he would have been facing countless accusations from various state agencies that he would have been spending like 24 hours in courts like every day, for sure, just to undermine his aspirations as a presidential candidate. For sure, there's been a lot of things, just as you have seen. Most of the people that are backing him. No. Listen, right now we both know, and we all know how state agencies have been weaponized to go for each and every person. Okay, most of the persons that are in Ruto's side, most of them even got demoted in parliamentary committees just for the fact that they were with Ruto, even though they may never have had any corruption case. Look in the case of Wamatangi. Wamatangi was removed from his position, and many others, just for the fact that they were in the position of what's his name also? What's this Kipara guy in Muranga also? I want to give you names. Who's this guy that's going to run for Muranga governorship? The one who came with the letter. What's his name?
Your friend.
Anaitwa nani? Nikumbushe jina. Anaitwa nani? Kangata. Also, he was demoted as being a majority leader in Senate.
But I mean, that
so
was.
Now let me.
There's a question from Makiadi.
No,
Just hold on. Makiadi, what was the question? Hold on, Black. Oh, you didn't have a question.
And
okay.
At this point, regardless of the fact that most of his duties were given to Matiang'i, he's still part of the chairs in some cabinet meetings, especially in the security.
Let me ask you, Black.
He's still there, isn't it?
Are you happy about that? Now, I want you to be objective as a Kenyan voter. Okay, as a Kenyan voter, whatever you are saying is true. It's true that the deputy president, in his position as a deputy president, is still a state property, all right? So whatever it is that is receiving in terms of security and all that, it's provided by the state. Is a constitutional, as the holder of that office is given that. Okay, so that is very true. I want you to think objectively as a Kenyan voter, right? It is a part that we have found ourselves in. None of us thought that at some point our president and his deputy will not be on the same, kind of page. So it is a strange position we find ourselves in. As an objective Kenyan, because you are thinking objectively, is it a situation you want to see where the deputy president is not able to function, and as much as he's not able to function, he still enjoys state protection while he's doing his own things? Is it a situation you want to find yourselves in?
Of course, huwezi pendelea hivyo bana. Ungependelea bana mahali ambapo president, rais na naibu wake wa rais wana function na wanafanya kazi pamoja tu vizuri.
Yeah, because I know even you, as much as you're saying yes, it's because you're supporting the deputy president. I don't think it's a position that we want our country to be in. The country would have been made better, and would have been at a place where we are having a better engagement if we had the Jubilee government moving together and coming to an end, and us having to now give a scorecard on Jubilee government vis-a-vis the other people who are coming against them. But you see, right now, we are having a confusion. We are having a confusion. We are having an interesting scenario where the deputy president is in Jubilee, but is also in UDA. The government we have is a Jubilee government. The formation that was supposed to be NASA has crumbled, and they have joined the other pair of the Jubilee government. They have formed another Kenya Kwanza. So it's an interesting. So the person who has been left with a lot of things to think about is the voter, you and I. Because you're busy criticizing the president who went in the same ticket with their deputy president. I'm busy campaigning for my Raila, who apparently has had a handshake with their president. And then the people that they were together, the Kalonzo and Kalonzo is now with Raila, and Mudavadi has gone to be the deputy president. So what are we? What are we? So the confused people is you and I. So we can't debate. Let me hear Martin later.
Black. Bro, you know, I think at this point, like, I'm even being nice. Watu wanajua nakuwaga mkali hapa kidogo, but Black, I think you're almost there. I think sometimes you just come here to rattle feathers. We spoke this so many times, me and you, and I don't know why you can't get it. I think even Makiadi has already spoken to you about it. I think he gave up. Black, I think you know what is really happening, and I think you're taking us to be fools to just come over here and, you know, rattle people's feathers. Black nikuulize wewe. No, kuja, Rudi, wacha kuepa. Come back. Sasa amekimbia. Cause he knows nitamgonga. Usikimbie? Kaa hapo. Black ushai akiusiwa kwa kitu hujaifanya kwa maisha yako yote?
Please, can you go to the point? Manake unajua sina time ya kwenda ile through correlation awards back and forth. So point yako ni refute if you want to refute kitu yote nimesema. Siko baba because niko kazini, niko job. Martin,
okay, leo umekuwa mzuri, leo utakwenda back and forth, lakini unazaenda back and forth ukijua uguzwi.
No, sivyo. Ichukulie in a positive way kwamba niko kazi.
Okay, sawa.
Hata unajuanga hizi time, by my right. Usually this time unatakanga tumaliza haraka kimbie kazi. It's not the first time.
Okay, sawa. Yeah. Hii kitu ya Black yenye anakuja ngapi pia nakimbiza, I think is just you know, show cause anajua venye atazaifanya. At the end of the day, hakuna kitu ya Ruto tumemwaccuse hatujui na haijaifanyika. Iko na kuna court cases na kuna kila kitu. My friend, we need to stop playing games, because at the end of the day, hiyo country ni yako Black, na hiyo country ni yangu, na hiyo country ni ya mtoto wetu na kila mtu. Lazima tuanze kufikiria kitu yenye tunafanya. Usikuje hapa hivi unakuja useme vitu just to be politically correct or argumentally correct. Lazima tuanze kufikiria hii country na penye inaenda. Regardless where you come from. Regardless, me I'm a Kamba. I'm proudly Kamba. Regardless where you come from, Black. Hii country, lazima tukae chini mimi na wewe. One day, you on the other side of my political ground. Siku moja tukae chini hivi, nikifika Kenya ama tukifika Kenya, regardless where you are, or whatever, ama hata tukipatana na Canada, ama tupatane whatever it is, hata kama ni Southeast najua, I remember Black. We have to think about our country. Better than story ya kuja hapa hivi kutupigia siasa sijui nini. It doesn't make any sense, and we all know where it's going. Unakujanga hapa, yes, you hit us and you accuse us, but I mean, at the end of the day, we sit down and we listen and we agree. And you know what? I think most of the people, like when you're nakujanga hapa hivi watukaa wenye wako side ingine, we really admire you guys, because at the end of the day, you give us a jog of our mind to think on how it's going to be. But Black, at least at the end of the day, Kenya ni yetu. Na Kenya ni yako, Richi na mtu yote yako kwa screen yako saizi. Tuache kupigana sana na tufikirie ukweli. Baba anakuja Stato, tumuongeleshe kama atakuwa president wako, atakuwa president yako. By the way, baba akiwa president, hautaacha kuwa mtu unapenda nini Ruto. Na Ruto akiwa president, hata sisi wote hatutaacha kuwa wa Kenya. So come on, let's just debate on the right things. If you need to come on our side, come on our side. If we need to come on your side, we'll come on our side. But actually make your move that you make us understand that we come to that other move, on that other side. Bila move yako isikue tu kutugonga na kuongea matope. Move yako ikue kutuconvince, because we want to talk as Kenyans and not Jubilee, whatever it is. We want to bring people like you because we think maybe you can bring your wife, your kid, or maybe your mother or your grandmother. Unaweza waleta ndani pia, and then we get something that moves on. Or maybe mimi as Mato, unaweza ni convince ni kuja side yako, and then I say, naleta Madhe, naleta sis, naleta bro, naleta nini on your side because you've convinced me on that. So we are trying to talk here. This is not just a place of pigiana kelele. This is a place of where we actually talk, different people. So I would really love that we come here, you talk your thing and not just talk about vitu hazieleweki, you know, like you stuck on your side.
Martin.
Yes, sir.
You know, this is something I usually say. I differ with Black's arguments. I think Black puts his points across pretty well. So he can come in, he can give his views, you can differ with him, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think he's justified, and I don't find anything wrong with what he does. I kind of like his trajectory. You know, he's having his reasons as to why he pushes for the candidate that he pushes for. That's why we all come here. You may disagree with him, and that's okay. You know, you can disagree with his point of view. We can agree with him. You can, I mean, that's the nature of debate. You don't have to agree with him, and you can differ with what he says. But I think he's within his right to come and, you know, push and persuade and, Black uko tu sawa. You know, I appreciate and really respect him and the others who come in and give their views. You know, that's all. Not all of us will see things the same way, which is also okay. Some of us will see things the way you see it. And they say in life, you see what you're looking for. So if you're looking for for trouble, if he'll never see anything, whatever about the other person. Like for me, I know Black is saying that I'd rather be silent than speak about the good things of Ruto. But let me tell you, if Ruto crossed today and decided to support Baba, I tell you, I could find 101 things that are good about it. But that is not for me to talk about. It's for Black to do that, you know. So I will allow Black to push his candidate because that's his candidate. It's not for me to sell his candidate for him, right? But I also don't expect him to sell my candidate for me. It's for me to push the good things about my candidate. And that's the nature of debate. So he will hit Baba and look at the negatives about Baba. That is his role. His role is supposed to come here and say how bad Baba is, because that is what he comes here to do. My role is to tell him as much as possible of what bad of the deputy president. But it is him to say the good things about the deputy president. Until such a point in time that the person, if things change. So I think ako tu sawa, where Black Woki kuja, a time will come probably that ataishiwa na points ama mimi nitaishiwa na points, and one of them says vile David alisema ya kwamba yenyewe mimi niko upande wenyu. Unaona, so time comes unaona kweli hapa hata siwezi rudi kwa sababu points zangu zote zimefanya nini.
Lakini unajua Lemba kidogo pole, I know you're the moderator, lakini kidogo you know mi unajua mi vizuri sana sijaikataa maoni ya mtu. By the I respect Black, I respect vitu zako zote zenye unasemaga everything, but you know we are here in a debate, and in a debate pia mi lazima nijitetee, so usisikie ni kama na kugonga. No, I love it. So hakuna ubaya iko mahali.
I find it a little you know, in my view, I could be wrong, a little condescending to make it look like Black is coming here to the day, you know, which I don't think is true. He is within his right, Black, and I want everyone to feel comfortable. I disagree with him. I disagree with the things that he says, and I tell him, no, Black, this one, this. But I expect him to come and say them as many times as he can. And let's debate it as many times as we can. And let's argue, let's raise our arguments, not our insults or our voice. Let's just make the argument matter so that we benefit as many listeners. So that is what I can say, especially in that.
Lemba, kama tulileta David akarudi, si pia lazima tujitetee. Si David alikuja akarudi na ako hapa leo. Leo najua atatusumbua kidogo tu, but tunafurahi. David, thank you so much.
Even as Richie was passing his submission, I could see that he somewhat agreed with my analysis of what Igathe lacked, which is the political skills and experience. So see, at least as much as we usually don't meet eye to eye on many issues, but at least on that point, Makiadi, naona at least tumekubaliana kwa hilo. No. So
you see, that's now it's for you to come with that analysis. But for us is to always focus on the positives of our candidates.
Yes. I came up with the analysis as to why. As to why Sakaja was better, because he has both. I mean, he has the political skills and experience, because you require that, especially when you want to get the votes from the electorate. You need that political skill and experience to get those votes.
No, you're good, but also we don't agree with that. I mean, for us, we are to hit your candidate Kabisa and to say how a novice is.
Kabisa. So it's okay. I agree totally. I agree with you.
And I wonder why you should be concerned if Igathe lacks. I mean, you should be happy when your enemy. It is Napoleon Bonaparte who says that you should not disturb your enemy when he's making mistakes.
But I am happy. I'm happy for that. I even mentioned that I am happy with that. It's only that as part of the topics today was about how we are mourning Kibaki, and Igathe and Kaloki was part of the topic. That's how now I came up to talk about Igathe. Otherwise, normally I would never have spoken about anyone in Azimio. I would just go straight ahead and start bashing them, just as I would expect you to do the same of my side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, expect that. I will bash them until they. Yes, Richard Makiadi.
Because Black mentioned me, I think we might come together on agreeing on some issues. But then I don't support Sakaja. Sakaja is like I say here, is a Mike Sonko ndani ya suti ambayo imepigwa pasi. Sakaja has never ever done anything for Nairobians in the Senate. Never. Hajawahi tetea Nairobians in any way. Wakati wa ugavi wa pesa za Senate alitoroka. Wakati Sonko alikuwa anataka kuwa impeached, alisema yeye hawezi piga kura kwa sababu hataki kukosana na Sonko. So Sakaja is a person just in the Senate by name, but not responsibility. Ikikuja ni wakati wa kuonyesha responsibility na leadership huwa anajificha. So I don't believe in the principles of Sakaja, political principles of Sakaja at all. And that is why I'm saying here, that he might be the UDA candidate. But then when it comes to managing the city of Nairobi, I don't think he has the experience.
When we say that Sakaja ran away from the county allocation argument, then I would beg to differ with you. Sakaja was actually instrumental in coming with a win-win formula, which is now called the Sakaja formula. Please dig deep into that. I don't know, Themba, if you have the knowledge of that too. I believe you should.
Now
let's have
Black.
Yeah.
Black, I remember there were many proposals that were put across. It is not his that won. His was a proposal. There was a proposal by someone else. There are so many proposals that were put there. It is not his that won.
Now, my point is this.
Yes,
saying
there was
that
a
he has never...
formula. There's a formula that he crafted, but it is not his that carried the day.
Themba, I hate to unmute my mic. The formula that Sakaja crafted was going to take away money from the city of Nairobi. Do you know that?
No. In his formula, the counties are not to lose. Please, as we are discussing or debating now or closing, kindly just refer to
Black, do you
that.
agree with me?
Then please come back. Maybe perhaps you can change your... Sorry?
Hold on. Do you agree with me that it is not his formula that carried the day?
Do I agree with you that his formula did not carry the day?
It is not his formula that carried the day.
Well, it may not have, but did he contribute?
Yeah, I mean, there are so many people come with proposals. That is their role as the Senate. I mean,
did he contribute?
That one, yeah, he contributed. I mean, that was good enough. You're right. He contributed. He came up with the formula. Correct. Anybody could, but it is not his that carried the day. So that one is coming up with the formula. That's a good thing. Anybody, there are so many. Do you know how many bills and how many politicians have come up with the proposals in parliament? There are many.
Fine.
Now the same Sakaja, he's made the chairman of a COVID committee. Then he's found drinking past hours.
That was a low blow. That was a low blow. Then he
comes and pretends and starts telling us, and then he comes and he starts telling us that, you know, you guys, because you know,
that's a low blow.
and the Black.
Remember, that's a leader right there. When you quote, it's never happened in Kenya where you quote in a mistake, and everybody is the person in a mistake, and he agreed and got himself out of it.
Martin,
he did a good job.
Martin is doing the favor for us now.
No, he did a good job. Remember, give credit where it belongs. The guy is the first person to say,
I have a UDA shirt for you, Martin. I have a UDA t-shirt for you, Martin. Thank you. Go ahead.
Martin,
I agree with you.
That's the most the fake. Let me see the most fake explanation that someone can ever give. I'll see if he has done you a favor. Being a member of a committee, you are earning your own. What do you miss when you resign from a committee? You only miss the allowance. You should have resigned from Senate. Now you're coming to celebrate someone who resigns from a committee.
Now, Themba,
Martin,
you mentioned
Martin, you can't be so fake.
Themba, you know, you mentioned the COVID committee.
Would have done
Remember, we're looking for leadership in Kenya. We're looking for good leadership. We're not looking for these guys that, even though Black might think like I'm there for him, we're not looking for this leadership that Black anadhani at says in Tambianini. No, Ruto should have resigned. At least Sakaja said I was wrong. Na akasema I'm getting out of the COVID committee because nimepatikana.
You should have resigned.
So that's a plus for Sakaja. Thank you, Martin. Endelea.
No, it's okay. We need to give credit where it belongs, man. The guy did the right thing. Other than Raila, hakuna mwingine ashifanya kwa hiyo.
The resigning was for Igathe when he resigned from the job, not the committee. Stop that bullshit.
Now let's not use those words. Now
so fake. Martin resigning from a committee, you only lose allowance. He should have resigned from the Senate. Aseme nimeshusha hadhi ya wa senator. A senator should not be drinking after hours.
Which is true, but it's a beginning.
Alifanya makosa, but akakubali makosa yake. At least
it's a beginning. We have to be real in what we are doing.
Let me give you an example.
At the beginning, and we have had people who have been resigning here. My friend, why do we put the bar so low? There have been people who have resigning from since our democracy began. So why are you telling us we are beginning? How do
Martin,
Wekesa, wacha kwanza niambie wawili, niambie watatu.
Karua resigned.
Black amekuwa kona sana, ongea polepole.
They resigned.
Niambie watatu.
I've given you 3. Martha Karua, Raila, and then Igathe.
Okay. Kuna venye unaweza nipatia maybe 5. Maybe 5 if I wanted to push it.
All of them are in a Simio ticket.
Martin, listen.
Exactly.
Martin, listen. Kuresign kutoka kwa committee, yani committee ni ile mtu anapata, kukaa kwa hiyo committee anapata allowance. Do you know they don't sit in that committee for free? The moment umeko kwa committee na una chair, kuna allowance unapata ya kuchair, kuna allowance wakienda tu kukaa hivi, kuna allowance anapata. Sasa aki resign kutoka kwa hiyo committee, ni kitu gani amefeel? Hakuna.
Elewa kitu moja Temba.
We Themba, unajua Kimunya alisemanga I'd rather die than resign. Unajua? Na hiyo ndio politics yetu ya Kenya. Hakuna mtu resign hata ushikwe. Hata saizi huyu mama wa dini wa Mombasa anaitwa nani huyu mwenye aliua mtu, bado anapigania hiyo kitu. But she was involved in that. We have to be accountable in Kenya. We have to be accountable.
So now
and I respect people who are accountable.
Ngoja Black aseme.
Angalia, in regards to him Sakaja ku resign kutoka hii COVID committee, it should be put in order that part of the measures that were put during the country trying to handle the COVID pandemic was mambo na ile inaitwanga nini ile time ya kuingia curfew. The country had placed curfew hours ndo kujaribu kupunguza the spread of the virus. Now, reason why Sakaja resigned is having been part of the team that came up with some of these measures, among them being this putting up curfew hours. He himself broke it. Now, for that fact that he broke one of the rules that he was part of formulating as part of the COVID committee, he resigned from that. Now, so why he resigned from that? Because in relation to the committee which he was part of, that's the reason he resigned. And he apologized for that. So always expect kwamba eti ange resign from the Senate when he had not done anything wrong in his senatorial position. So he resigned from the position which was related to...
Committee is a subcommittee or what? It's a Senate subcommittee.
Formed on for what? To deal with what?
No, it's not for, it is a Senate subcommittee. So if you are resigning from the committee, resign as a senator.
No, he was in the committee. The guy apologized and quit. And that's called diplomacy right there. Give credit where it belongs. I mean, I don't normally go to I don't really fall onto Black side of a story and everything, but where it's right, give Caesar where Caesar deserves. He was the head of the committee.
You resign from a committee. Alafu sasa hiyo ni amewafanyia favor kwa sababu ame resign from a committee. Sasa nakuja kuambia unajua nimeresign. Sasa mna clap.
No, that shows that shows responsibility. Who else? I mean, nimesema says mtu anipatie. You know what? Themba, give me 6 people who have ever resigned
see our
because
problem.
of this behavior.
Our problem as a country and our problem as a voter, it's this kind of argument. No, it's this kind of argument with people who are supposed to be the elites of the society, Akina Martin. You are clapping for someone resigning from a subcommittee that he was actually gaining. He's the one who is actually earning from being a member of that committee. You can't blow up
Themba.
So he stopped gaining from that committee.
You don't wish your enemy. You don't wish your enemy. Black.
I used to think that you
don't wish your enemy the worst that you cannot take yourself. If somebody does something good, you say it's good. That way we move on.
There's nothing good
Kama
about
mtu Themba ukifanya kitu poa na sikubaliana naye, nitakubaliana na wewe because you did something good. But he did a good thing.
You have disappointed me. Let's move on.
Okay. Please excuse me. Lazima nitarudi kazi.
So, okay, Black maliza
ndio. Nawashukuru nyote na nawapenda nyote. Whether tunakubaliana kwa mambo mengine na mambo mengine tukubaliani, hapa hakuna chuki, bado still nawapenda nyote. Nyote ndugu zangu. Whether tupende tusipende, I mean we are all one. Ama vipi? Whoever comes in goes out.
Rudi kesho tugonge Ruto, wewe kuja ugonge Raila. Tuko hapa.
Hiyo ndo kazi yangu, just as much na expect hiyo ni kazi yako wewe kunigonga.
Ngoja Black kabla uende kesho nataka kuambia kitu. Black, I like the way you approach issues, and part of it you've been telling us if something is okay, say it's okay. But the only limit I have seen in your argument is that you want Azimio to agree that some things in the UDA are okay, but you have not seen anything okay in Azimio. Including this resignation, you guys are pushing a script. You could have acknowledged that one of Igathe. In fact, when you go to social media, UDA are making resignation of Igathe look like it was a weakness. That if kitu kidogo resign. And while it's a good etiquette, you guys are making it a weakness. And you are something like you so small, you want to magnify it to look like someone resigning. Issue. Anyway, we have enjoyed your conversation. Let's meet today, John.
Okay, see you, Black. Hata sister Julia, I don't know leo hakuweko, but pale popote alipo Maggie and the rest.
Yuko kwa comment na kugonga. Amekwambia Black, wacha maneno ya kupendana. We'll square with you kesho.
Nimemtamani sana, sijamuona leo, tutaonana kesho.
Sawa kesho.
Okay, asanteni.
Thank you. Now guys, we must take our closing remarks. At least leo Wekesa amekaa mpaka saa hizi, so hata pia take closing remark. Na pia David pia yuko hapa, na pia naona Martin Deto yuko hapa. Martin Deto has disappointed me, anakuja celebrate small things that he owes resignation. What kind of, anyway, acha niachie tu hapo. Ndeto nyamaza unachoma.
It's a start to a good governance.
Umeambiwa na Duke Moses, Ndeto nyamaza unachoma. Umeshaambiwa huko chini.
Wacha wachezeka, niliwaambia mimi niko na thick skin man.
Okay, now thank you so much. At least we've moved on so well, and Wekesa hata leo ameshindwa kulala, which is a good thing. Oh, kesho it's a Saturday today. No wonder Wekesa amekaa mpaka saa hizi.
No, I was wondering I will work half days, naenda job ndio nirudi saa 6 nilale.
No wonder umekaa mpaka saa hizi. Nilikuwa nashangaa kwa nini Wekesa halali.
I work half day.
All right. So we want to start taking our closing remarks, but before then, Makiadi tafadhali tusome constitution.
Ndemba kidogo tu. David hajatoa hata submission. He's been here, mmekuwa mkipiga siasa na amenyamaza. He's not even spoken anything.
David hata hana kitu ya kusema, wacha uone. David uko na kitu ya kusema kweli?
Nimekuambia sina kitu ya kusema. Anyway, guys, thank you, Makiadi, for fighting for me. You know, that is leadership. When you speak for the voiceless.
Acha kudanganya Makiadi. Acha kudanganya Makiadi. Unataka kudanganya Makiadi?
You know,
unataka kudanganya Makiadi atiende kusimama MP. Shauri yako.
If I could have fought for myself,
wewe mtu kama David anajidai voiceless. Achana na hiyo.
Okay, let me submit. Thank you. Temba, is a coincidence that I wore this to work, so I didn't look at what you are wearing. I want just to put the record straight. Secondly, I want to say that, like any other Kenyan, I'm also mourning my former president, Mourn Kibaki. He is a president that changed the narrative of Kenyans and gave us some power and some energy to work for ourselves. From his slogan, watu lazima wafanye kazi. I also remember Kibaki for free primary education, as others have indicated. In fact, when it started, is when I got my firstborn. So today, it is 20 years down the line, and I must say that my kids benefited from what he started as free primary education and then later to subsidized education. I also remember him in infrastructure. During Kibaki's time, my village got a tarmac road. I want to be very, very thankful for that. And besides that, he revitalized the transport sector by ensuring that the border border is actually live and kicking. Because we used to see piki with the Ministry of Agriculture officials. But in his time, we were able to own and ride motorbikes. We expect the leadership, the incoming leadership, to improve the border by training the riders and in fact even controlling the accidents that are claiming our people, because that's a very important sector, instead of demonizing it and doing funny things as we see. I also want to say that Kibaki, in my opinion, performed very well economically, because I remember one time his minister, Amos Kimunya, in as much as people may not like him and others may like him, I like him personally because he financed his budget at one time at 90%. We can Google that and check. So far, he was a very good performing finance minister, in as much as some other issues came on later. Secondly, I want to say that I want to differ with those who are saying that, especially Martin Deto, that the Nairobi should, if you use only one parameter, will disadvantage others. That's why we have people who are with disability represented, women represented, the youth represented. But if you say you are going for education only, you may find that those who are advantaged to go to school are the only ones who get jobs. Sometimes we must do affirmative action. Sometimes we must consider other communities as well in our matrix or political calculations. Therefore, you can't just say, and we have mentioned the Kisi several times, I don't know what's wrong with the Kisi and the Kikuyu. Nairobi is for everybody, and Nairobi is a capital city. Therefore, we must divide the cake fairly to all people to feel represented, just like another place. Lastly, I want to say that I want to congratulate my friend too, the blogger Robert Alai, for his nomination of Kileleshwa MCA. You know, one thing we need to understand is that we can't just make noise on social media without sitting next to where decisions are made. We only be making noise and branded hecklers when our we'll only be making noise. Allow me to be in the curtain, because if we are far away from where decisions are made, we may not make much difference. That's why I want to appeal to our brother Matiang'i. You know, Matiang'i to me is only benefiting from what he hopes that the government will come in and be given something. Lazima kuwe mwanaume avae gumboot atafute kura. He's a good worker, but he has refused to come home and look for votes and make his statement known and change the lives of the Kisis so far. But because he has refused, let him wait for whoever will take it to see whether he can be given the docket he wants. So for Alai, the crusade he has been having, kutetea wanyonge kiasi, he can now bring it to the table where decisions are made and make a difference or a contribution to the lives of many Kenyans. Even us, let's not just shout over here. Where you can make a difference, go try it. Again, politics is not all about money. You know, some people say, oh, kuwa MCA ni kitu kidogo, but it's all about making a decision which changes the lives of people, not the salary you get. So I want to stop there. I don't want because he has his share, but as you said, I want to respect the decision of others that it's an African, it's unethical to talk bad about the departed. Let him rest. He did a good job, generally, and we thank him for that. So we mourn him as, though far away, fellow Kenyans, we share our sympathies with the families of Kibaki and the rest. Thank you, Temple. I'll remain the curtain because guys have to prepare and go to work.
Okay. Temba, today you left black dominate the debate, but it's okay. Yeah, I mean, life, such is life. You don't always get what you want every single day. If you do, then I want your life. Your life must be very nice. Makiadi, soma constitution.
Sawa sawa Ndemba. Leo tulikuwa tunasoma article 33 chapter 4, and it is talking about freedom of expression. Says 1, every person has the right to freedom of expression, which includes A, freedom to seek, receive, or impart information or ideas, B, freedom of artistic creativity, and C, academic freedom and freedom of scientific research. 2, the right of freedom of expression does not extend to A, propaganda for war, B, incitement to violence, C, hate speech, or D, advocates of hatred that Roman 1 constitutes ethnic incitement, vilification of others, or incitement to cause harm, or Article Roman 2 is based on any ground of discrimination specified or contemplated in Article 27(4). 3, in the exercise of right to freedom of expression, every person shall respect the rights and reputation of others.
Thank you. That is freedom of expression. That is at Article 33. So as we keep on reading, you keep on getting. I want to acknowledge those guys who are down there before we take our closing remarks. Gigi Man, Asante, David Olo, Mohamed Ige, asante sana. Asante sana Dorcas Okendo. Niona hiyo jina mpya leo eh? Kibaki did a wonderful job. Lakini alirudisha tribalism ya David, hello. Hope Matiang'i will one day be president. He's my hero. Okay. Mohamed Ege, Linet Wabomba. Wabomba, asante sana. Idi Halfan, Duke Moses, pole. Tuliweza kuingiza kwa studio Duke Moses. Ikifika the 7th hour tuingizi watu. Nataka watu waanze ku drop out wakitoka. I'm blessed. Nice to see you. Asante sana. My greetings to your niece.
Mato, the niece were I'm blessed. Is my fan, my top fan. Nini Mato? Acha wivu.
I'm blessed ni watu wazuri wenye wako huko nyuma. Tunawapendanga hata I'm blessed wakitugonganga sasa hivi tunafurahi.
I'm blessed ako na niece yake ananipenda. Sasa we relax.
Na kuja Texas tutaonana na I'm blessed huko basi.
Anasema ako Michigan I think. Kama uko Michigan
muulize kama ni Kalamazoo.
I'm blessed unaulizwa na Mato uko wapi Michigan?
Huko ndo nilienda Western Michigan. Huko sasa nitampata mahali anataka Ben Harbor, Kalamazoo. Muulize nakuja.
I'm blessed ebu jibu hiyo swali ya Mato hapa naulizwa uko wapi huko Michigan. Naona pale pia tuko na Julia leo umeamua haukuji huku sawa tu. Tunakubali tu. Umeamua kupelekana huko chini na David Olo Nyabwansu Fred. Vipi? Gigi man mtu wangu. Siwe issue Gigi man jamaa wa UDA kabisa huyo.
Ambia Gigi man na Olo wapunguze moto.
I'm blessed anasema watu wa Australia wanapigia Sakaja. Hawa hata wakipiga kura zao ni ngapi? Hiyo Sakaja kura zao ni ngapi?
Hata ungemuuliza kama hizo kura za Australia zitafika.
Hata hizo za Australia hata hazita hizo. Unajua kwanza watu wa Australia, watu wa diaspora wanapigianga tu president. They don't vote for county, they don't vote for dini, they don't. Sasa wacha kudanganya watu ati unapigia Sakaja. Utapige kwa mtandao kabisa. Pige kabisa kwa mtandao. Opinion poll mpige kabisa. Lakini kwa ground vitu ni different. Idi Alfan Kikwetu Ventures, asanteni sana. I'm blessed amekataa kujibu Mato, so jara agenda for fanya kazi.
Atajibu kesho akinigonga. Ni sawa tu. Tutajiona tu, kumbe anaishi Michigan. Ajui yuko ni kwetu na I can find him.
Amekucheka sana kabisa. Kuna jamaa anaitwa sijui jara agenda 4 sijui. Sasa who hurt you on a weekend a Saturday like this? Nani amekuchokoza na kuja na insults kwa mbona unaamka na hasira mingi hivyo asubuhi bwana? Yeah, this life is too short. Don't wake up sad. Wake up happy.
I think he's quoting
Kibaki. Yeah, anaquote Kibaki.
Anaquote Kibaki, yeah?
Fanya kazi wewe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, anaquote.
Oh, okay. My bad. Jara agenda. My bad. Sorry. Yeah, you are celebrating the departed. I'm sorry. Yeah, alikuwa napenda sana mavi ya kuku. Yeah, it's my bad. Yeah. So let's have our closing remarks. I'll start with Mato, then Richie Makiadi, nikuje kwa Wekesa, alafu tumalizie na David.
Mimi David ataimba nini wimbo wa taifa? Unajua tulikuwa tumesema imba ngwe mzima, lakini hatujamuona hapa siku mingi. So David, I think leo utatuchezea wimbo wa taifa. But tulikuwa tumesema iende mzima because ya kwanza, ya pili na ya tatu.
Ndio tena umekuwa moderator.
Okay, pole. Umekuwa mkali. Na hujakuwa hapa siku mingi. Ala? Hii maneno gani bwana?
Unanyang'anya mtu cheo chake na ako hapo.
Pole.
Mato, unatoa your closing remarks dakika moja na leo ni dakika moja. Ikifika tu the evening na kugonga unamaliza. Twende.
Hata simalizi. Hata dakika moja hiyo patia. Ongezea David by the way namchangia. So okay, Maze, mi kama kawa huwaga napenda kuwapa hivi watu wa kufunga nywa sehemu waga mnanibamba sana, wa kuchapa wanachapaga, lakini unajua nini?
Matonde ule wenyu. I'm still here. We'll always be here. I appreciate it. There's something we're cooking, and we'll say it. Demba, Richie, you know what we're talking about. Demba, Richie, you know you'll talk to Demba about it. Other than that, mimi nule ule wenyu, Mato kama kawa, kwaheri, salute, mwenye atatuimbia ataimba.
Haya, Makiadi, tuende kazi dakika moja.
Asante Ndemba. Kwanza mi ningependa kushukuru ile deal imefanyika leo pale Nairobi. At least tumeona kwamba mkutana na watu mkae chini mnaweza suluhisha mambo bila kimbia kwa media. Kitu cha pili ningependa hii chama ya Wiper iwache kufix proxy candidates kila mahali, kwa sababu mahali kama Mombasa si kuona ni sababu gani kubwa ambayo wangepeleka Sonko pale kusimama kiti, wakijua kwamba ODM iko na strong candidate pale, na wakisimamisha mtu wanaweza split votes. Kwa hivyo Kalonzo na timu yake wawe gentlemen enough, wawe wanaweza kuconsult the other partners before make decisions like that, especially decisions that concern the big cities. Nimeona rafiki yangu hapo Linet Wabomba amesema anafurahia points zangu, na mimi namshukuru sana. Waangalie inaba inapita hapa chini 333, unaweza kutuma sadaka yako hapo na sisi tutashukuru tukiiona. Na kwa kumalizia, hii wiki kuna safari ya baba anakuja Amerika, hata najua sasa yuko airborne, yuko karibu kufika. So mimi namtakia safari njema, na Ndemba take this opportunity at least interrogate policies zao, na najua tutajifunza mengi kwa hii safari. Asante.
Asante, Wekesa dakika moja.
Unanipimia dakika na sija contribute leo na kwa tu kwa but anyway. Okay, I think I didn't actually eulogize Kibaki. I also didn't contribute towards Nairobi lineup, but I just do it in a summary of 30 seconds for that 1 minute. I would say that Kibaki was one of the person that brought much hope to us. I remember 2002, we were still young, and I hadn't even fikisha miaka ya kupika kura, but I remember I attempted to call and ask even if I can be given an ID so that I can vote. Wakaniambia niko underage. Yeah, but I was actually passionate to see that that team comes to power. And those days, you see, we didn't have phones like today. So we could only sit with a radio somewhere, umevuta aerial. Skiza. I was writing the results overnight. Ni kama tu leo sijalala. The results ya Kibaki kitangazwa nilikuwa naandika kwa karatasi and telling myself in the house, and people were wondering what's wrong with this young man. That is the time I realized that I have some political hot blood. Yeah, but we will say that though he did not exactly achieve what we wanted, but somehow he put the nation to the right perspective. I remember prior to that, Moi used to tell us that msifikirie uongozi ni rahisi. Hii nchi hakuna mtu anaweza endesha hii nchi, so he thought like he was the only guy who can run this country. But his predecessors proved him wrong, that they can run it better than they can run it in the best way they can. So one of the things, the free primary education, this CDF thing revolutionized our rural areas, added up to promulgation of the new constitution. I cannot forget that date. I woke up. Actually, I walked to Uhuru Park on foot just to see the new constitution being promulgated.
reaching there at 6 a.m. there. So it was already cordoned with the police, but we had to squeeze our way in. So those were some of the exciting moments in the Kibaki era, the new constitution and the transformation of the country through economic revolution and rural empowerment. So we'll miss him for that, of course, with his interesting remarks, comedy. He was a good guy, although politically he was off, and that's why somehow he didn't manage the politics like someone said during his season. Tribalism actually increased. Yeah, I also even wondered why in the National Accord we have Kibaki as the president and we had to squeeze in Uhuru as the deputy prime minister. You know, it didn't make sense, but it's okay. Okay, on the issue of Nairobi, either way we had to come up with a solution. It was not going to please everybody. For the diehards of Tim Wanyonyi, they want to make themselves like they are exclusively the ones who are disadvantaged. I wonder, Kagure had supporters. Richard Ngatia had actually psyched his supporters, and so he was also having a good sizable people backing him. So he also sacrificed, and we just have to agree that either way, some people would have been disadvantaged in the whole race. But the fact that they brokered the deal and Baba himself had to sacrifice, and so Timothy, having come from the Baba's party, squarely it could fall on him. We remember these things when we were in primary school. Ulikuwa naambiwa, if uko na watoto watatu na uko na ndizi mbili, how do you divide? Nasema utapatia huyo mmoja, upatie huyo mwingine, na useme gawe huyu wangu. So that was the deal that Baba had to do. Peana huko Wiper, peana huko Jubilee, then mtukawie speaker, yeah, Senate, like that. You have to try and balance and come out as a statesman. And people should not forget, this is a UDA mantra, and unfortunately, Azimio are believing it. UDA are saying Baba anachezwa, anapangwa, but the notion they want to create is that Raila is not in control. And for us, I will say that a Raila who is not in control is good enough for Mount Kenya. In fact, the reason why Mount Kenya is rebelling against Ruto is because he's too controlling and they fear him. So it's while they think they are selling a narrative that will disadvantage Papa, it's giving him marks. For Moi to take over from Kenyatta, he had to lie low like an envelope. So in a skill of transition politics, Baba is managing it well, and we say let him keep up. Again, Mount Kenya will still ask, what is it in for us? Ruto amewapatia nini? Tumewapatia Nairobi governorship. That is a plus for us. Maybe tutawaongezea running mate ama iskue, but at least now we already have tangible things to say. This we gave and this we gave. And then the people who are telling us that Polycarp, like blacks, and Polycarp came 3 days and he wants to claim a share, it's completely wrong. First of all, Polycarp has a certificate of nomination like any other. And you know even the deadlines were zilikuwa. So he made sure he is in Jubilee as a member. And so he was planning to run. And remember the first people, on the 21st July, the first people who took Raila Odinga to Mount Kenya was Polycarp. You remember the most powerful speech Baba gave on business community. Polycarp was the MC. So campaigns are done in different form. You don't have to do 4 years of campaign like Ruto to appear to be a serious candidate. You can show up at last minute, but you have been laying your groundwork. Raila has, Polycarp has been laying his groundwork and aligned himself with Baba. That's why Baba could accept. Otherwise, he could not sit ground for him. So I will stop there, but I will say that Nairobi is well aligned. Musidanganya na hii mambo ati Sakaja. Sakaja is nobody. This Nairobi is about numbers. These guys have been saying that Raila doesn't have numbers because they are looking at the numbers of Ruto in the Rift Valley. They are not seeing the numbers of Igathe in Nairobi. The voting blocks were well examined before they came up with the lineup. So have a good day, good evening, and let's meet in the other session.
Thank you so much, Wekesa, for that analysis. We missed it earlier. I thought actually you had already given your submission. I'm blessed. Anasema ako Canada na Denise yuko Australia. Mato, umesikia hiyo eh? Mato.
Nimesikia, lakini wengine wamesema wako Bato Creek wenye nilikuwa nikiuliza.
Toka kwa Captain. Umesikia I'm blessed amesema ako Canada na nisi yake yuko Australia. Alafu amekwambia we ni kalulu sana. Nyabwanzu Fred anasema
mwambie nipatie namba ya nisi yake tucheze naye. Mimi sasa Canada yuko.
Nisi yake ni mimi amependa. Wacha wivu. Sasa ni nini?
Tutacheza kama mimi na wewe. Wakushinda ashinde.
Remember we need to sing the national anthem on comments. So watu wa comments pia nyinyi pia mwache kelele mingi, muimbe wimbo wa taifa huko chini pia. Unajua who remembers Kibaki na vile alikaliwa ngumu na Mama Lucy Kibaki aseme ya kwamba you know I have only one
wife. Mafia kuku.
I have only one wife and she is here.
Niliona nini walikuwa kionyesha
Rais wa Jamhuri, yote yale mnataka yatimizwe, mmeshaeleza na mumerudia mara 10. And we can make you a minister tomorrow. Why can't we? There's no reason why we can't make you a minister. And there is no reason why you have become suddenly very clever. Mtu aseme ile inamsumbua. Ile inamsumbua roho atoe. Hiyo watu ni wapumbavu hawacha. Kuna shaitani ingine kidogo inapitia huko, sijui inakuja wapi. Hiyo hatutaki. Wengine walikwenda Amerika. Mtu amehubiri wiki 3. Sasa jamani, wanafikiri sisi ni watoto au ni kubafu? Ewe wacha kelele. Nyamaza we bure. Kama mnataka fitina, tutawatoa pale nyinyi mnataka fitina. Wacha fitina hiyo. Manake hakuna kitu. Wewe ondoka, muondoe huyu. Muondoe aondoke kabisa. Tuwe tuachie joy. Sindio? Kwani ukiwa wewe unaishi ndani ya Nairobi na huna raha. Sasa unangoja raha utapata nini? Ni lazima tupunguze ukulaji wa pombe. Na ukiwa wewe hutaki kupunguza hiyo kitu, tutaonana. I'm married and I have only one wife. Jo, umewazungumzia na umesema machache, lakini tambo uvae nguo yako maridadi. Jo tu.
Yeye agari kijana.
Any questions you can ask? Anybody?
Yes, ask now. Mimi na watoto wangu hatuoni yeye ni mzee. Wanaume wengine hasa wanasiasa, sijui ni nini wanaogopa wakisikia mama anaongea siasa. Nawaambia watulie.
Na hiyo ni hatutaki kusema, lakini yeyote ambaye anafikiri atatajirika kwa wizi wa ng'ombe, huyu amekuwa pubafu. Ati ukatukana hayo watu, no, haina maana, hakuna maana.
Unasikia Mato, ukulaji wa pombe
we by the way, niliokoka 2016.
Kuokoka has nothing to do, si hata mapadri wanakunywa wine. Acha zako, acha kuingiza.
Nilikuwa kazo, nilianza kwa kazo nikiwa mdogo.
Acha kuingiza dini kwa mambo ya pombe.
Nilikusikie. Nilikuwa kazo na tukiwa high school tulikuwa tunakunywa divai ya mwisho. Unajua pastor priest akitoka. I used to be an altar boy. Nilikuwa nakunywa hiyo. After nimeacha kuwa altar boy niliokoka. Siku hizi sikunywagi pombe.
Acha kuingiza pombe kwa mambo ya kanisa bana. Ni nini bana? Kunywa pombe kama
tunakunywa wine hiyo siku.
Umeambiwa na nani? Umeambiwa na Kibaki.
Nimeona.
Temba na Mato, muende consensus. Tumeambiwa tuende consensus kwa huyo nisi ya I'm blessed. Lakini unajua tayari I'm blessed ashanipatia nisi yake na ameshasema
relax.
Temba mimi ati mavi ya kuku. Kibaki anasema mavi ya kuku.
Alikuwa mdogo, alikuwa analala kwa kitchen.
Wekesa ni nani hiyo Kibaki alikuwa anafukuza kutoka kwa crowd?
Alikuwa anaambia dereva wake alienda kusongesha gari. Kamuuliza unaenda wapi? Wapi ya kuku.
Umeona hiyo position yenye Lucy Kibaki amekamata pale kwa press conference Kibaki akisema I have one wife. Hapo ndio najaribu unaulizwa who is your mother? Hapo ukijaribu kuongea.
Alafu kwanza Lucy anauliza do you have any questions?
My friend, hapo sasa. Ati akasema nini? Wekesa agree with you. Wekesa siasa ya Nairobi ni different. Kuna mtu Dorcas Okendo ameagree na wewe Wekesa kwamba siasa ya Nairobi ni different. Evans Nyatuka, hii channel inataka parental guidance before logging in because of addiction. Yeah, we said tulisema this channel can be addictive, so watch out. I'm blessed. Just asking if Igathe will be now in UDA, you will be against him. Wacheni zenyu. Okay. Elkana Shibashi, rafiki ya Ricky Makiadi. I'm blessed. Ile coffee ya Materi was competing with that of Kidero. I understand that. Eriko Tia anasema leo Martin amepiga fine wine, kitu legit. Umechapa fine wine. Kibaki atakwambia wachana nayo.
Okay. Nilikwambia watanimaliza huko nyuma lakini hawawezi nipata. You know, I got more strength than that.
Kuna mtu ananiambia Eriko tena aniuliza hata wewe, hata mimi nini? Nimefanya nini jamani? Matoka lewa.
Demba tunasema namna hii. Kwa wale watazamaji wetu ambaye mnaona ni kama mmeguswa sana, iko namba inapita hapa chini kwa TV. Unaweza piga hiyo namba na utuwekee sadaka yako, tutashukuru sana. Namba ni unatuwekea 310 ama ukiona kama uko na ingine mingi unatuongezea tu hapo na sisi tutashukuru, ndio tuendelee kupeperusha hii kipindi.
Unatuma na pesa ya kutoa. Ati ambleza saa Temba tell Martin my niece handi na jamaa. Aendi na jamaa wa mvinyo. Unasikia Mato? Wewe ni jamaa wa mvinyo.
Mwambie mimi ni altar boy.
Yes, Eriko tena nasema yes, di Papa Makiadi 310. Watume 310. That's why Martin is so hyperactive. Yes. The guy is on fine wine. Hata ukiona akiongea, anaongea kitu kidogo, bila kuongea polepole lazima shout kwa sababu anataka kujisikia. Unajua hata akiongea.
Remember, sasa umeanza gani hizo wewe? Au umeanza imbo?
Si mimi nimesema umegonga huko chini buda.
Sasa vitu zingine si lazima usome hapa mbele umati bwana. Unajua kitu ni international.
Wewe toa zako, wewe nini na wewe?
Zingine somea huko chini na uache hapa bwana. Utafanya ni utanimekea nickname yenye sio kweli hata. Ala.
Ani Makiadi wewe acha zako. Makiadi is so spoiled today. Na kina Kanyari. Wizi wa divai wewe Mato, ushaitwa hivyo huko chini.
Wewe wacha bwana. Unajua kuna watu wako Spain wanawatch kitu.
Kwani wako na nini? Vitu
na mimi baadhi na watch kitu by the way.
Wanakulipia?
No, ni yangu, nikinunua ni yangu, nitakunywa kama nitakunywa, lakini sijakunywa na sikunywaje.
Shinde pepo wa sadaka.
Anyway, I love you guys. I love making fun of it. I love
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure for us to interact here. Bob Werunga, asante. Nimekutaja siwe issue. Nature and nature's habitats. Nimekutaja siwe issue. Na wale wengine wote. See you later today. Mato, ulituambia ya kwamba unatufanyia wimbo wa taifa na unaisema yote. So ulikuwa umeiandika, unaweza isema tu yote tena leo. Yeah, go ahead.
Nilikuwa nimeishika hapa na ngoja. Anyway, twende basi. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani, uhuru, raha, tupate na ustawi. That's the very first one, yenye tumekuwa tukisema for a long time. So we're trying to get ourselves into the second and the third one. So the second goes, amkeni ndugu zetu tufanye kazi, sorry, let me start again. Amkeni ndugu zetu tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kuwa na nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Third, na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja. Azimio, tuungane mikono pamoja, kazini kila siku tuwe na shukrani. That's our Kenyan thing, and we are all Kenyans regardless. Wamvinyo, when you see Wamvinyo, I think it's a good thing, and I appreciate that we start looking at it. Thank you.
Kindly subscribe to Mutembei TV, and as you subscribe to Mutembei TV, kindly subscribe also to Themba and Lulu Show. Iko hapo nimeweka kwa platform, hapo kwa comment section. Tunapatana kesho tena saa kama ya leo, saa 3:30 Kenyan time. And when you come into the show, we have the show platform can only take 10 people at a time. So if you see the studio is full, 10 people, just wait. You will have your time. And you only need 4 things to join. You only need a working gadget, a phone or computer. You need the connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. Only those 4 things can get you join here. Let's keep talking as Kenyans, because if we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight. We want to keep talking. So let's keep talking. Come and share with us. You don't have to be Azimio. You don't have to be Kenya Kwanza. Just someone who is in love with Kenya and who is interested in the governance process in Kenya. So here we have very able panelists, Richard Makiadi, Martin Deto, Wekesa, and many others who always come in here. Thank you so much for joining us. And those people in the comment section, we really appreciate you for keeping the conversation going. Share with your friends. Let's meet here tomorrow as we interrogate the journey, the presence, and the presence of Baba is coming to Martin Deto's state, I think Washington, D.C. And Martin will come here tomorrow to tell us what he said. God bless you. God bless Kenya.
Hey, Demba.
Yes, sir.
Demba.
Yeah.
We're working on something. I think you'll be, Makiadi will loop you in. He has your number now. We're working on something that maybe you will tell people coming up that Baba can be with us in this forum in Madakarua, but I'll let that to Makiadi. He will communicate to you, pick up his phone.
Oh, awesome. That reminds me, Mato. Okay, that one and another one. We are launching Diaspora Diary in the month of May. Diaspora Diary, it's a program that will be running every Sunday for about 2 hours. And we'll just be talking about diaspora issues. Those people who live in the diaspora, those people who live, if you live outside the country called Kenya, it will be exclusively for you. We'll be coming here to share opportunities, to share challenges, to share the good, the bad, and the ugly about diaspora life. So come in, come one, come all. Starting April, we are going to give you a poster and we'll share it here so that you guys can capture that. And also another thing we are launching here is book club. Yes, sir.
Kama Wekesa, mi natoka Bungoma na niko Machakos. Hii ni diaspora.
Kabisa. Ala, uko diaspora, uko Machakos, my friend.
Wekesa wewe, kama mahali unaenda ni mahali unaweza enda kwa basi au uko diaspora.
Demba, anga tutakapeleka Ikuni tukifika huko.
So you have that, you have a diaspora diary, and then also you have what you're calling Mutembei Book Club that will be starting in May also. And that is for those who are good, who love reading. If you love reading, if you love wanting to just exchange what you're reading, and you love analytical stuff, just coming to analyze the books that you're reading, we'll be also having that. We'll have a poster for that too. So for the good readers, they say that your mind is what you feed it. So if you feed it a lot of reading, then that is going to happen. So welcome to a lot of menu and a lot more coming in the month of May, courtesy of Mutembei TV. And
Demba, before you close, Wekesa.
Yep.
Can you send either Demba or Richard Makiadi, whoever you have the number to, send me your number. I mean, tell them they will pass it to me. They have my number.
I'll pass it to you. Don't worry. I'll pass it to you. Okay, see you guys. Situfunge. Mudili na addiction zenyu pekenyu. Mimi sitaki